and months and in years. And so we don't know where this is going.
Okay, we're going to have to. David, I'll give you a quick.
I would suspect the people going to bed in Venezuela tonight are much happier than they were under the Maduro regime. That's all I would say.
We are one day out now from what was a chaotic and unrelenting news day. From the first reports of explosions Saturday morning in Venezuela's capital city of Caracas to President Trump posting on social media the U.S. military was behind that operation, to the Perp walk in New York of Venezuela's ousted president. The news media was scrambling to keep up as things developed throughout the day. Let's examine how the media is covering this fast-moving and consequential story. We'll bring in CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter. Brian, great to see you. I was reading your newsletter this morning that went through a lot of this. It was really fascinating to kind of take a beat and think about it all. What really sticks out to you over the last, I guess we'll call it 36 hours at this point, but it's been quite remarkable.
One, thank goodness for the reporters who are on the ground in Venezuela right now. You know, Venezuela is a repressive regime. The government has been hostile to the press for decades, but a small number of reporters are able to work there, and they're so essential right now, including some of our colleagues who we've been seeing on CNN this weekend, both for alerting the world to the explosions on Saturday morning, but now to help us all hear what Venezuelans are thinking, what they're asking, what they're feeling. It seems to me that questions are as important as answers right now. Answers are in short supply, but it's crucial to ask the right, proper, skeptical questions. And that's what we're seeing from the White House press corps yesterday at the news conference and all across television in the dialogues today. Is the U.S. at war with Venezuela? Do Venezuelans think the U.S. is at war? Is there a clear U.S. plan? You know, we've seen media reports in the past that have described these U.S. war game scenarios about U.S. action in Venezuela, and none of the war game scenarios ended well. All of them ended badly, suggesting the country would collapse into chaos. So what can be learned from those war game plans? You know, can Trump reshape Venezuela now just with words or with actions? And what will those actions be? He's just given another interview, this time to the New York Post, where he talks again about running the country. He says we need to run it well, run it with strength. He says he will be able to pick the new leader in the future. All of this rhetoric, you know, right now it's words. Will it be translated to actions? And I think it seems to me, Jessica, these questions are ultimately in service of U.S. troops and in service of citizens. And it's not lost on reporters and editors that some of these questions were not amplified well enough in the aftermath of 9/11. Very different time, very different place now, but those memories of regime change 10, 15, 20 years ago are clearly on people's minds today.
Yeah, and you mentioned Trump talking to the New York Post. I know he's been picking up the phone and just talking to reporters who are calling him. Obviously, he had that news conference yesterday. How is that different from what we normally see from presidents? And also, it is unique to President Trump.
Well, there's two elements about this. Number one, you and I spoke last fall about the Pentagon trying to reshape the press corps. Most major U.S. news outlets left the Pentagon and refused to follow along with restrictive new rules. Pete Hegseth made noise about reporters, being a problem at the Pentagon and endangering national security, and he brought in MAGA media voices and commentators instead. Well, this weekend it has been all about those old-fashioned global news brands that have been breaking news and leading the way, not those Pentagon-approved MAGA media figures who have not been advancing this story at all. It has been those old-line outlets that have been leading the way, and that includes with covering what Trump is saying and arguing about this. He picked up the phone and talked to the New York Times in the middle of the night on Saturday. He talked to the Atlantic earlier today, the New York Post, and that press conference was widely attended by many news outlets. And even though many of Trump's answers were vague, it was the questions that really mattered, because those reporters were speaking on behalf of both the American people, but also folks all around the world. And it's also notable the Trump administration is really trying to control the message by funneling information through the White House. The Pentagon has mostly gone silent. The typical press people, the officials who would normally be engaging with the press, they're mostly referring questions to the Trump White House. And that's a change from past practices. It's something to keep an eye on in the days to come, as people are going to have more and more questions about the U.S. military presence in and around Venezuela. For example, the troops who were injured reportedly in this mission, what are their conditions? Those kinds of questions. Information is being centralized and consolidated by Trump and the White House. And it seems in some ways he can do his press himself. He's picking up the phone, talking to reporters, saying again this afternoon that he plans to run Venezuela. And as you've been covering, Jessica, that just raises a whole host of questions that people have.
Yeah, people have a lot more questions around that, but it is certainly interesting to see that he does keep engaging with the press. We are hearing it directly from the president himself. All right, Brian Stelter, always good to see you. Thank you so much. Congress is set to return to Washington this week with a budget deadline quickly approaching, and the Trump administration's actions in Venezuela over this weekend all looming. Lawmakers going to be plenty busy. California Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley is here with us now. Congressman, thanks for your time tonight. We really appreciate it. I do want to start first with Venezuela. There has been a lot of talk and, frankly, outrage from some of your Democratic colleagues and others on the Hill about the lack of consent from Congress, bringing Congress into this really at all before this operation took place. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, and also if you would support this legislation that would restore more power to Congress in these situations.
Yeah, so I've read, dozens and dozens of reactions from people here in the U.S. and across the world. And, you notice they follow a similar formula for those who are critical of what happened. It always begins with Maduro was a really bad guy, but. So I'd like to focus first on what people are all agreeing on, what comes before the but, which is that he is someone who has wreaked havoc on his own people, has caused immense harm to the United States and to the international order. And so whatever you might think about the question you asked, there is a corresponding opportunity here to create a better future for the people of Venezuela, for our own citizens, and for the world at large. I think that there is also broad agreement across party lines that from this point forward, Congress needs to be centrally involved in whatever role the United States has in ushering in a better future and a better political arrangement in Venezuela and giving them, the freedom and democracy and self-determination that they deserve. As to the question of the strike itself and the lack of approval by Congress leading up to it, I'm someone who always wants Congress to be informed as much as possible. Under traditional legal frameworks, that's when the president's powers are at their highest ebb. But for an operation like this, that was predicated on secrecy, there are circumstances where that just isn't possible, where it puts the mission at risk, where it puts our service members at risk.
So it sounds like you were okay in this situation with how they handled it, that you don't think the Gang of Eight or a smaller group from Congress should have been notified previous.
Well, since the primary justification was a legal one, that this is an individual who is under indictment for causing immense harm to American citizens, the Biden administration offered a $25 million reward for his arrest. And then beyond that, the president does have inherent authority as commander-in-chief for these sort of smaller scale operations that there's plenty of precedent for in this region and in operations around the world. I think that, there was justification for undertaking this, and there was a very compelling reason for not having, prior congressional approval in a way that would have undermined the success of the operation.
Yeah. And so would you be in favor, because respectfully, I think there are many people out there who don't think this was a small scale operation. Would you be in favor of legislation that would give more power back to Congress? Is that something you'd work on with Democrats?
Well, yes, I do think Congress needs to be centrally involved going forward in terms of what comes next. So, of course, it would depend what the legislation looks like. But I think that's a sentiment that you'll find is widely shared across party lines, that, in whatever role the United States plays in ushering freedom and democracy and prosperity for the people of Venezuela who have suffered so much under Maduro and his predecessor, that's something that Congress needs to be centrally involved in. And I've also said kind of more broadly, not just on issues related to foreign policy, but on all policy matters, that the House of Representatives in particular needs to get back in the driver's seat when it comes to, tackling the challenges facing our country. The House wasn't even in session for 2 months. I was very critical of that decision by the House Speaker. I actually went to D.C. This was during the shutdown to try to advocate for bringing the House back and kind of having the House take more of a lead in policy. So that's something that I am encouraging our leadership to do once we come back here this coming week.
So in keeping with that theme, and you noted this, the president now saying that the U.S. will run Venezuela, Marco Rubio saying today that has to do with the policy, but obviously having a heavy hand in what comes next in Venezuela. So what role should Congress be playing in that?
Well, Congress should be centrally involved in the major decisions as far as the role that the United States undertakes and the sort of political arrangement that we endeavor to ultimately put in place. In the short term, obviously, the imperative needs to be stability. With the head of state no longer there, it's obviously a time when there are various risks that could emerge. And so I know these issues have been well thought through. I know there have been lines of communication with the now interim president. So in the very short term, that needs to be the priority. Of course, in the hopefully not very long term, but for the durable future, we need to see what we can do to usher in an arrangement built upon self-determination and democracy and freedom. That's ultimately what will allow Venezuela as a country to prosper. It's in the interest of the United States. It's in the interest of the Western Hemisphere and the entire international order.
And it still remains to be seen if that means, if that will include the U.S. military being deployed on the ground there in a long-term manner. Is that something you would support?
Well, as the Secretary of State said today, obviously we don't want that sort of thing, but you can never rule out options as far as what the commander-in-chief would do. The entire premise of peace through strength is that you retain the capacity to act in a way that will, achieve your objectives, but hopefully you don't ultimately have to use the bigger tools in your toolkit in order to do so. So, ideally, we can have a period here where there is stability, followed by a transition to a democratic government. We know that Maduro stole the last election. This is recognized by the Trump administration, the Biden administration, the European Union, that he was not the legitimate leader of that country. And so this is an opportunity to restore legitimacy and to create a much better future for people in that country that have been just utterly impoverished under his disastrous narco-terrorist regime.
Tonight, Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro in custody here in New York as he awaits his initial court appearance. The Southern District saying that will take place tomorrow in a Manhattan federal courtroom. And it all comes after U.S. forces captured Maduro and his wife during that massive operation inside the Latin American country early yesterday morning. We are following this from all angles tonight. CNN's Julia Benbrook and Natasha Bertrand are both joining us now. Natasha, I want to start first with you and what more you're hearing about the Trump administration's plans in Venezuela. There are so many questions around what comes next there.
Well, it seems that for right now, the administration is prioritizing kind of administrative stability and repairing the country's oil infrastructure over an immediate turn to democracy. And this was reported in a great piece by my colleagues Kevin Liptak and Kristen Holmes earlier today, which basically says that the U.S. now is trying to use the leverage that it has over Venezuela, both economically and militarily. Of course, that armada of U.S. warships is still in the Caribbean in order to pressure the current transitional leader, who is Deli Rodriguez, who was Maduro's deputy, in order to do the bidding of the United States. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he said earlier today that the U.S. running the country in the way that President Trump alluded to yesterday actually has more to do with the administration using its leverage to influence policy than it does to actually having Americans on the ground running the day-to-day operations of the government. But here's a bit of what he said.
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this, we want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest. It either touches on something that's a threat to our national security or touches on something that's either beneficial or harmful. This is a team effort by the entire national security apparatus of our country, but it is running this policy. And the goal of the policy is to see changes in Venezuela that are beneficial to the United States, first and foremost, because that's who we work for, but also we believe beneficial for the people of Venezuela, who have suffered tremendously.
So the administration obviously is trying to use its economic leverage primarily through that oil blockade that it has been enforcing against Venezuela, oil sanctions. It is trying to convince American oil companies to go back into Venezuela, given what they believe will be a period of relative stability, or what they hope will be a period of stability. But obviously there are going to be a lot of questions about just how receptive Deli Rodriguez actually is to that, given her prior remarks that have cast some doubt on whether or not she's going to be as pliant as the administration wants.
And Julia, turning to you now, the president is headed back from Palm Beach, where he's been for the holiday season. He's headed back to the White House. What has he been saying today?
That's right. He's on his way back from his Mar-a-Lago resort. He spent the last couple of weeks for the holiday there, and that is where he watched this complex operation which led to the arrest of ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro play out. And while there are still a lot of questions, we're starting to get a bit of a clearer picture of what Trump meant when he made that stunning statement that the United States would run the country until there is a judicial transition. He was pressed and pressed on exactly what that is going to look like, and he said that some of the top administration officials that were standing behind him, that included Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, would be involved. He was also asked specifically about Venezuela's opposition leader, the Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado, and if they were in conversations with her potential to lead, and he essentially ruled that out, saying that he didn't believe that she had the support and respect within Venezuela needed to step in. He did say, though, that the United States was in conversations with Venezuela's Vice President, Deli Rodriguez, who is in that acting role now, but she has made several comments calling for the immediate release of Maduro and saying that she does believe he is the legitimate leader. So lots of potential complications there. Now, top U.S. officials have been working, including Rubio, to develop a structure for Venezuela's government going forward, and he gave several TV interviews throughout the morning. He was pressed on if he sees Rodriguez as a legitimate leader. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say.
This is not about the legitimate president. We don't believe that this regime in place is legitimate via an election, and that's not just us. It's 60-something countries around the world that have taken that view as well, including the European Union. But we understand that there are people in Venezuela today who are the ones that can actually make changes. So, for example, when we want to send in the migrant flights, even though we've never recognized the Maduro regime as legitimate, we had to deal with the authorities that controlled the airport. We had to deal with the people who had guns and the people who had control of the airports. We had to deal with them to achieve these objectives. That's different from recognizing their legitimacy.
And to the point of, would Rodriguez take the steps that Trump and his administration want her to take? He offered this stark warning in an interview with The Atlantic earlier today. He said, quote, if she doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. And as I mentioned, he's coming back from this holiday time in Florida, where he has been intensely focused on foreign issues. Since Christmas, he has hosted Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, as well as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's returning, though, with a lot of domestic issues top of mind as well, and there are going to be even more questions coming from Capitol Hill about what has taken place regarding Maduro, as we expect him in court sometime tomorrow.
All right, Julia Benbrook at the White House and Natasha Bertrand there in D.C. Thanks to both of you for that reporting. Democratic lawmakers holding an emergency meeting today on that operation in Venezuela. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer saying he's going to push for legislation to require congressional approval before any additional military action in Venezuela. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries calling the operation an act of war. I want to bring in Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat of Delaware, to talk more about that. Senator, thank you so much for being here with us. I really appreciate it. I know that there has been a lot of outrage from your colleagues over the lack of communication and consent, no consent really from Congress prior to this operation. What do you think about that?
Well, thanks for a chance to be on, Jessica. It's been a remarkable period here. First, I'll just express gratitude that no Americans were killed, that our military carried out this operation flawlessly. And I recognize that there's many Venezuelans celebrating the removal of Maduro, a truly brutal authoritarian who misused the resources and harmed the people of Venezuela. But what is alarming to me, what has angered me and many others of my colleagues, is that President Trump and his senior national security team wasn't open and honest with us about their plans. For months, they said that the strikes against boats in the Southern Caribbean were all about drug trafficking and drug interdiction, and they had no plan for overthrowing Maduro or for sending the U.S. military into Venezuela. Now that they have done so, sent the military in, captured Maduro, returned him to the United States, it seems today they're just making this up as they go along. President Trump has no more well-developed plan for how to lead or govern or manage Venezuela than he does how to deliver health care for the American people or how to move forward in resolving the war in Ukraine or the suffering of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. There are too many circumstances where they're making it up as they go along. And we will have a vote, Jessica, in the Senate this week to require congressional consent for any ongoing larger scale military action, because in recent times when we've overthrown dictators, whether in Libya or in Iraq, with no clear plan for what would happen afterwards, the consequences were terrible for the people of the country and costly for the American service members who we ended up asking to go in and fix it once we'd broken it.
So this vote you're saying is coming up this week. I'm curious what you've heard from your Republican colleagues. Obviously, you all are in the minority in both the House and the Senate. Do you believe that you'll get support on this from your Republican colleagues?
Senator Paul is a co-sponsor of the resolution. I don't know if there will be other Republicans who will vote for it. I think likely not. Look, most Americans view this through the lens that President Trump has been offering. This is about drug interdiction. Even though just a few weeks ago, he pardoned the former president of Honduras who trafficked hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States. And President Trump, in his press conference, basically said this was about getting access to Venezuela's oil and has threatened in a tone that frankly sounds more like a mob boss than it does like the president of a democracy, Deli Rodriguez, the vice president, that if she doesn't go along with what we want, there's going to be terrible consequences for her. What I didn't hear from President Trump or frankly Secretary Hegseth or Secretary Rubio was a press for political prisoners to be released, for there to be recognition of the opposition leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize, for there to be free and fair elections, or a peaceful transition. Most of what President Trump has focused on is access to their oil and threatening the current leadership with further military action. That's what's opening the door to a very risky next chapter with no clear plan from this administration.
And so if you have this vote and this measure does not pass and you don't get additional powers when it comes to consent, and the president still saying that the U.S. is now running Venezuela, laying out what you just said there, that could potentially involve. What can Congress do about it? What role will you have?
Well, first, it's laughable to think that we could actually run Venezuela. It is a country twice the size of California with 25 million people, active domestic armed guerrilla groups, complex gangs and narco trafficking. So the idea that we could run Venezuela any more than we could run Iraq at the cost of sending 100,000 troops there, frankly, defies credibility. But second, if Republicans step up and do their job as the Article 1 power and say that there shouldn't be further military action without our consent, there's a lot we can do. If Republicans fold their arms and say, nope, we're willing to let President Trump do whatever he wants with our military overseas with no clear evidence of an imminent threat, then I think folks around the world will be even more anxious. Our trusted ally, Denmark, will wonder what it means when Trump continues to make threats against Greenland. Our ally, Panama, will wonder what it means when he threatens Panama. Heck, even Canada has reason to worry if there's no checks or balances provided by the Republicans in the Senate.
I want to focus, lastly, come back to just Venezuela right now, because in January of 2025, the Biden administration raised the bounty on Maduro to $25 million, to which the Trump administration then raised it to $50 million. Clearly, both administrations wanted him captured. They wanted him arrested. Republicans have argued Trump just went ahead and did it, that he took action. What do you say to that thinking?
So look, there is precedent for our capturing a dictator of a foreign country and returning him to the United States to stand trial. This was the case of Manuel Noriega. Immediately following that, the duly elected president was sworn in because Noriega was using military force to maintain control of Panama. It was a brief concise military action. One could argue it also needed congressional approval. But I think what is most alarming about this moment is that shambolic press conference by President Trump yesterday, where he said these guys, and points to Hegseth and Rubio, are going to be running Venezuela, which clearly was news to them. And he said, we have no hesitation putting more boots on the ground. And today he threatened further military action against the Venezuelan people through their vice president. I'm concerned about the lack of a plan for how to move forward without threatening violence or occupying Venezuela. I'll remind you, we have a huge armada of U.S. naval vessels, and it took 150 American aviators and planes to carry out this mission. This is an expensive and complex military operation, and it will not produce significant benefits to the United States or American oil companies for years to come. So frankly, the bottom line here is, President Trump, what's your goal? Are you trying to restore democracy? Are you trying to interdict drugs? Are you trying to access oil? And how much of a price are you asking American service members, our men and women who serve us around the world to keep us safe, to make in order to achieve whatever your actual goal is?
Eric Farnsworth joins us now. He's a senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He's also a former State Department official covering Latin America. Eric, thank you for being here with us on this Sunday. We appreciate it. We just heard from our colleague there, David Culver, who's obviously in the neighboring country of Colombia. How might this operation and and the fallout from it, what's going on in Venezuela, affect other countries in the region?
It could affect it directly because Venezuela, for a number of years, has essentially been a collapsing country. 1/4 of the entire population of 33 million, now 8 million Venezuelans are outside the country, and that's happened long before yesterday's activities. But the fear is that if the remaining Venezuelan people in the country don't have sustained hope that things are going to get better, and that it's not just Maduro, but actually other senior officials from his regime are going to leave, and that their lives will get better, there is fear that indeed you could have an additional migration flow, and that would go directly into the neighboring countries like Colombia, like Brazil, and like countries in the Caribbean. So this is directly implicating some of the neighbors. There are other issues too, but that's, for the moment, that's the primary one.
And Eric, how quickly does this all need to kind of shake out and stabilize?
Yeah, that's a really important question. I don't have a specific time frame, but I would say sooner rather than later. For example, both the president-elect Edmundo Gonzalez and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado are outside of Venezuela. One would assume that they're going to return to Venezuela at some point relatively soon. That would certainly be a boost of energy and support for the opposition and for the government-elect. But the longer it appears as if Deli Rodriguez is going to remain as the de facto leader of the country, and some of the officials around her, like Diosdado Cabello and the head of the military, Pedrino Lopez, some of those people who have bounties, $25 million bounties remaining on their heads, the Venezuelan people, I think, are going to begin to question, well, what is the ultimate outcome of this? So I think even if there isn't a direct change in the next couple days or even weeks, I don't know, but there is going to have to be some really intensive signaling from the White House and from the State Department that fundamental change really is on the way, and it's not just about Maduro, but it's about his regime.
The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has said that Maduro's arrest and bringing him to the U.S. is not related to Venezuela's oil infrastructure. President Trump has said that he does want the U.S. oil industry to thrive in Venezuela again and is focused on that. How much of a role do you think oil played in all of this?
Well, I can tell you how much oil is going to play in the future. I mean, Venezuela can't recover unless the oil industry recovers, because that is literally the engine of growth and recovery for the country. And so whatever happens, there's going to have to be a lot of intensive attention to recapturing the energy sector, to revitalize it and to restore it. And I think that's absolutely legitimate. Look, the bounty on Maduro's head, $50 million, the indictments for him of being a drug trafficker and allegations of crimes against humanity at the International Court of Justice, that has nothing to do with oil. But the idea that oil is an engine of recovery does mean that the sector has to be recovered, and it does have to be revitalized.
You posted that many analysts are overlooking the strength of the Venezuelan people. You said, quote, give them hope and they will rebuild a broken nation. Explain that to us and what you think it will take to rebuild.
It will require hope. Again, a real confidence that this time is different, that change is here. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a lot of money. But the Venezuelan people are entrepreneurial. They love their country, and there are any number of folks in the diaspora, folks who have left Venezuela, professional class, educated entrepreneurs who are itching to get back to the country. And if they're given a chance to get back and really help re-energize the economy, I really think they're going to have an opportunity to do that, and they're going to succeed. But we have to recognize the difficulty in doing that. We have to recognize that this is a long-term issue. It's not going to happen tomorrow. And unless the situation stabilizes in terms of the investment climate, in terms of the authorities, in terms of who has the ability to sign and enforce a contract, for example, and what does that mean until the infrastructure gets somehow rebuilt, you're going to have some caution about people wanting to return as well, and investors will probably be a little bit cautious as well. So this is going to take time. But the Venezuelan people are entrepreneurial, and they're absolutely committed to restoring the country if they're given the chance and if they're given the hope to be able to do so.
How delicate would you say the situation is there right now of it tipping one way or the other, the way, that it could go sideways or that it could go in the more positive route that you're saying a lot of Venezuelans, of course, would hope for?
I'm an optimist. I believe that certainly that is a real option and probably better than we've seen in any number of years, but it could absolutely go sideways, and it could go sideways quickly. And I think what the key indicator here is really the security forces. Until there is a signal that Deli Rodriguez is not going to be the long-term leader of the country and that the regime really is in its last days, I think you're going to have a number of commanders and folks who are involved in the security forces, not just the military, but the broader security forces as well, hedging their bets. Who's going to throw in their lot with a group of folks if you don't know what their future is? So I think that has to clarify. And once it does, I think we're going to start seeing some of the military try to decide, well, where is my future best served and who should I best support? Until that decision is made, you're really going to have continued uncertainty. And you're going to have some real challenges.
You're in the CNN newsroom. Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Dean here in New York, and we begin this hour with the latest on the capture of Nicolas Maduro. The Southern District of New York says the ousted Venezuelan leader's initial court appearance is set for tomorrow. He's currently being held at a federal detention center here in New York. Maduro and his wife, of course, taken by U.S. forces during a major military operation inside the Latin American country early Saturday morning. And when touting the raid's success, President Donald Trump told reporters the United States would run Venezuela in the interim. Secretary of State Marco Rubio looked to clarify that in an interview earlier today.
President Trump said we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest.
CNN senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak is joining us now from West Palm Beach. And Kevin, the president seems to be upping that pressure on Venezuela's acting president. What is he saying today?
Yeah, and this is kind of a striking back and forth between the Trump administration and Deli Rodriguez, the former vice president of Venezuela, who President Trump just yesterday identified as the likely new leader and as someone who, in his words, would make Venezuela great again. She, after that, went on to really decry the raid that ousted Maduro, claimed that Maduro was still the leader there, and said that the U.S. was acting unlawfully. So it does set up this dissonance. And what the president said today in an interview with the Atlantic magazine was issuing a threat. He says if she doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. So really kind of upping the pressure on Rodriguez to essentially accede to what the U.S. wants to do here. And that, at the end of the day, does appear to be what the president means by the U.S. running Venezuela. We are getting a sort of a better picture of what the president's intentions in all of this are, including from Marco Rubio, who was out on the Sunday shows today. This is not, a U.S. occupation of Venezuela akin to what we saw in Iraq. This is really more of a coercion campaign. The U.S. really relying on the leverage it thinks it has on the remnants of the Maduro regime to essentially do what the United States tells them to do. And the leverage includes, of course, that massive military buildup which remains in place in the Caribbean Sea, but also the oil blockade that the president has ordered, insisting that oil tankers not be able to go in and out of Venezuela. So that seems to be where all of this is heading today, Jessica.
Yeah, and the president, Kevin, also saying that there was a possibility, left open the possibility, that the U.S. could put boots on the ground in Venezuela. What more have we heard about that in the last 24 hours since he left that door open?
Yeah, and that was sort of one of the most striking developments in that press conference yesterday. I asked him, does he envision a prolonged U.S. military presence in Venezuela? And he pivoted immediately to talking about the country's oil reserves. And that, I think, seems to be where that is headed as well. The president has long had this preoccupation with Venezuela's oil, the world's largest proven oil reserves. And he seems to be suggesting that if the U.S. military goes back into that country, it would be to ensure that the U.S. interests are protected and that U.S. oil companies gain access to that infrastructure. Of course, the president has also said that there could be a second, potentially larger strike on Venezuela if the country's leaders don't accede to U.S. demands. So still, I think, somewhat vague about what the role of the U.S. military will be going forward.
Yeah, more to come on that. Kevin Liptak for us live in Florida. Thank you so much for that. Meantime, the ousted Venezuelan president is currently being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. And when he appears in court tomorrow, it will be in front of United States District Judge Alvin K. Hellerstein in Manhattan. CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller is joining us now. And John, getting Maduro into that detention center was tightly secured. We were talking with you as they were moving him around the city of New York yesterday. What can we expect to see tomorrow?
We can expect to see more of the same. Every time they move President Maduro or former President Maduro, you're going to see a secure package, as they refer to it, a motorcade with armored vehicles and counter-assault teams and escorts by highway patrol because of the high threat nature of the case. And when they had the El Chapo case, you saw that move happen every day from Manhattan, where he was held in jail, to Brooklyn, where the courthouse is. In this case, because that jail was closed as a result of the Epstein suicide and some lapses there, you're going to see the opposite here, which is now the jail's in Brooklyn and the courthouse is in Manhattan. So you're going to see that secure package move every time he has to go to court. And when it goes to trial, you'll see that every day.
That'll be something. Does he have an attorney at this point? Do we know who it will be?
So Nikki Brown, one of our producers, just logged onto and off of the PACER system, which is the federal court record system that's accessible online. So far, no notice of appearance. So if he has an attorney, that attorney has not filed that notice. Now, that may happen tomorrow. Or, Jessica, it is entirely possible that the man who was, the day before yesterday, the leader of a 30 million person country, may end up having a public defender, a federal defender appointed by the court until who his lawyer is, who is paying for that lawyer, and how is sorted.
That's remarkable. Do we have a timeline for how long this process might take, when we might see a trial?
Well, this case has been going on. The investigation, dates back to 25 years. The investigation itself has been going on years, but His first appearance before the U.S. justice system will be tomorrow in front of Judge Hellerstein. Judge Hellerstein is a very experienced jurist. He's 92 years old. He's been with parts of this case, other parts of it with other defendants for a number of years himself. But generally, the time between that initial appearance and when a trial is in a regular case is a year. This is an immensely complex case with a lot of discovery and a lot of witnesses, so it could be even more.
Science and cooperation.
Joining us now, CNN senior military analyst Admiral James Stavridis, who's formerly the NATO Supreme Allied Commander. He's also a partner of the Carlyle Group, an investment firm. Good to see you on this Sunday. There are still a lot of questions about what President Trump meant when he said the U.S. will be running Venezuela. We saw there Rubio trying to clarify this morning. What do you think it means?
I think Marco Rubio did the best with a bad hand of cards today, but what he clarified, Jessica, was we're not actually running the country, meaning we're not going to decide when the traffic lights come on and off and what the central bank is going to do, but we're going to, quote, run the policy. What I think he means is put pressure on the current regime, which is a remnant of the Maduro regime, to kind of do the right thing. Whether they're willing to do that or not is going to be where this entire exercise turns. Final thought here. We talk a lot about boots on the ground. That's important. Don't forget, we've got 15,000 boots at sea on aircraft carriers, big amphibious ships. We have a lot of influence and a lot of capability. I think that we're going to put pressure on the current Maduro remnant to get them to move to the right place. And perhaps over time, what I heard Secretary of State Marco Rubio talk about, perhaps over time we can get to that democratic opposition. I certainly hope so. We need to do that.
Did that alarm you when the president said that? And now we've had about a little over 24 hours to kind of think about it and hear more from Rubio, et cetera.
Absolutely alarmed me, and it alarmed anybody who fought in the forever wars. As you know, I spent a great deal of time commanding our entire mission in Afghanistan, which was all about trying to take a very unruly, difficult place and bend it toward Western norms. That's hard to do. And so when President Trump said yesterday, hey, we grabbed Nicolas Maduro, we brought him back, I was okay with that. He's a felon from American justice. I understand that. He sends drugs to America. I get that. Then he hit the part about we're going to run Venezuela. That worried me a lot. I think it worried a lot of Americans. Now we're trying to kind of walk that back, take a coercive response, which says to the current Maduro remnants, this is led by former Vice President of Venezuela, Rodriguez, and tell her, hey, wake up, recognize the reality here, and start bending toward Western agreements. If they can do that, if Rubio can do that, I think that's a reasonable outcome here. Final thought, this could go sideways entirely. This is a country of 30 million people. It's huge, twice the size of California. It is got a lot of different cross currents going on. I'm very worried.
And the president also mentioned what he called the Monroe Doctrine, riffing off the Monroe Doctrine. I'm curious if you think we're seeing the beginning of a major shift in foreign policy in our hemisphere.
Clearly, this administration is seized with the idea of America first, not meaning the United States of America, but meaning the Americas. If we stop and think about it, from Canada to the bottom of Argentina, those are all the Americas. And thus, the Trump administration wants to put a lot of emphasis here. I can understand that impulse, particularly as a former commander of U.S. Southern Command. Here's the problem, Jessica. When you pool these resources and pull them toward this hemisphere, you are giving up influence and engagement against China in the Indo-Pacific, against Russia in the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. It's a zero-sum game for U.S. military. And my own view is we need to balance our needs here in this hemisphere, which are important, but also against the bigger strategic issues facing China, pushing back on Vladimir Putin, that face us in this 21st century.
And how much of this do you think does relate back to those countries, some of those countries you just named, China, Russia, Iran? Obviously, the charges against Maduro all hinge on these drug charges and go out from there. But there's also the oil piece of this, and there are those other countries that had tried to really put a foothold, and some would argue had put a foothold in Venezuela.
Again, having spent years as commander of Southern Command, all U.S. military operations south of the United States, I watched with great concern the way China continued to intrude in this hemisphere, the way Russia continues to support a rotten regime in Havana. So for the U.S. to take an aggressive stance against those countries here in our homeland, if you will, which in my view stretches from the high north, the Arctic, all the way to Tierra del Fuego in part of Argentina, makes sense. On the other hand, final thought, you've got to face China, not just here in the Americas, but in the Pacific. You have to face Russia on the plains of Ukraine. If you don't, we are going to divide the world into these spheres of influence. That would be ultimately to our detriment.
Venezuela in economic and political freefall. President Trump says the U.S. will be involved in the country's next step, but Venezuela's vice president and acting leader, Deli Rodriguez, is rejecting any U.S. involvement, instead demanding Maduro and his wife's immediate release. Plus, questions remain about who could possibly take control, rebuild the country's gutted oil infrastructure. Journalist Mary Trini-Mina is live in Caracas and has been speaking with locals. Mary, what are you hearing from people today?
Jessica, the most common word that I received from Venezuelans were they are in shock. This is, we need to put this in context. This is a man that they used to watch on television on a daily basis, bringing long speeches and dancing, and now he is no longer the president. He's a man in custody. So for many Venezuelans, seeing Maduro out of the country and now with a new government in place, it is hard for them to believe that it's going to be a peaceful transition. Some fear that more new events would come in the coming hours inside of Venezuela. The Supreme Court of Venezuela, which is government controlled, designated Deli Rodriguez, the vice president, as the new interim president of Venezuela. But messages from the government is that they will remain in power.
And Mary, what are Venezuelans telling you about the U.S. potentially being involved in their government's future?
Well, when you ask them about that, despite of what Donald Trump said that they will run the country, when you ask government supporters that demonstrated today, for example, they say that's not a possibility. The message from the loyals of Maduro that still are in charge of the country is that they will not surrender. And some other people that are from the opposition, they prefer not to answer that question because they say they fear for reprisals.
All right, Mary Trini-Mina there in Caracas for us. Thank you so much for your reporting, Mary. We appreciate it. I want to go now to CNN's David Culver, who is at a border town in the nation of Colombia, for more on the reaction there. David?
A heavy reinforced military presence on the Colombian side of the Colombia-Venezuela border. And you can see 3 armored vehicles here, a 4th over there. But it's not just military that has set up here on this side of the border, but also we're told humanitarian aid in case anything happens with regards to a rush of individuals coming here into Colombia. Now let me set the stage a bit for you. This is the border crossing where we are, Cucuta, Colombia. On the other side, you enter Venezuela. And you can see on a Sunday morning, traffic is moving rather calmly back and forth. This is pretty typical if you talk to locals. The only difference is the military presence and the press. And you've got many of individuals from media across Latin America who have set up here to get a sense of what could happen next. Now, Cucuta is really an interesting town in that this is a pressure valve, if you will, a real indicator of what could come next. This is a place that really saw a lot of the surge of outward migration from Venezuela in the past decade plus. Here in Colombia, you have the largest diaspora of Venezuelans, some 3 million according to some estimates. And of course, you had Venezuelans who passed through here to then continue up into Central America, through Mexico and into the US. Many of them we've met along the way in recent years. And a lot of them reference the instability, the uncertainty, the insecurity of living in Venezuela. So the folks here who have made their lives in Cucuta, for example, they were out in the streets late into the night. In fact, we touched down just before midnight and folks were still out celebrating. You had families draping themselves in flags. There were a lot of emotions. People seemingly very happy. What's interesting is when you speak to those individuals, those who have been, say, 10 plus years out of Venezuela, say they have their lives here in Colombia. No matter what changes in Venezuela, they have no real desire to move back. But those who have been here less than that, and it seems to be a rough average of 10 years or so, say they do want to go home. They want to try to reestablish their lives. So this could be a place where we see a few things. You could see folks who are fearing the chaos, fearing more instability, fearing more fracturing coming from Venezuela into Colombia.
Captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, they are now here in New York, where they're facing a number of serious criminal charges, according to their federal indictment. CNN's Stefano Pozzebon, who's covered this from the start, looks back at Maduro's rise to power and the moments that led to his downfall Saturday.
In the end, it was clashes with the U.S. which set Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's political rule in flames. Sources telling CNN he was dragged from his bedroom by U.S. forces after a barrage of strikes on Saturday, his vice president quickly sounding the alarm regarding his safety.
We do not know the whereabouts of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores. We demand immediate proof of life from the government of President Donald Trump, proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
While the scale of the strikes may have come as a surprise, tensions between Venezuela's leader and the United States have been ratcheting up for months. Less than 4 weeks ago, the U.S. Treasury slapping sanctions on 3 members of Maduro's family, 2 of whom were dubbed the narco-nephews from previous drug trafficking convictions. Maduro and his lawyer wife, Celia Flores, both cut their teeth during the rule of Hugo Chavez, a socialist revolutionary who served as Venezuela's president from 1999 to 2013. While Flores served as the country's attorney general, it was in Chavez's government that Maduro got his big break as foreign minister, spearheading anti-American policies and bolstering ties to China, Russia and Iran from 2006 to 2013. After Chavez's death from cancer in 2013, it wasn't long before Maduro stepped into the top job, narrowly beating opposition leader Enrique Capriles in a spring election, the first of many to raise questions of fairness. A loyal disciple of Chavez's socialist ideals, in 2014 Maduro shared his commitment to keeping his legacy alive with CNN's Cristiana Mampour.
I know I've been loyal, and I'm fulfilling the legacy of this marvelous giant figure who is President Chavez, and it gives me peace of mind.
These ideals didn't help him much in steering Venezuela's economy through challenges like plunging oil prices, however. In fact, his failure to manage the country's oil wealth triggered an unprecedented economic collapse. Intense food shortages soon spawned the term the Maduro diet, a reference to the involuntary weight loss and malnutrition endured by regular Venezuelans. By the time the public took the ballot boxes in 2024, the anger could be felt from all sides. Despite both Maduro and the opposition party claiming victory, the president managed to salsa his way through the political storm and remain in office. But in September, the US began striking alleged drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean Sea as President Trump doubled down on his crackdown on narcotics smuggling. And while Maduro told CNN in December he was focused on a message of peace,
To unite for the peace of the continent. No more endless wars, no more unjust wars.
that call has fallen on deaf ears.
The Trump administration has posted video of what it calls Nicolas Maduro's Perp walk. You see him here. You see the ousted Venezuelan president being escorted, his hands in handcuffs, inside the Drug Enforcement Administration headquarters in New York City. Maduro was processed and fingerprinted there. He's now set to face drugs and weapon charges in Manhattan federal court. That possibly could happen next week. U.S. extraction teams, they captured Maduro and his wife in a major military operation overnight Saturday. President Donald Trump says that the U.S. will now run Venezuela.
Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country.
And hours after the U.S. military deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, Donald Trump was laying out his plan for that country's vast oil reserves. The president says that his administration will partner with U.S. energy companies to take control of Venezuela's oil infrastructure. It's estimated that Venezuela is sitting on a fifth of the world's reserve of crude oil, and unlocking it could massively benefit U.S. industries. Donald Trump also claims the U.S. is owed some of its wealth. For more on Venezuela's vast oil reserves, I'm joined now by energy expert Cornelia Meyer, the CEO of Meyer Resources. She's also chairman and chief economist at LBV Asset Management. It's good to see you.
Good morning, Paulo.
Yeah, good morning to you in Switzerland. So the reserves are vast in Venezuela, but just how much of global oil production is Venezuela responsible for?
Well, at this point, very little. It is about 934,000 barrels a day, which is less than 1% of global production. Venezuela used to produce in the heyday more than 3 million barrels a day, so that production came off due to mismanagement under Chavez and Maduro by about 70%. So very little. So whatever happens, it will not immediately have a big impact on oil prices. You saw they were actually falling. And mind you, it's great if U.S. companies are going in, but this is not a light switch. Reigniting the upstream production does take time. Few 100,000 barrels maybe over the first 6 months or so. So it's not as easy as it looks. One more thing, Chevron is operating currently in Venezuela, is exempt from sanctions because under a production sharing agreement, they're not paying the regime dollars, they're paying them in barrels.
And so you mentioned the complicated nature that is more than just a flip of a switch. But what about companies like Chevron? I mean, would they go in if there are no guarantees for their assets, security guarantees for their assets? I mean, would they go in a volatile area?
Well, Chevron is in. So for Chevron, they know how to handle it. But it's a very good question, because what you see with U.S. companies, they tend to be a little bit more jittery in going in, U.S. and European companies, when there is too much political instability, too much volatility. We saw that, for instance, in Iraq. It was Chinese companies, Russian companies that initially went in. It was not U.S. companies and Western companies. They then followed as the situation got better. And that brings me to the next point. This is not just about oil. It's also about rare earths and Chinese control of mining operations in Venezuela, which then makes what happened compatible with the new U.S. security strategy.
Cornelia, there are drivers in the U.S. and around the world that are watching. I'll ask a question that's probably heavy on their minds. How could this jolt to Venezuela's government impact oil markets and specifically gas prices?
Well, I think it is at this point, as I said, not impacting oil markets because it's localized. It's less than 1% of global production, so it doesn't really in an oil market that is sort of oversupplied. By some people, OPEC says just well supplied. Other people, like the IEA, say oversupplied to the tune of 2 million barrels a day. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. But what we have to look at is again the stability, because this is Latin America has actually become very important for incremental new oil production. When we look at the new oil production, non-OPEC oil production coming on stream comes from the US, it comes from Brazil, it comes from Guyana, and it comes from Argentina.
Finally, Cornelia, can you help me fact check President Trump's claim that, and you may have just heard it right now, that the U.S. is owed some of Venezuelans' oil wealth? I mean, what is true about that?
Well, there was a nationalization spree in the 1970s, and then again when Hugo Chavez came in, he sort of nationalized some more. So if you look at that as appropriating what was owned by the U.S., you can go there, but then you can also say, what were the precise ownership agreements? Were they production sharing agreements? Were they concessions? What was it? But certainly there has been nationalization twice in Venezuela.
Really, now, in terms of what you'll be watching closely, especially as we wait to see what the next chapter for Venezuela will be, I mean, what do you think may be an outcome, particularly for the people of Venezuela? I mean, there was one Venezuelan migrant who fled that country and said that their oil was, in her words, it was stolen 25 years ago. So what do you think may be the best outcome for the people who stayed behind?
Well, the best outcome, the most important outcome is stability. We've seen in other places when foreign countries sort of go and take over that chaos and instability ensued, and that's not good. So stability and security for the population is the most important thing. Secondly, if they're no longer under sanctions, that, economic activity can 8 million left. The 30 million that stayed, they had hyperinflation. There's so many people sunk below the poverty line. It was really quite difficult. So the best thing for the people of Venezuela would be economic and political stability.
If Trump's tariffs from last year have taught us anything, is that economic stability, the stability in the markets, that translates to stability for the population and consumers. Cornelia Meyer, as always, thank you so much for letting us tap into your expertise this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's our pleasure. In the wake of Saturday's American military operation to capture Maduro, congressional leaders, they are calling for a briefing on the operation. A House Armed Services Committee aide tells CNN that a panel is set to potentially hold one of these briefings next week. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio attempted to defend the administration's decision not to notify or seek approval from Congress.
We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days.
Months in the making and just a few hours that it took to execute. That's just how the U.S. military is describing the operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The top U.S. general discussed those details on Saturday. Listen to this.
This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life.
Let's now get you some of the reaction from world leaders as they respond to President Trump's military action in Venezuela. Meanwhile, we're also hearing from Venezuelans living in other parts of the world that are celebrating the operation. Here's a look. World leaders are swiftly reacting to the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer making it clear the UK had no part in it.
I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law.
But there is outrage among many Latin American leaders. Brazilian President Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva said the U.S. attack, quote, crossed an unacceptable line and was a serious affront to Venezuela's sovereignty. Condemnation also coming from the leaders of Colombia, Chile, Cuba, and Mexico. But Argentina's president, a Trump ally, appearing to welcome the capture of the Venezuelan leader, posting on social media that freedom advances. But the developments are being closely tracked around the world.
In today's times, such massive events as today's attacks by American forces have an impact on the entire world. So we shall be responding and preparing ourselves for this new situation.
Russia, a close ally of Venezuela, called the U.S. strikes an act of armed aggression. And China, whose envoy had met with Maduro just hours before his capture, says the U.S. violated international law. But apart from the sharp diplomatic fallout, reaction in many places where Venezuelans are living abroad has been jubilant. Libertad! Libertad! In Madrid, which is one of the largest populations of Venezuelan expats outside of Latin America and the U.S., many people waved Venezuelan flags and cheered Maduro's downfall. And in Florida, some people expressing relief that Maduro was in U.S. custody, saying it may make it possible for them to return home one day.
My reaction is I'm so happy because now Venezuela is free, free.
These are some of the passionate protests on the doorstep of the White House on Saturday. And all of this as some Americans voice their frustration with the prospect of war and bloodshed over oil. In New York, where Maduro is now being held, more demonstrators carrying the message, no war on Venezuela. They were on the streets just hours after President Trump announced the capture of Maduro and his wife. Other protests, they have been reported in cities including Boston, Minneapolis, and in Atlanta. Continue to follow breaking news here on CNN. The U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, says that flights over the Caribbean, that they have now resumed. Earlier, he posted on social media that restrictions expired at midnight Eastern Time. He tells stranded travelers to continue to work with their airlines. And all this comes after hundreds of flights were canceled or delayed due to the U.S. strikes on Venezuela and that operation. JetBlue, it was perhaps the most affected according to the tracking site FlightAware. It canceled 209 flights and delayed another 263 by Saturday afternoon. The airline says that flights to the Dominican Republic and Jamaica, those are unaffected. United Airlines, it is telling passengers that they can rebook for free. And now that Maduro is out of the country, some of his paramilitary groups, they are showing that they are very much still in the picture. On Saturday, a CNN crew spotted civilians armed with assault rifles who belong to pro-government armed groups. They control certain parts of Caracas and played a major role in keeping Maduro in power before his capture. And they also often functioned as law enforcement in some of the more impoverished areas in the country, but the opposition calls them organized crime. They exist even though Venezuela's law bans anyone outside of police and military from carrying weapons. Yet there they are.
Breaking news this hour. Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are now in U.S. custody. And he arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn on Saturday night. You can see this. He's set to face drug and weapons charges in New York in the coming days. Maduro and his wife were captured during a large-scale U.S. military operation early on Saturday morning. U.S. President Donald Trump told reporters that the military could have killed Maduro. This is what he said. Have a listen.
He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is, all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
Venezuelan Vice President Deli Rodriguez has now been declared the acting president. But President Trump says the U.S. will run Venezuela and take control of its massive oil reserves. Our Evan Perez filed this report from outside the detention center where Maduro is being held in New York.
Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia are now in the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn, capping an extraordinary 20 hours or so after they were snatched from their bedroom in Caracas. They were transported to a U.S. military ship off the coast of Venezuela, the Iwo Jima, and then to Guantanamo Bay, where they were put on a plane to New York. Now, that began the process while they were under arrest to face 4 sets of charges from the Justice Department. Those include narco-terrorism and cocaine importation conspiracy. A number of other Venezuelan officials are also named in this indictment that was unsealed by the Justice Department earlier on Saturday. Now, this begins an extraordinary process for the U.S. government. They have the former Venezuelan leader here now in Brooklyn, and it'll probably be a few months of court battles over the legitimacy of these charges. Now, earlier today, there were hundreds of people from the Venezuelan community who turned up outside the Metropolitan Detention Center to cheer on the arrest of the former Venezuelan leader. Even late into the evening, there were several dozen that remained outside the facility. Depending on where Maduro is being held, he might actually be able to hear some of those cheers. Now, we expect that Maduro will next appear in public in federal court in Manhattan to face these charges as soon as Monday. Evan Perez, Brooklyn, New York.
CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller walks us through what Maduro, as well as his wife, could expect during their first couple of days in U.S. detention and what the legal process could look like for the former president and First Lady of Venezuela.
He will be held in one of the men's sections. His wife will be held in one of the women's sections. And they will likely be held in isolation for that first day. These are high-profile prisoners. They are high-security prisoners. So they will likely be held by themselves, alone in a cell, without a cellmate, probably under watch of the Bureau of Prisons constantly. At the arraignment, their lawyers will have the chance to discuss with the judge or the magistrate what their conditions will be for being held. Bail is very unlikely to be an issue here, in that there is no judge in the Southern District who's going to grant bail to someone who's charged with being behind this many resources or this high risk a defendant, or for that matter, his wife. But they may argue that they want him in general population, and then he may be mixing with the likes of P. Diddy and Luigi Mangione. But at least for the first day, it is entirely probable that they will be by themselves, but separate.
Well, as we mentioned, Vice President Deli Rodriguez has now been declared Venezuela's acting president. Here's what President Trump had to say about the U.S. role in Venezuela's transition of power.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. We're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
Well, Mr. Trump has ruled out Venezuelan opposition leader and this year's Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado as having a role in the post-Maduro government.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Let's get more on all of this. Fred Plykin joins me now. And Fred, we'll talk about Maria Corina Machado in just a moment, because that took many people by surprise, of course. Let me start with what we heard from the U.S. president in that lengthy press conference. And some of the statements were quite striking from the U.S. First saying that he will run the country, will run it until a safe, proper and judicious transition. What does that actually mean, we will run it? I mean, are they running the judiciary? Are they running the armed forces? Do we know?
Does it mean boots on the ground? Does it mean American personnel on the ground? Does it mean administrative personnel on the ground? There really is no clue at this point in time what exactly the president meant. And there's certainly several things to unpack there, I think. First of all, from the president's statements, he said safe, proper, and judicious. What he didn't say was democratic.
Correct.
He didn't say that there was going to be elections. Of course, there are some who say that Corina Machado was elected president, and the election was essentially stolen from her. And he's giving her the cold shoulder. It's been quite interesting. One of the things that I've been tracking overnight was there was an interview with Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense with CBS, where he was asked, what exactly does that mean? You guys are going to be running the country. And he really wouldn't give a direct answer to that. He said, look, the president has options. The president is flipping the switch. The president has several things at his disposal. They didn't say whether or not there was going to be... No details. Also, whether or not there was going to be a large American force on the ground, whether or not any other American personnel would be on the ground, who would obviously have to be secured as well. And what we've been seeing since Maduro was ousted or taken from power is that his power center still does seem to have control on the ground. We've seen those Chavistas on the ground with weapons controlling people in the streets of Caracas. We have seen the defense minister in the streets of Caracas. So clearly, the power center that was there before is still there and is still essentially running the country. And if we look at some of the other things that President Trump said, for instance, about Deli Rodriguez, who is now in power, he has said that they're in contact with her already as well. So it's unclear what they meant. What he does seem to mean, though, is that in some way, shape, or form, and this is something that President Trump said, they are going to want to control the oil industry. They're willing to put troops on the ground to secure.
And Delcy is a person for it because she is seen in the eyes of the United States more moderate. Of course, she is a Chavista and a very strong ally, of course, of Maduro, but she's also oil minister. So she's the one that always is the one that is seeing Minister of Petroleum since 2024. She is the one that often sees a lot of international faces, so the face of Venezuela, so she will know exactly how to handle, in many ways, probably not just Secretary Rubio, but also President Trump. I thought it was interesting what you said. There was no democratic, right? Not calling for democracy. In fact, the word democracy did not appear once in President Trump's speech yesterday and statement to the press. So the question then goes, if we look at the current structure that we have, we've got Deli Rodriguez as vice president, we have Pedrino, who's a defense minister, and we have Diosdado Cabello, who is the interior minister. Those two guys are like the henchmen of Nicolas Maduro. They always work behind the shadows. They've got their hands, they're so bloody, their hands. How can the United States, I mean, first of all, does the United States believe, you think, they've got control over them? And do you think they will act? Because yesterday, you heard Deli Rodriguez saying, we're not going to be a colony. We're not going to be colonized. Is this just lip service?
I think that was one of the most interesting statements that we heard. On the one hand, we had President Trump at his press conference saying, look, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has already been in touch with Deli Rodriguez. She's going to be accommodating. And then you had her come out and said, we're not going to be a colony. We demand that Nicolas Maduro be returned. He's still a legitimate president of Venezuela. Those were all very interesting statements. Now, is that just lip service from her? And on the sidelines, is she saying, look, we are going to work with the United States, especially when it comes to the oil? But I think what you're saying about the defense minister and the interior minister, one of the other things is that the interior minister apparently is in one of the indictments that Maduro is in as well for drug trafficking. And on the face of it, and this was the original reason why President Trump said he was putting all this pressure on the Maduro regime and on Venezuela, was drug trafficking. Bombing those drug boats, bombing targets on land. And now all of a sudden, it's unclear whether or not the U.S. is going to leave these people in power and to run the place. And of course, any sort of transition to a different system in Venezuela most probably could not happen with the current leadership in power.
Look, we mentioned just before we came to Maria Corina Machado, to many people, she's been completely forgotten about by this administration, or at least that seems to be the case so far. I spoke to her last year. Have a listen to what she said to me. We've been here before. I mean, you think this time will be different? What are you hearing from those around Maduro, around that power structure?
I believe this is a unique moment for many reasons. First of all, it's not the same regime. The regime is, as I say, weaker. It is evident that there have been many defections. We wouldn't have been able to collect over 85% of the tally sheets that proved our victory if it wasn't for the cooperation of the military that disobeyed the orders not to give them to us. So this is a very different regime, and also, and most importantly, our country, our society. I mean, if we had had a minimum competitive conditions, we would have won by a 90-10 margin. So this is huge, what is happening. I mean, Venezuela coming together, understanding that this is a unique opportunity and that we're not going to let it go.
I mean, Nobel Peace Prize winner dedicated a Nobel Peace Prize to President Trump. President Trump saying yesterday, she's a very nice woman, but lacks the support and respect in the country. It will be very difficult for her to run it. Help us make sense of this, Fred.
Well, I think there's probably two things at play there. On the one hand, she certainly appears to have the political support in the country. And she's probably right that if there was a free and fair election where all competitive things were on the same level, she would probably win by a landslide. But then, of course, the United States probably right now is also looking at what would it take to dismantle the current power structure? What would that mean for Venezuela? Also, what would that mean in terms of some of the armed groups that are on the ground in Venezuela as well? Because we have to keep in mind that especially over the past couple of months, as the pressure from the United States has been mounting, Maduro has been relying more and more, for instance, on the Chavistas on the ground to keep him in power. And even now, we're hearing from people on the ground that people are not going out, even those who do want to celebrate all of this, because they are scared that the current power structure is still in place. So Is the Trump administration shying away from possible nation building? One of those key words that obviously we've had in the past to try and get this done as fast as possible. I think there's also domestic concerns in the United States as well. Because one thing that we have to keep in mind is that there are also a lot of conservative Trump supportters who feel that this has gone too far, who are still very much hurt and pained by what happened in Iraq and the aftermath of that, and are saying, look, we don't really need any foreign adventures.
Iraq and Afghanistan, really all cautionary tales. Thank you very much, Perp. And we'll stay and talk to Fred the next hour or so. And still to come right here on the show. Venezuelans here in their capital, that is Caracas, protesting the U.S. capture of their leader, Nicolas Maduro. Some of them are reacting to President Trump's statement that the U.S. would be running Venezuela.
What does he mean by that? Well, I don't know what he means. What kind of control will he have? How will he have control? Where are the people who are going to control that? I think we're all in the same position, waiting to find out what the truth is.
Honestly, no. Honestly, no. I don't know what power he has to take control of Venezuela, of Venezuelans, but we're waiting to see what's going to happen regarding that. But I don't agree with another president, someone from outside of Venezuela, taking control of us Venezuelans.
Elsewhere, there was celebration over President Maduro's capture. You see there, Madrid. I'll have more on how the Venezuelan diaspora is reacting a little later in the program this hour. While Donald Trump is putting his Colombian counterpart on notice, crudely telling him to watch his backside. Trump noted that Colombia produces cocaine and sends it to the U.S., apparently implying Colombia could be next. The president spoke after President Gustavo Petro said he was not concerned about possible fallout from Maduro's capture. Well, I interviewed the Colombian leader a few weeks ago about what Trump really wants in Venezuela, and as you're about to see, he didn't mince his words. We know President Trump is transactional. You're saying he's going after Venezuela's oil. If that is the case, do you think the United States will attack, will strike inside of Venezuela?
Oh, they're going to get the oil for next to nothing. Because that's what the anecdotal evidence suggests. Trump isn't negotiating with Maduro on drug issues because he's not a fool. You only have to look at the figures. Only about 4% of Colombia's drug production, cocaine production, because we don't produce much else, goes through Venezuela. Just the margin, yes. Most of it is going out through the Pacific Ocean, most of it. So negotiations over oil? I think that's Trump's logic. He's not thinking about the democratization of Venezuela, let alone drug trafficking.
President Petro speaking to me in November. Well, my next guest is an American citizen who was held hostage by Nicolas Maduro for 5 years. His book, 1,775 Days in Captivity, describes what he went through during that time. Jorge Toledo was a member of the so-called Citgo 6, petroleum executives whom the U.S. considered wrongfully detained. He joins me now live from Austin in Texas. Jorge, wonderful to see you again. It's been a while since you and I spoke. You were released, of course, from captivity. Indeed. You were there for many, many days, that we just told 1,775 days to be exact. Can I just first, Jorge, get your reaction to those images of seeing Maduro captured and in handcuffs in the U.S.? What does this mean to you, Jorge?
Well, it's a couple of things came into my mind. The first one is, the cause and effect. So this individual caused a lot of suffering to an entire country and citizens from other places like myself. But in the other side, I recall my first day in prison and how I felt. And I thought, now you're on the other side of the fence. So now you know how it feels to be, in that situation. So, but in summary, for me, it's cause and effect.
And Jorge, viewers might not know this, you were held in the notorious helicoid prison. You face physical, you face psychological torture. This is something you write about in your book. Speak, first of all, to what you went through, because this tells us what the Maduro regime is really capable of, right? I know the regime has committed many atrocities, even facing accusations of crime against humanity. Speak to what you went through and some of your colleagues of Citgo 6.
Well, as you said, and as I wrote, I documented in my book, I went through a physical and psychological torture in not only at El Helicoide, also in a DGCIM, which is the maximum security military prison that I spent 50% of my time. Honestly, I never thought that that kind of evil exists in humankind. Something that I noticed also was the influence of Cubans, Iranians, and their methodologies of torture. This is something that was openly discussed within the prison, not only within the prisoners, also the guards mentioned this. So I am very concerned, by the way, for the whereabouts of the political prisoners, people that I met in prison that are still in prison in Venezuela because of the risk of retaliation. So their life is in jeopardy.
Yeah, there's a huge concern and so many questions right now about what this current structure that is in place in Venezuela, because while Maduro, Jorge, is out, those who operate in the shadows, and you know them well, Diosdado Cabello, Vladimir Padrino, the Interior and Defense Minister, they're still in power. Do you believe that this is the end of Chavismo? Because President Trump says they're going to run the country. Do you believe that Deli Rodriguez, her brother, and the others have handed over the controls, you think, to President Trump?
Well, I think that if they want to implement democracy in the country, they need to, remove not only Maduro, also his entourage. So, because we're not talking about a government or ideology, we're talking about a bunch of criminals abducting an entire country. So. It's Maduro is the head, but there's an architecture that was built during the past more than 26 or 30 years ago. So it's complex. But I'm sure that what I have my lecture on President Trump's words is he discloses very few information. But it's obvious that they have a plan on what is next, and they are executing that plan.
Well, let's hope they do. But you're right about the structure. It's a whole criminal enterprise, that's for sure. And while I have you here, because we are running out of time, Jorge, you were a former Citgo, a petroleum executive. When the president, and we heard them say this yesterday, when the president says, Jorge, that the U.S. will take control of Venezuela's oil reserves, what do you make that to mean? I mean, there are plenty of questions, first of all, and we won't get into this with you. It's not area of expertise about the legality of this. But from an industry perspective, speak to how challenging that might be, because under Maduro and Chavez, the whole infrastructure has been completely mismanaged and ruined.
Well, it's again, it's a very little information on a huge and complex issue. So you have inactive oil wells that need to be restarted, and sometimes to restart an oil well is more expensive than drill a new one. So this takes time. The value chain of the oil business is extensive. So you have oil production, you also have the refineries. So, but I think the point is the Venezuelan crude oil hasn't been present in the United States since before I was detained in Venezuela. So the other barrels replaced the Venezuelan barrels in the Gulf Coast. the Venezuelan barrels were going mainly to China, to Pacific at very high discounts. So I think what the short-term strategy from the U.S. government would be, blocking that oil flow that goes to China. So that is, I think, more geopolitical perspective on the value chain of the oil business.
Jorge, really appreciate you being with us.
President Trump's order for U.S. forces to capture Nicolas Maduro was the culmination of a months-long pressure campaign on Venezuela and is really one of the most consequential moments of either of his two presidencies. Now, when we were over at Mar-a-Lago on Saturday for the president's press conference, it was striking how much detail was revealed about what went into the planning for this operation. You know, months and months of CIA work on the ground in Caracas to track Maduro's locations, to track his rhythms, to ensure that this raid went off seamlessly, sort of a minute-by-minute accounting of the raid as it was happening on the ground there in Venezuela, and then a description of how the forces found Maduro in his home and captured him as he was fleeing to his safe room. So a lot of details there. What we did not hear much from the president on is what he envisions happening next. When he says that the U.S. will, quote, run Venezuela going forward, the president offering not a lot of detail about what precisely he has in mind for what amounts to a temporary protectorate in a country of 30 million people. That's 1.5 times the size of Texas, and where the U.S. has no official presence. The U.S. hasn't had an open embassy in Venezuela since 2019. The president was pressed again and again by reporters about what exactly he was envisioning happening on the ground there. Listen to what he said.
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
President, will you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people. It's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back.
Now, I also pressed the president about what he thinks about a prolonged American military presence on the ground in Venezuela, and he didn't answer that explicitly. He said he wasn't afraid of boots on the ground, but when I asked whether that meant sort of a prolonged presence for U.S. forces, he pivoted almost immediately to discussing Venezuela's oil. You know, that has been a preoccupation of the president's for quite some time. Venezuela, of course, sitting on the world's largest proven oil reserves. And so I think, taken all together, certainly a dramatic day, a successful raid militarily by the U.S., but one that raises a whole host of questions that the president didn't necessarily have answers for, at least on Saturday. Kevin Liptak, CNN, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Well, some U.S. lawmakers are demanding to know why they were notified prior to the Maduro operation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Donald Trump weighed in, the president blaming Congress for being untrustworthy.
It's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Mr. President, one of the only people who watched this live.
Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew.
Mr. President,
Congress will leak, and we don't want to leak.
Well, earlier, CNN's Erica Hill asked Democratic Congressman Jill Soneras about the president's allegation.
Congress is not the problem. The House Armed Services problem is not the problem with leaks. Their own Secretary of Defense in the Trump administration is the one who has leaked information out to the public, who is told about operations that had happened in the past. That's where the leaks come from. They have a responsibility to notify Congress what is going to happen. And pretty much the Secretary of State lied to the House of Representatives when he came and told us that they would not seek military action without the approval of Congress. And that's exactly what they did.
Nicolas Maduro and his wife are being held in detention. U.S. Drug Enforcement agents, they transferred the couple to the U.S. after being captured in a large-scale U.S. military operation. He arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn Saturday night. He's set to face drugs and weapons charges in New York in the coming days. President Trump told reporters that troops could have killed Maduro during the operation.
He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
The White House also released these photos showing President Trump and members of his national security team watching the operation as it played out early Saturday. He says that the U.S. will, quote, run the country for now and take control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves. Well, more on that a little later in the broadcast. The president also said that he could put troops on the ground to help secure said oil. Venezuela's Supreme Court ordered Vice President Deli Rodriguez to assume the duties of acting president in Venezuela after Maduro was captured. She's calling on the U.S. to release Maduro and his wife.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the only president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
President Trump said at a news conference that Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with Rodriguez and added that she said, quote, we're going to do whatever you need. CNN's Evan Perez filed this report from outside the detention center where Maduro is currently being held.
Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia are now in the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn, capping an extraordinary 20 hours or so after they were snatched from their bedroom in Caracas. They were transported to a U.S. military ship off the coast of Venezuela, the Iwo Jima, and then to Guantanamo Bay, where they were put on a plane to New York. Now, that began the process while they were under arrest to face 4 sets of charges from the Justice Department. Those include narco-terrorism and cocaine importation conspiracy. A number of other Venezuelan officials are also named in this indictment that was unsealed by the Justice Department earlier on Saturday. Now, this begins an extraordinary process for the U.S. government. They have the former Venezuelan leader here now in Brooklyn, and it'll probably be a few months of court battles over the legitimacy of these charges. Now, earlier today, there were hundreds of people from the Venezuelan community who turned up outside the Metropolitan Detention Center to cheer on the arrest of the former Venezuelan leader. Even late into the evening, there were several dozen that remained outside the facility. Depending on where Maduro is being held, he might actually be able to hear some of those cheers. Now, we expect that Maduro will next appear in public in federal court in Manhattan to face these charges as soon as Monday. Evan Perez, Brooklyn, New York.
As we mentioned, Vice President Deli Rodriguez has now been declared Venezuela's acting president. U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Saturday that she was being sworn in. One Caracas resident told CNN Rodriguez is, quote, a terrifying figure of the government in charge of the most oppressive tactics used against Venezuela's citizens. Here's what President Trump had to say about the U.S.'s role in Venezuela's transition to power.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about.
CNN's Julia Benbrook has more from Washington now.
There are still a lot of questions here, but I want to take a step back and look at what we have heard from the White House directly. Following reports of explosions in Venezuela, President Donald Trump took to social media, his True Social platform, to confirm the United States was behind this large-scale attack against Venezuela and its leader, Nicolas Maduro. He also, at that time, made the stunning reveal that Maduro and his wife had been captured and removed from the country. Trump can be seen in photos released by the White House watching this complex operation take place. He monitored this from his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. That's where he's been spending the holiday. That's also where he spoke with reporters about this. He praised the operation, saying that it was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. Now, he also said that the United States would, quote, run the country until a judicious transition can happen. Trump has not ruled out boots on the ground, saying that he is not afraid of it if he believes that it's necessary. During that press conference, he was pressed on if he had spoken with Venezuela's opposition leader and the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado. He was also pressed in a follow-up question about her potential ability to lead. I want you to listen to some of that back and forth.
Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Now, Trump has said that the United States is working with Venezuela's Vice President, Deli Rodriguez, but she has demanded Maduro's immediate release and has insisted he is the country's legitimate leader. Julia Benbrook, CNN, Washington.
Let's go now to CNN Senior National Security Analyst Juliette Kayyem. Juliette, thank you so much for taking some time to join us after what's been just an incredible 24 hours. I know you've been following closely.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course, it's our pleasure. So the Trump administration seems to frame this detention of a head of state on foreign soil as a law enforcement operation targeting an indicted individual. In your opinion, do you think that that gave the administration more room to operate? Or do you think that the operation may have been on shaky legal ground?
So I think that we need to, at least now, 20 hours later, sort of separate the precision of the capture, which I think was precise, was successful, with what we're now seeing, which is, I think, the vagaries of the justification or any plans on day two. We've spent, as you're reporting and the lead up of our reporters just show, a lot of time trying to assess what was the purpose of this capture, because the president went from everything from leadership change to regime change to oil to this law enforcement effort that you discuss. On the legal front, of course, there is an indictment against Maduro. The indictment does not discuss the things that President Trump seems to be focused on, which is, of course, fentanyl. But most legal analysts in international law are unanimous in saying that this is not justified under international law, that the mere disagreement with a foreign leader does not justify this kind of arrest and, of course, capture, of which the Venezuelans are calling essentially an abduction or hostage taking.
And in listening to President Trump on Saturday afternoon, Juliette, it didn't seem that there was a real plan in place. I thought that there was really some substance that was missing there. So considering that, what questions would you pose to the Trump administration about just how it went about in detaining Maduro and what it sees as Venezuela's future?
Yeah, I think that's just an important distinction. We tend to get focused, at least in the news, on the sort of power and shock and awe of the military action. You can applaud that and say that was a good capture, and but then question what now. I think the president was exceptionally confusing. I'll just be honest with you. If you're a Venezuelan, let alone a foreign country, let alone Americans, it was completely unclear what was the imminent threat and what is the plan on Sunday? Is it just leadership change, which seems to be the case right now? You have the basic contours of the same leadership still in place. Is it about regime change? Well, Trump hinted at that when he said that the United States would be in control of Venezuela, something that didn't make a lot of sense given that the Defense Department had said that they had basically exited. Or is it about something different? Democracy, possibly oil, definitely. The president said that. That hodgepodge of explanations is confusing. It suggests there was no imminent reason for doing this. But most importantly, it shows that the president never really made the case to the American public, let alone the international community. I think that's probably why tonight he's already distracted, if you follow his feed, from the efforts in Venezuela and back to domestic politics and antagonizing his political opponents rather than a focus on what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, it didn't make their case to not just the public, but to Congress as well, as we continue to see that chorus of critics, especially among Democrats, that are calling on the administration to really explain not just what led up to the operation, but to your earlier point, what its plan is long term. So let's just finally just talk broader about what we can expect in the region. I mean, what kind of instability could we maybe see in Venezuela and beyond?
I put it into 4 different buckets. I think there's the short term, which is going to be sort of the travel issues that you're seeing, travel restrictions for Americans and others. That's not new. It's just something that Americans should be aware of. I think the second is just sort of continuity of operations. The question of who is in charge also goes to who is in charge of ensuring that Venezuelans' lives are not disrupted by this, or continuity of operations continuing. I think I worry less a little bit about geopolitical stability at this stage because we simply don't know what's going to happen. But if things go bad in Venezuela, you could get migration and other pressures on surrounding countries, which would then destabilize not only South America, but of course, Central America and then Mexico and the United States. I finally think that we need to really look at supply chain issues as regards oil and other commodities that are transported. I work a lot in the business community. They're certainly focused on that. So as I'm looking at the sort of politics of what's happening in Venezuela, or what promises or confusion is emanating out of the White House right now, you're also looking at a geopolitical structure that is as confused, is quite confused, and looking at the risk variables that might impact them in the days and weeks to come.
And as its successor to Venezuela's Hugo Chavez, Nicolas Maduro tightened his grip on the country for more than a decade, surviving international sanctions, political unrest, and multiple challenges to his rule. Well, that is until now. See some of this footage that was released by the White House of what the White House is describing or calling Maduro's perp walk at the DEA headquarters in New York. Maduro and his wife sit in U.S. custody following their capture and extradition on Saturday. CNN's Rafael Romo takes a closer look at the Venezuelan president's political reign.
2 men have governed Venezuela in the last 25 years. Hugo Chavez, who described his style of governing as 21st century socialism and died in 2013, handpicked Nicolas Maduro as his successor, who narrowly won an election that year. During the nearly 13 years that Nicolas Maduro had been in power, Venezuela lost 72% of its economy. An estimated 8 million Venezuelans have voted with their feet by migrating to other countries, including the United States. Maduro's politics have been a mix of anti-imperialist and anti-U.S. narrative. As Venezuela's leader and the country's power broker, he's been the face of Chavismo, a left-wing populism held over from the Chavez era. Other figures are part of this confederation of power, including Diosdado Cabello, the interior minister, and Vladimir Padrino, the defense minister. Will they and others be able to keep alive the system which enriched a lucky few at the expense of the populace? There's almost no independent media left, and those in power ignore the press or plainly refuse to answer any questions from journalists, as we found out in 2016 when we tried for months to interview Deli Rodriguez, who, as vice president now, is constitutionally entitled to be sworn in as president in Maduro's absence.
Canciller, ¿qué dice de las alegaciones de que se venden?
Rodriguez finally reappeared Saturday afternoon, asserting that Nicolas Maduro is, quote, the only president of Venezuela, surrounded by her brother, Jorge Rodriguez, the president of the Venezuelan National Assembly, and Diosdado Cabello, the interior minister, and several military leaders. The vice president said that Venezuela, quote, will never be a colony again. The last time Venezuela had a crisis of this magnitude was an uprising in 2019. We now know that the U.S. attack targeted at least 2 airports and a port, as well as Fort Tuna, a major Venezuelan military installation. Rafael Romo, CNN, Atlanta.
And joining me now to unpack Maduro's political standing is Will Freeman. He's fellow for Latin American Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Well, it's great to have you on the program.
Thanks for having me.
So what are Maduro loyalists in Venezuela's government doing right now to respond to their leader's capture? I mean, do you see the detained Venezuelan leader's influence still playing a role in Caracas?
You know, I think a number of Maduro regime insiders, they felt that they need to pay lip service to defending him. You know, they've said this is unacceptable. They've said that they'll resist U.S. aggression. But what do we see them doing in practice? I mean, today you had Deli Rodriguez, his vice president, quickly sworn in as the new interim president. And you had a press conference where she was flanked by all the top members of the Maduro regime hierarchy. You had the defense minister, head of the military, visit her even before that. So to me, what it looked like was basically all the remaining players banding together and, you know, I think communicating without exactly explicitly saying it. We either survive together or we sink alone. And pretty willing and able to move on without Maduro. I mean, that's how I'm reading things. Obviously, a lot's still uncertain, but I see here an authoritarian regime which is reconfiguring itself, which wants to survive, which probably wants to cut deals with the Trump administration, and wants to avoid, above everything, being pushed by the Trump administration towards some kind of negotiated democratic transition.
Fascinating. How do you see those potential conversations playing out between the remaining members of the regime and the White House?
Well, a lot is going to depend on dynamics within the White House itself. So I think you have Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, obviously deeply personally committed to a transition here. I think that's why he's been pursuing this for the better part of his career. He very much sees Venezuela linked to Cuba and believes that if there's a transition in Venezuela, you'll also see one in Cuba, a longtime goal of his. So I think that for him, he'll push hard for this. What does President Trump want? That's more of a mystery. You know, today at the press conference he held, he said that there would be elections quickly, but he didn't specify an exact timeline. And he also seemed pretty open to working with Deli Rodriguez, that vice president who's just now become the interim president in Venezuela and who's part of the Maduro regime structure. In fact, Trump put much more emphasis on oil, on getting bigger stakes for U.S. companies in the country. Could he do that with a reconfigured Maduro regime minus Maduro? I think he could, and Trump may realize that. And, you know, whether or not he may try seriously to get a transition, he may not. If it gets difficult, if the process gets stuck, he may simply, you know, be pragmatic here, practice some realpolitik and work with the people in place. I mean, unfortunately, I could really see that happening, in which case, you know, you'd have to really do a tough benefit cost analysis here where you've had, you know, over 100 people killed in the region. You've had U.S. personnel put at risk, you know, a lot of U.S. taxpayer money spent. And in the end, what do you end up with? Potentially just a slightly different looking authoritarian regime doing a few more business deals with the U.S. You know, you'd have to really ask yourself, was that worth it?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned acting President Deli Rodriguez. President Trump said that his Secretary of State, that he spoke to her, that she reportedly told Marco Rubio, we're going to do whatever you need. But then also we heard from her and her description saying that the detention of a president, the extraction of a president, that it was a violation of international law, and even demanded that he be returned immediately. Can you just, you know, with your expertise, help us understand these two different narratives?
Well, you know, I think let's look at how this operation occurred, right? You had dozens of U.S. aircraft flying at low altitudes into Caracas, not receiving anti-aircraft fire really to speak of. doing this tactical masterstroke. To me, there's a chance that this was just, you could chalk this up to the professionalism of the U.S. military. What I really think it points to is that there was someone on the inside, possibly many people on the inside, colluding or cooperating with the U.S. government to hand over Maduro, right? And so I think right now everyone remaining in Venezuela doesn't want to be seen as that person, right, to the other regime insiders. They want to be seen as the loyalist who would have gone down, shooting would have gone down with the ship. And so, I think everyone is going to be copying that language of Deli Rodriguez, and that's what we've seen so far. They're all going to be saying, no, I would have stood with Maduro to the end. But clearly, I think pretty clearly, someone sold him out. So we're going to keep seeing that doublespeak. I think even as likely the Deli Rodriguez government starts to do deals with the Trump administration, we're going to still see them, making appeals to sovereignty, to resisting the U.S. But that's not going to be, what's more important is that we watch what they do in practice.
Yeah, it's likely that there is a CIA presence within Venezuela, as we learned when Trump allowed them, or at least gave them the green light to launch any covert options. I have a few seconds with you. What do you believe Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader's next move, may be? Again, just a few seconds with you.
Unfortunately, she looks like the biggest loser today, right? So President Trump, more or less, just discarding her as a real possibility for leading the country. Now, look, I think that there is some rationale behind that. Maria Corina Machado said 20% of the armed forces in Venezuela have to go. That's very ambitious for getting a transition. That rarely happens in countries moving towards a democracy. So what could she do? I mean, I think she could try to keep the opposition united. She can contribute to this pressure for the Trump administration not to cut a dirty deal with a reconfigured dictatorship in Venezuela, but actually to push for democracy. And she can continue being a voice of moral clarity for that opposition and for the Venezuelan people. So, I think she likely will continue playing that role. The question is, will it be enough to sway President Trump?
Yeah, that she lacks support, an inaccurate claim from the commander-in-chief during that press conference. Will Freeman, I really appreciate your time and your expertise. Coverage just hours after Nicolas Maduro was transported to the United States. The Trump administration has posted this video of what it calls Nicolas Maduro's perp walk. You see the ousted Venezuelan president being escorted, his hands in handcuffs, inside the Drug Enforcement Office here in New York City. And Maduro was processed and fingerprinted there. He wishes some of the people in the room a happy new year, as you see in the footage. And in the wake of Saturday's American military operation to capture Nicolas Maduro, congressional leaders, they are calling for a briefing on the operation. A House Armed Services Committee aide telling CNN that the panel is in the process of planning a briefing for next week, possibly. The operation has received praise from some Republicans and near universal condemnation from some Democrats.
It is an important day for the American people. It is a crucial day for the entire hemisphere. And it is the one thing that all of us have all been saying. We've all been saying, and you've heard me say this time and time again, that the solution, the real solution for the Venezuelan people was total, absolute democracy and freedom returning to Venezuela. And because of President Trump and the United States Armed Forces, that day has already begun.
Blood for oil. I've been saying it for weeks. This is blood for oil. It's got nothing to do with narco trafficking. The drugs are mostly going to Europe, and cocaine is not the drug that is killing Americans. That's fentanyl coming from China. This has always been about the fact that Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves, 300 billion barrels offshore. Chevron has the contract and the Treasury Department's permission to exploit those oil reserves. And this president is making good on his campaign promise to the U.S. oil majors when he told them that if they gave him $1 billion, he would hook them up. Well, he's hooking them up.
Joining us now with more on the political impacts of Maduro's capture is CNN senior political analyst and Bloomberg opinion columnist Ron Brownstein. He joins us from Los Angeles. Thank you so much for staying up late for us, Ron. Great to see you.
Good evening. Yeah.
So as you just saw some of the response from both sides of the aisle, and it's not just from some of the Democratic members of the House caucus, but let me just put up what Marjorie Taylor Greene has posted recently in response to this. The Congresswoman writing, if U.S. military action and regime change in Venezuela was really about saving American lives from deadly drugs, then why hasn't the Trump administration taken action against Mexican cartels? And of course, her post goes on there. What is your opinion, though, on American sentiment right now when it comes to what we just witnessed 24 hours ago? Do you think that the American public, that American voters in a midterm year want to see the U.S. run another country, even if it's temporary?
Yeah, well, the polling on this was pretty consistent
beforehand that 60 to 70% of Americans were saying in polls that they opposed military action in Venezuela. Now, I suspect that once the action has already happened, that number will diminish somewhat and you'll get somewhat more support for it. But I would be very surprised if it was anything more than 50-50 at best. And if you kind of look a little over the horizon, I think, as you see in the Marjorie Taylor Greene statement, I gives you a good indication of why I believe the downside risk of this over time politically is much higher than the possible upside gain. I mean, if it all goes well, what the president will achieve is something that I don't think is going to matter much to a lot of Americans, which is greater access to Venezuelan oil for American oil and multinational oil companies. If it goes badly and you are involved in a sustained military action, much less kind of urban guerrilla resistance in a country that most Americans did not think was worthy of military action, then you could be looking at some very serious political consequences of the kind that George Bush suffered in his second term.
But there's also no denying just the dramatic nature of how everything has played out. I mean, just 24 hours ago, I was on air, we were talking about reports of a few explosions. Here we are 24 hours later, and you have the ousted Venezuelan leader bedding down in a Brooklyn cell. Do you see maybe a potential for Donald Trump's approval ratings to experience maybe a second wind? And if so, do you think that would actually be sustainable, though?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, historically there was, we talked about the public rallying around the flag whenever troops are committed. I mean, that really has attenuated in the past 20, 30 years as our politics have become more polarized. But, it is possible that there will be some immediate effect like that in the wake of a successful short-term military action. The two big constraints are, we really don't know exactly what the Trump administration has in mind when it says it is going to run the country, unless they believe that the successor government in Venezuela is simply going to kind of buckle under their pressure and do what they want and give concessions to American oil companies and cut off relations with Cuba, essentially at the point of a spear. Unless that happens, the alternatives are we don't get what what he's promising today, or we have to use force to do it. And, I think both of those are difficult political options. And then the larger overwhelming truth is that we just see month after month from the American people, their primary concern is their cost of living. Just nothing else seems to intrude on that. And I think that will certainly remain true. This military action is not something that's going to change that basic dynamic.
But look, ultimately, he also has to face Congress. Listen to what Democratic Representative Seth Moulton told CNN on Saturday. He sits on the House Armed Services Committee, as you know. He criticized the administration's handling of Venezuela, saying that essentially it lied to lawmakers.
When we had briefings on Venezuela, we asked, are you going to invade the country? We were told no. Do you plan to put troops on the ground in Venezuela? We were told no. Do you intend regime change in Venezuela? We were told no. So in a sense, we have been briefed. We've just been completely lied to.
So I have a few seconds to answer two questions here from you. Does it look like the Trump administration lied to not just Congress and the American public? And what leverage does Congress have to try to get more answers from the White House?
Well, I'm not sure the Republican majority wants more answers. I mean, I think they are going to rally around the president. Democrats certainly feel that they were lied to. You and I were not in those closed briefings. We don't know exactly what was said, but by all indications, they didn't. They kind of pushed away from the argument that they were seeking regime change. And by the way, this is why this is another one of the reasons why the rally around the flag kind of dynamic that characterized earlier, at least the initial stages of military operations in earlier generations has attenuated, because it is, even in the way the administration deals with the opposition party in Congress is adversarial on this. And there's kind of less of a buy-in for the whole country. I mean, this is, as on domestic issues, they're not really looking to build any kind of engagement or investment among Democrats. They just kind of view it as a nuisance. And, so you get what you get, which is a highly partisan reaction, not only in the Congress, but in the country. And that, I think, will limit the ultimate audience for what they are doing, especially if they have to use any kind of follow-on manifestation of American military force, any kind of sustained engagement. I'd be really surprised, Paulo, if Donald Trump has the stomach for that. I mean, there's, you know, he probably didn't oppose the Iraq War originally, as he claimed in 2016, but he certainly came to see nation building as kind of a fool's errand, both substantively and politically. And so it will be fascinating to see if he really is willing to commit American troops on the ground in some kind of ongoing basis. There's really been no indication that he has the inclination for anything like that.
Let's not forget, we have an election coming up soon. Ron Brownstein, it's always a pleasure to get to speak to you. Venezuelans in South Florida, they're celebrating news of Nicolas Maduro's capture. These images actually coming from Doral, Florida, home to more Venezuelan immigrants than any other single place in the United States. Many are hoping that the Trump administration's actions will spark the change in Venezuela that they have been waiting decades to see. And those celebrations, they are not just happening in the U.S. Many Venezuelans around the world are happy, excited that Nicolas Maduro has been removed from power. CNN's Rafael Romo brings us some of those pictures.
Chants, joy, and tears at the heart of Madrid.
This is excitement, happiness, and hope.
Singing, dancing, and holding up their flag in South America. Venezuelans around the world have been celebrating President Nicolas Maduro's capture. Crowds gather at Doral in Florida, home to one of the largest Venezuelan communities in the U.S. Closer to home in Cúcuta, which straddles the border, this man says, "We are going to be free."
I'm happy. I don't know about the other people. My mom and my dad are happy too.
Nearly 7.9 million Venezuelans have fled Maduro's regime, according to UN figures. More than 6 million sought refuge in Latin America. Colombia is home to 2.8 million migrants, while Peru has welcomed more than 1.6 million. In Lima, many of them were up all night trying to reach their relatives.
I heard around 2 a.m. My son and my mother called me. They were crying and confused about what was happening, and all we did was to pray so they will be okay.
Hope and joy. After years of being abroad, it is a day they won't forget. Rafael Romo, CNN.
Joining me now from New York City is Nurka Melendez. She's the co-founder of Venezuelans and Immigrants Aid, a group here in New York that helps Venezuelan asylum seekers. Nurka, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Paulo, for the invitation and for having me.
So, Nurka, is there any sense that Maduro may be gone, but these traces of his regime, that they remain back in Caracas?
Oh yes, I mean what happened today is just we are seeing justice that is happening now with Maduro, but we know there is still the Chavez system still remaining in our country. So we are hoping that for those who are still in the country trying to keep in power, have the same future that the justice found in Maduro.
I want to show our viewers around the world some of these remarkable pictures that the White House has released where we see Maduro on U.S. soil in handcuffs. He's flanked by DEA agents. We're seeing him right now, and I'm sure you've had a chance to see some of these images. When you did see them, as somebody who is living essentially in exile in the United States and not able to return home, what went through your mind when you saw Maduro like this?
It's like a roller coaster. It's many emotions at the same time. There is still persecution. There is still political prisoners. In my country, there is still people feeling fears. There is still not the possibility for us to going back to our country, but yet it's at least a light at the end of the tunnel that keeps us the hope. And what I really see behind that picture is the justice that we are, in need of seeing to start or build again our country. So that was my first reaction, that justice that I feel is coming and is getting closer to us as a Venezuelan people outside our country.
President Trump said on Saturday that the U.S. will, as he put it, will run Venezuela until a safe transition can happen. Given the U.S.'s troubled history of intervention, how much confidence do you have in the U.S.'s ability to get your country back on course? We heard from a former ambassador say that doing that, it will be a complicated task. I think that's an understatement.
Yes, it is a complicated even topic for me to digest because it's too many, political matters in between. What I see beyond that is the humanity behind this. It's just human beings, aiming for freedom. And that is what I see right now. Just hoping that the representation for our political people might be, the best fit in order to Venezuelans be the ones who can just decide the future of our country. But now, what I see, even in that scenario, is just the help that we were seeking and hoping that everything is just getting back into place. Our country is in a mess. We lost our country, and now getting pieces into place, I know it's going to be a really complicated task. And again, for us, it's just the beginning, probably the beginning of the end, or the end of that beginning that we saw almost 3 decades back in our history. And I don't feel like creating expectations and guessing the future, but what we see is just a fact, and I'm hoping that is going to result in a better future for everything. Starting for building again a country that will last almost 3 decades.
Nicolas, as you and nearly 8 million of your fellow Venezuelans who have left home in the last decade observe closely what will happen next, I'm curious, I wonder if we can close with what your vision is of what you see as the future of your country.
It's almost 3 decades, as I said before. It's not an easy solution, like a right away. I know this will take a lot, even in our mind, as a civil society, to escape, get rid of our own fears. It's going to be a really complicated task. And as you can tell now, it's too many pieces that we have to put again together. We have to remind us as a civil society what is to have again independent institution, starting from that, and then as a citizens of Venezuela to regain that confidence that we don't need to rely on waiting for a regime to decide what is going to be next for us, but decide for ourselves about our own future. You see, it's many things that we have to digest against as a civil society, as a citizen of our country, starting for, okay, we have again a country, let's build it together. So it's so many tasks, it's quite complicated for me because there are many emotions coming to my mind. But even having the hope that you can go back to your country, even for visiting, as I said to you in a private conversation before, it's just, wow, like a light and a human right that we even forget what is that feeling. So, it's digesting all these things again, and we have hopes. Absolutely. That is the thing that first came to my mind regarding all the events that happening in such a short time, and that is hope, and of course the commit as a citizen to be a part of this such a task that we have in front of us.
Nicolas Melendez, thank you so much for continuing to share your story. These are some of the passionate protests on the doorstep of the White House on Saturday. This as Americans voiced their frustration with the prospect of war and bloodshed over the oil in Venezuela. Also in New York, more demonstrators carrying the message, no war on Venezuela. They were on the streets just hours after President Trump announced the capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. And then, of course, the impact of people inside of Venezuela. There's long lines for shoppers. They're waiting to check out at this supermarket in Caracas. Venezuelans are coming to grips with a new and uncertain reality with their leader captured by the United States and President Trump promising to run their country. Some businesses, including pharmacies, grocery stores, and gas stations, they simply decided to just remain closed.
Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife now on U.S. soil after the two were captured in a large-scale U.S. military operation. Maduro arriving at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn in just the last hour, where he's set to face drug and weapons charges in New York this week. U.S. President Donald Trump says the U.S. will, quote, run the country for now and take control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves.
To run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about.
The White House releasing these photos, which show President Trump there and members of his national security team watching the operation unfold in the early hours Saturday. The president said he is open to putting U.S. troops on the ground to help secure Venezuela's oil. Meantime, in a new indictment, prosecutors accused Maduro of running state-sponsored gangs and facilitating drug trafficking over a number of years. President Trump telling reporters the U.S. is working with Venezuelan Vice President Deli Rodriguez, who has been calling for Maduro's release.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the only president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
CNN's Evan Perez is outside the detention center where Maduro is being held. So just bring us up to speed at this point, Evan, in terms of what is happening inside the detention center and what is next for Maduro.
Yeah, Erica, it's been a remarkable 20 hours or so in the life of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia. They were brought here in the last hour to the Metropolitan Detention Center here on the Brooklyn waterfront, about 20 hours or so after they were snatched from their bedroom in Caracas. And, the process, the logistics of getting them here is nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, they were brought first to to a military ship off the coast of Venezuela, the Iwo Jima. From there, they were transferred to Guantanamo Bay, the U.S. facility there, and then put on a plane to New York. And they were processed in downtown Manhattan at the DEA facility, the DEA field office there. And then they were helicoptered over here to Brooklyn, where he is now sitting a prisoner of the United States. Now, where we are here on the Brooklyn waterfront, just until a short while ago, there were a few hundred people, mostly from the Venezuelan community, who had gathered here very cheering, very loudly at the prospect, at the arrival of the former Venezuelan president. There's still quite a few of them who are still standing here at this hour, but certainly, inside this facility, which has a fairly notorious reputation. It is known to be a very cold place. There's problems with rat infestation. It's not a very nice place, so it's quite a change for the Venezuelan president, who is now in here. Now, this begins the process in the U.S. justice system for the former president and his wife. They are facing 4 sets of charges, including narco-terrorism and cocaine importation conspiracy. There are a number of other Venezuelan officials who are on this indictment that was unsealed by the Justice Department earlier today. And we expect that we will next see Maduro and his wife in federal court in Manhattan on Monday. That's when the federal charges will be officially read to them, and perhaps we'll have an arraignment proceeding where we may hear whether they have a plea or not. Again, we don't know yet from the court whether how this will go down on Monday, but that will begin what will be probably several months and perhaps more than a year of legal proceedings. We expect that the former Venezuelan president is going to make a defense, including, of course, that he believes these charges are not valid, that his abduction from Venezuela is illegal. Those are all things that are going to go before the federal court. But it is a remarkable turn here in Brooklyn. It's all quiet now. This is where the DEA and the FBI and NYPD really carried out a very extraordinary security operation to bring him in to that side of the building. Again, there's a large crowd of the local Venezuelan community that had shown up here in anticipation of it. And depending on where they brought him, he might have been able to hear some of the cheers that was going up from the crowd here, Erica.
Yeah, absolutely. It is quite a turn of events, as you pointed out, Evan. Appreciate it. I also want to bring in now CNN's Julia Benbrook and Kylie Atwood, who are both joining me now live from Washington at this hour. Julia, as we look at where things stand with the White House, a lot of questions, certainly after the president's press conference earlier this morning, where we did not get a lot of answers about what these next steps are and, frankly, what the president means by the U.S. running Venezuela. What more are we hearing from the White House tonight?
Yeah, Erica, a lot of questions remain here, but I want to take a step back and look at what we have heard from the White House throughout the day. Of course, there were reports of these explosions that took place in Venezuela, specifically impacting the capital city of Caracas. And then you see President Donald Trump take to social media. This was a Truth Social post, a relatively short one for him, where he did say the United States was behind this large-scale attack on Venezuela and its leader, Nicolas Maduro. He also, in that post, made the stunning reveal that Maduro and his wife had been captured and removed from the country. Now, Trump has been at Mar-a-Lago, his resort there in Florida, spending the holiday, and that is where he actually did watch part of this complex operation take place. He said it was like watching a television show. This is also where we heard him speak to reporters about what took place. He praised the operation. In fact, he said this exactly. He said, one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. He then said that the United States would, quote, run the country until a judicious transition can happen. But that is where there are a lot of key questions. He was pressed repeatedly by reporters during this press conference on that. He did at one point say that the people standing behind him, some of these top members of his administration, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, that they would be a part of this process, but no real timeline and no really concrete way to look at this going forward. He was also asked specifically about Venezuela's opposition leader and the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, and if his team had spoken with her specifically, what he thought about her potential ability to lead. And I want you to take a listen to those back and forth there.
Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Now, during that same press conference, Trump did say that the United States was working with Venezuela's Vice President, Deli Rodriguez. She, though, has called for the immediate release of Maduro and has said that she believes he is the legitimate leader of the country. Erica.
Yes, there's certainly some pushback there from the vice president. Kylie, as I bring you in here, what's fascinating, not only the president's response when he was asked about Maria Corina Machado, but also reporting from our colleague Jim Sciutto earlier tonight that other governments had been in touch, in fact, with some of those opposition party leaders. What is the level of understanding, on a broader level about what this means in terms of the leadership of Venezuela and the security implications, Kylie, moving forward?
Well, Erica, at this moment, we really don't know who the United States, who the Trump administration views as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. In recent months, early on in the Trump administration, they had referred to one of the opposition leaders as the rightful president of Venezuela. But over the course of the last few months, we have really seen the administration somewhat distance itself from members of the opposition. We know that there's still contact that the Trump administration had with the opposition, but in our reporting, we found out that the Trump administration had been planning for what the day after would actually look like inside Venezuela if Maduro was ousted. And I was told during the course of that reporting that the opposition's day after planning was not one that was sanctioned by the Trump administration. Effectively, that the Trump administration was working on its own day after planning, sort of indicating that they were running these parallel efforts to try and break Venezuela free from Nicolas Maduro's rule, but not necessarily to put the opposition in control of the country. So we really have to watch and see what happens here. But we did learn in remarkable detail today how this military operation was carried out. Most of those details were shared by General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as he stood next to President Trump down in Florida today. He said it was at 10:46 p.m. last night. That is almost exactly 24 hours ago, Erica, that President Trump gave the green light for this operation to begin taking place. And then it was around 2 in the morning local time when the U.S. military actually arrived at the compound, that extraction team via helicopters, according to Dan Kane, that were shot at, but they weren't actually taken down. And I want you to listen to some more details that the general provided during that briefing earlier today.
It involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events.
Now, of course, questions over what the U.S. military role will be here going forward, as there are questions about what the actual political ramifications, the political leadership in Venezuela is going to look like. President Trump did say that the U.S. is not afraid of boots in the ground in Venezuela, but said that they would be there to secure the oil. We'll have to watch and see how this all plays out. Erica?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of questions tonight. Kylie, Julia, appreciate it. Thank you both. In the wake of Saturday's military operations to capture Nicolas Maduro, congressional leaders are calling for a briefing on that operation. House Armed Services Committee telling CNN the panel is in the process of planning a briefing for next week. Meantime, Secretary of State Marco Rubio here talking about the decision by the administration to not notify nor to seek approval from Congress. Take a listen.
We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days.
Joining me now, a member of the House Armed Services Committee, Democratic Congressman Gil Cisneros. Congressman, it's good to have you with us tonight. I should point out you're also a Navy veteran, former Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. When you hear from the Secretary of State that this is, quote, not the kind of mission that you can do a notification on, does that make you feel better about where things stand and and what Congress was not told?
No, Congress is not the problem. The House Armed Services problem is not the problem with leaks. Their own Secretary of Defense in the Trump administration is the one who has leaked information out to the public, who is told about operations that had happened in the past. That's where the leaks come from. They have a responsibility to notify Congress what is going to happen. And pretty much the Secretary of State lied to the House of Representatives when he came and told us that they would not seek military action without the approval of Congress, and that's exactly what they did.
And so what is the follow-on for that from your vantage point?
Well, they need to come to us. They need to tell us what the plans are. I'm very disturbed by the president's press conference where he did say, and the fact that he is willing to put boots on the ground. He doesn't have the authorization from Congress to do that. He has not come to us to talk about his plan. He has said that now he is going to be running, Venezuela, and basically tried to gave Marco Rubio another job there. He's already Secretary of State. He's already the National Security Advisor, and I guess he's going to be running the puppet regime that Donald Trump wants to put in place in Venezuela. And so they need to come into Congress and explain what their intentions are, what their plan is, and really explain, how are they going to do this, right? It's very disturbing what they did, and they need to answer. So a lot of these questions, all this press conference did was just bring forth more questions, both from Congress and as well as the media, and they need to have answers for those.
So just two things to pick on, Bevan, there on what you're saying. You say you want them to come to Congress. You want them to brief Congress. What is your level of confidence that that is going to happen?
Oh, it's not. I don't have any level of confidence that it's going to happen. I think they will come in here. They will just tell us things that basically are already out there in the press, information they've already kind of put out there. They're going to try and spin this as it was bringing somebody to justice, bringing them through the courts. But this is really about, at the heart of it, it is about regime change. It is about Donald Trump getting his hands on oil, the Venezuelan oil, and him, basically, it's my opinion, he wants to bring this oil into the United States so he can flood the market and bring down the price of gas.
So you say you believe this is all about oil. The president, as we just heard from him, said he doesn't have a problem with sending U.S. troops in to protect that oil. When we talk about, though, who is going to be leading the country, and that is a question that many of us have unanswered tonight, as you pointed out, and as our reporters have tried to get an answer from the president earlier today. My colleague Kylie Atwood just talking about this day after planning, that there were essentially parallel efforts happening. Based on comments that you just made to me, do you believe that the administration is actively working to put in some form of rulers, right? Some sort of administration or leaders, that is part of the effort here, part of what would be the U.S. running the country? And if so, who do you envision that is?
I do not have any idea who they are envisioning or what they're going to do or what their plan is. That is not something they have shared with us. But I believe the president wants to put in a puppet regime that is going to let him have access to the oil so that he can bring it into the United States. And as I said, bring down the price of gasoline. That's my belief. That's what this is all about. This is about regime change. It had nothing to do with narcotics or drugs, even though that was kind of what they did at the beginning. This is really about oil and trying to get somebody in there who will allow him to have access to that. And that's why I believe he's not really working with the opposition party and said that, she wouldn't be right. The opposition party and the opposition leader wouldn't be right to have them come in, because they're not going to allow him to have access to the oil. That oil, those oil reserves belong to the Venezuelan people. It is for them to decide what needs to be done with that, not for the United States.
Real quickly, sir, before I let you go, in your conversations, maybe even just your background conversations with your Republican colleagues in Washington, are they concerned, even privately? Do they share some of your concerns? We've heard a lot of public support today.
I think my Republican colleagues, it's like Jekyll and Hyde, right? In private, they say one thing. In public, it's something else. I haven't talked to any of my Republican colleagues today. I'm sure we'll have some conversations when we go back, but I'm sure they have concerns in private, but they're not going to make those concerns known in public.
Congressman Gil Cisnero, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Taking a look now at the White House, the scene earlier today of protests, as you can see here, over the U.S. military action in Venezuela. Protests not just in Washington, D.C., but a number of other American cities as well. That's next. We have the vice president in Venezuela pushing back, calling for Maduro's release. How could the U.S. run the country if they're not currently controlling it?
that's a good question. And I don't know the answer to that. In his press conference, I think it was Marco Rubio said that she'd been sworn in as president, and almost immediately after, Deli Rodriguez, the vice president of Venezuela, said, no, she's just the acting president. That as far as she was concerned, Nicolas Maduro is still the president of the country. So clearly, there's some miscommunication going on.
Miscommunication, what does it tell you as well about the administration's planning for this day after?
My assumption is that they don't want to put troops on the ground. It would take thousands. It's a huge country, 30 million people, twice the size of California. So the number of troops that would require would be gigantic. And I think they are hoping to maintain security through Deli Rodriguez, the vice president of Venezuela, Maduro's illegitimate vice president of Venezuela, and the Venezuelan army, the existing Venezuelan army. I think they don't want to repeat what happened in Iraq, where we disbanded the Iraqi army. But then how that works is not clear to me, and that seems like that's going to be a very, very difficult needle to thread.
And just give us a sense for people who are not familiar, what the level is what the level of loyalty is, not just when it comes to Deli Rodriguez, right, but when it comes to the military in terms of their loyalty to Maduro.
Well, that's the key question. For 20 years, I have been hearing that the Venezuelan military is about to overthrow first Chavez and then Maduro. I've been hearing for 20 years. It's difficult. The Venezuelan people voted overwhelmingly for the opposition in the elections of July 2024. How many of those people are, absolutely opposition supporters, or they're just dissatisfied with the economic situation in a country where the economy has collapsed? I can't tell you. But that leaves at least 20%, maybe more of the population that supports Maduro, that is benefiting from the Maduro government's programs, that works for the government, is part of the military, part of the police. And how you win those people over and turn that around is going to be very, very difficult. In addition, there are at least two different Colombian guerrilla groups operating in Venezuela, and these are trained combatants. So, you've got a very complicated situation. And clearly, you need to be able to maintain security in Venezuela while this transition takes place.
Mm-hmm. So we have all of that playing out on the ground. When you talk about the opposition party, it was fascinating today to see President Trump really distance himself from the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, who, of course, had praised him most recently when she won the Nobel Peace Prize, saying she dedicated it to him. But President Trump today saying she doesn't have the support, she doesn't have the respect within the country. How much weight do you think Donald Trump's words carry with the people of Venezuela?
Well, I was surprised to hear him be so dismissive of her. She's the woman who just won the Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo earlier in December. She is the most respected opposition politician in Venezuela. And the opposition is barely unified. It was a huge Herculean task to unify the opposition. They are essentially all the parties in the country from right to left who existed before Hugo Chavez came to office in 1999. So it'd be like making the Republicans and the Democrats work together against a new party. And they don't like each other. They've got grudges against each other. It's been hard for them to work together. And she's the one who brought them together.
Yeah, it's really something. A lot to watch there. Really appreciate your insight and your expertise, and we'll certainly be calling on you in the coming days and weeks. Charles Shapiro, thank you.
Thank you so much, Erica.
Envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that
country?
Well,
no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country.
Hours after the U.S. military deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, Donald Trump laying out his plans there for that country's vast oil reserve, saying, as you just heard, that his administration plans to partner with U.S. energy companies to take control of Venezuela's oil infrastructure. It's estimated Venezuela is sitting on a fifth of the world's reserve of crude oil. Unlocking it would, of course, have a massive benefit for the U.S. industry. Donald Trump also claims the U.S. is actually owed, as you heard there, some of its wealth. Venezuelans in South Florida, you see here, they are celebrating the news of Nicolas Maduro's capture. These images coming to us from Doral, Florida, which is home to more Venezuelan immigrants than any other single place in the United States. A number of them hoping the Trump administration's actions will spark the change in Venezuela they have been waiting decades to see. CNN's Juan Carlos Lopez joining me now from Miami. It's so good to have you here to walk us through. First of all, in terms of what we are seeing from the Venezuelan diaspora, what is the reaction today? Is it pretty similar to what we were seeing there with those folks in Doral?
Doral is a city that has a high concentration of Venezuelans, although there's been people leaving after the immigration raids by the Trump administration. But the hope for many is that with Maduro gone, things will change, but everyone's holding their breath because Maduro is gone, but things haven't really changed.
There are questions, too. I mean, we're hours into this, but there are questions about not only who will be leading the country, right, but who can actually hold the country together. What is your sense tonight about the potential power struggle that we could be watching unfold?
Well, the first step is that we just saw the equivalent to the Venezuelan Supreme Court order Vice President Deli Rodriguez, who was very close to Maduro, to assume as president in charge. So she is the one holding power. Remember, President Trump this afternoon said they were in talks with her, and that as long as she did what the U.S. wanted her to do, she would be in power. And then she came out with a statement saying that Maduro is the only president of Venezuela, and allegedly, apparently, being very clear about her loyalty to him. So we don't know if there's something happening behind closed doors, but she did speak to Secretary of State Rubio. So right now, it's all very confusing.
It is very confusing. And, you know, our colleague Kylie Atwood laying out for us just a short time ago that there seem to be almost parallel efforts happening here when it comes to the day after. Efforts by the U.S., efforts by the opposition party there in Venezuela. The fact that this is not being coordinated, or at least not that we know of because we've been given so few answers, how is that being received in the broader region?
It's very confusing because President Trump himself, now you've probably heard of Maria Corina Machado, who recently received the Nobel Peace Prize, opposition leader. She was not a presidential candidate. She wasn't allowed. She was banned by the Maduro regime. But she supported Edmundo Gonzalez, who, according to all information available, won the election in 2024, only to have it stolen by Maduro. But President Trump today said that she did not have the respect of the country and she couldn't lead it. So that's also generating a very bizarre scenario where the person who many see would be the natural leader in a future Venezuela is considered not able to lead by President Trump. And then President Trump and Secretary Rubio mentioned Deli Rodriguez, who is very close to Maduro. So Maduro's people are still running the government in Venezuela, even though the U.S. president said that the U.S. would be running the country. So far, it's an unpredictable scenario.
Yeah, it certainly is. So many questions and more questions than answers, but really appreciate you giving us at least a better understanding of the situation there. Juan Carlos Lopez, thank you. Also joining us this hour, Juan Carlos Pinzon, who's former Colombian defense minister and also former ambassador to the United States. I should note you are also running for president in Colombia. I know that you're no fan of Nicolas Maduro. Do you see his capture and what we've seen in terms of this indictment that was unveiled, do you see that having a real impact on the drug trade?
Erika, good evening. I think it's very important very important what just happened for freedom, for democracy, and for most of the Venezuelan people. Let's not forget that Maduro became a dictator. He even stole elections in front of everybody else. And not only that, but he partnered with criminals, with organized crime. And of course, all that created a major confusion and a fact that Venezuela became a narco regime, a narco-communist regime, which is very bad for their people and for countries like Colombia and other countries in Latin America. He was harboring terrorists from ELN, FARC, and other criminals. And of course, from that, projecting all kinds of problems, diseases, violence into a country like Colombia that was attacked, its armed forces and its people by people supported by Maduro. So I think it's a healthy event for democracy. It's important. Now, how this develops is very important to see. I guess in the coming weeks, there will be some level of transition of government. I imagine and I understand that those that are still related to the regime are in place just to keep order and to keep stability, but somehow their mission is to transfer into a process of transition to some kind of junta or joint government that allows a real transition to democracy some months from now. I think that's the scenario we should look at. And I expect international community to promote this, to promote a peaceful transfer of power.
So you want the international community to, as you just said, promote that peaceful transfer of power. But is it clear to you what the plan is? The fact that the president, this morning, President Trump, could not explain what he meant by the U.S. would run the country, could not give specifics, and that there is, we're sort of seeing a little bit of pushback, I think is fair to say, from the vice president there in Venezuela, who's saying it's time for you, to release Maduro. It doesn't sound like there was a real plan. Are you confident that there's a plan?
Well, nobody knows what's going to happen after. Let's say this is very unique.
Does someone know what's going to happen in this situation, given how volatile the situation already is in Venezuela?
It's hard to determine, but I think that we have to imagine the following. Those that are in power know already the level of strength and force that was used. Eventually, they could be killed last night, and they were not. And the reason was because they gave them the opportunity to have a process of transition of power. And I think this is important now. Who will be the transfer to? That's a big question. I understand will be people that will be on the interest of the United States, but can be acceptable to do this in a peaceful way. And I estimate that, sometime from now, the real democratic process will begin, and people like Maria Corina Machado, President González Urrutia should come and influence and make all these the future of Venezuela that all of us want. Now, the other important event that happened about this is the clear signal to other crime or transnational crime. That is clear now that is unacceptable and that has consequences. And I think this is very important even for the current president of my own country and other leaders that took for granted the fact that they could talk easily with organized crime without consequence.
Are you saying you believe that the current president of Colombia is now a target for the administration?
Well, you got to see what President Trump said today. He was very specific about that when he was asked. And I'm saying now that every government in Latin America should understand that it's not fair game to be a democracy, but at the same time to be connected with drug trafficking or with organized crime or with terrorist organizations. And I think this is an important message. As I become president of Colombia, the clear thing that I will do as I was Minister of Defense is fight strongly and clearly drug trafficking and criminals, but for one main reason, protecting Colombians. Protecting Colombians so we can have investment, so we can have progress, we can have corporations, and we don't make our country a pariah, which is what really happened with the Venezuelan regime.
Really quickly, because we're just about out of time, do you have any concerns about the very clear focus that President Trump has on the oil in Venezuela, which seems to be a major focus? It's not just about drugs or regime change.
Well, if I think, and we remember, the Chinese were taking a lot of oil from Venezuela as part of deals. The same did other countries, and also critical minerals. So it's evident that Venezuela has a very important set of reserves, both on oil and gas and on minerals. What is important now is that the proceeds of those riches come back for the benefit of Venezuelan people, not for the benefit of a corrupt regime that was using that money only to hold power, even and despite human rights violations and more than 8 million Venezuelans that were expelled from the country in a very dramatic way.
What is being done to Venezuela is barbaric. Besieging and blockading the country is an atrocity that violates all mechanisms of the international human rights system.
That is the Venezuelan Vice President Deli Rodriguez speaking after the U.S. captured President Maduro. A Venezuelan court has now directed Rodriguez to assume the powers and duties of acting president. She has called Maduro's detention a, quote, kidnapping and also demanded his release, adding Maduro is, quote, the sole president of Venezuela. Those comments appear to fly in the face of an earlier statement from President Trump, who said Rodriguez was ready to work with the United States. For more, Paula Newton joins us now live from Ottawa as we learn more about her. I mean, who is she, Paula?
She has been a defender of Chavismo for about 2 decades now. And when you're a Venezuelan, whether you supported the Maduro regime or not, you have to think that, yes, the president is gone, but his regime, now headed by Deli Rodriguez, is very much in place. No one better than Deli Rodriguez to really have that symbol that things may not have changed in Venezuela, even though President Maduro is gone. Just hours after the dramatic extraction of her president by U.S. forces, Venezuelan Vice President Deli Rodriguez was the picture of defiance. Surrounded by regime loyalists, she called the U.S. operation barbaric, declaring Nicolas Maduro is the only president of Venezuela. Known to many in the country simply as Deli, Rodriguez has been an influential and reliable regime enforcer for nearly 2 decades. She began in the government of Hugo Chavez, faithfully implementing the tenets of Chavismo, the nationalist populist movement that brought the Venezuelan economy to its knees. When Chavez died in 2013, she remained an assertive voice within President Maduro's government. Uncompromising in her rhetoric, she vilified the Venezuelan opposition and frequently warned the country about the threat of foreign intervention. Crucially, as energy minister, she also has been a steady hand in funneling Venezuela's dwindling energy revenues to the regime. Seen here last month with state workers, she says, "We have something to tell Mr. Trump. Venezuela doesn't owe the U.S. anything." And yet, Rodriguez has for many years been sanctioned by Canada, the EU, and the United States. CNN attempted to question her in 2016 after a CNN investigation uncovered a scheme to illegally sell Venezuelan passports out of the country's embassy in Iraq. Rodriguez, then the foreign minister, refused to comment to CNN on every occasion. In keeping with her political pedigree, Rodriguez has a less than subtle message for the Trump administration as she demanded Maduro's release. Her involvement in any future transition in Venezuela will be challenging. And that address that you heard from Deli Rodriguez might also be performative. I have seen this so many times from her and other people in the regime. They may say one thing, but are actually acting on another. The other thing is the connection to the oil industry, specifically Chevron. Keep in mind that the U.S. oil giant has an exemption from the U.S. government to have operations in Venezuela, and Deli Rodriguez has gone out of her way to ensure that she, as the energy minister as well, can protect those American assets in Venezuela. It is very interesting.
This hour, ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are now on U.S. soil after being captured in a large-scale U.S. military operation. Maduro and his wife arriving at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn earlier this evening. U.S. President Donald Trump says the U.S. will, in his words, run the country for now and also take control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about.
The president, though, light on those details in terms of what it would actually entail. Meantime, the White House releasing these photos, which show President Trump and members of his national security team watching the operation unfold in the early hours of Saturday morning. He said he is open to putting U.S. troops on the ground to help secure Venezuela's oil. Maduro, meantime, is facing drug and weapons charges in New York. In a newly unsealed indictment, prosecutors accuse Maduro of running state-sponsored gangs and facilitating drug trafficking. President Trump telling reporters the U.S. military could have killed Maduro during its overnight operation.
He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is, all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
Joining us now with more from Washington, CNN's Julia Benbrook. So, Julia, as we lay out what we do and what we don't know, first of all, what do we know about not only the operation and how it unfolded, but what the day after planning is at this point?
Well, we are getting a first glimpse at the ousted Venezuelan leader Maduro as he is here on United States soil. The White House Rapid Response Twitter account, they posted a video of what appears to be a perp walk. He is walking with officials on a blue carpet. It has DEA branding on it. And I want to play it for you because he does appear to speak here at the end.
Good night. Happy New Year.
So we believe that he says there, good night, happy new year. Not entirely sure what to take from that, being some of the potentially first words took place today. But to answer your question, I do want to step back and take a look at what we have heard from the White House throughout the day. There were, of course, those reports of explosions in Venezuela, specifically impacting the capital city. And following that, President Donald Trump, he took to his Truth Social account, where we often hear big announcements from him. But this was a relatively brief post where he did say the United States was behind these strikes on Venezuela and its leader. He also at that time made the announcement that Maduro and his wife had been captured and removed from the country. He later said that he watched that complex operation take place. He did that from Mar-a-Lago. That's where he has been spending the holiday. And then he spoke with press, also from Mar-a-Lago, later in the day. And this really led to some more questions, as he said the United States would run the country until there is a judicious transition. He was pressed, what exactly does this process look like? He did say that the people standing behind him, you can see them lining up there, would play a role in this. That, of course, includes top administration officials, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. But it wasn't entirely clear how all of this would play out. He was also pressed on if his team had been in contact with Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, and how he could potentially, if he could potentially, see her leading in the future. Let's listen to that exchange. Provides a lot of interesting context here.
Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
So clearly not fully throwing support in that direction. During that press conference, he did say that the United States was working with Venezuela's Vice President, Deli Rodriguez. She, though, has pushed back, calling for Maduro's immediate release, and has said that she believes he is the legitimate leader of the country.
Julia, appreciate it. Thank you. Also with us this hour, Jeff Ramsey. He's a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Latin American Center and joins us tonight from Washington, D.C. Jeff, it's good to have you here. As you help us to assess the current leadership situation in Venezuela, how long do you believe this can last?
Well, thanks for having me. And I think it's a great question. And I think it all really depends on how President Trump plans on interacting with this apparently interim government in Venezuela led by Maduro's vice president, Deli Rodriguez. Is he going to press them to hold new elections? Is he going to offer sanctions relief and open diplomatic relations like he has with the new government in Syria? Or are we going to see the continuation of tensions and military and economic pressure on the new regime in Caracas? I think we still have more questions than answers on that front.
We do have more questions than answers, that is for sure. There are also questions about a timeline here, right? Whether there is, in fact, some sort of a timeline. And I ask that question in the context of concerns about chaos setting in. How real, in your mind, are those concerns? And to that point, is there actually a timeline?
Well, the Venezuelan Constitution technically says that the vice president has to call for new elections somewhere between 30 days or 90 days after today's events. But the Venezuelan Supreme Court, which is staffed with loyalists of the ruling party, have basically sidestepped that issue, and they have installed Deli Rodriguez as the vice president of the country without mentioning any kind of a timetable for new elections. So, right now it doesn't look like Venezuela is on the precipice of some kind of Libya-style violent meltdown. But the truth is that there are a number of armed groups in the country. There are pro-government armed supporters, and tensions are still very high.
Yeah, tensions are high, a number of just different factions, as you point out. There are also questions about the sort of the end goal and the end game, but two separate things when it comes to the administration, because we've heard so many different reasons from President Trump over the last several months, first starting with the strikes that they were about the drugs, then we heard immigration was an issue, we're now hearing regime change, and it's impossible to ignore the role that oil is playing here, which the president was very clear about today. Does that in any way taint what we are seeing?
Well, I think it's very clear that this president is seeking to advance U.S. energy interests in Venezuela. He's also interested in containing the outflow of Venezuelan migrants. There's something like 8 million Venezuelans who have fled the country in recent years. But he's also interested in pushing back against the deepening influence of Russia and China in Venezuela. It appears like the president seems like he can reach some kind of a deal with Deli Rodriguez on some of these issues, but I think it remains to be seen exactly how this will go. And of course, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, is not likely to take this sitting down and is almost certain to try to press for continued support for her cause, to try to fracture the regime and advance a transition of power to the opposition itself.
What do you make, too, of President Trump's comments essentially dismissing her earlier today, saying she doesn't have the support, she doesn't have the respect within the country?
Well, Machado remains one of the most popular figures in Venezuela. The opposition won the 2024 presidential election overwhelmingly. I think Venezuelans are hungry for change, and Maduro himself was deeply unpopular. But the challenge for the opposition and the challenge for Maria Corina Machado has been how to transform this popularity and this legitimacy into real power on the ground. And that's been difficult because they don't have the guns or the institutions. And so far, that seems to be why the White House is working on some form of a transitional arrangement with these key power brokers inside the current Chavista regime.
their targets. The operation itself took months to organize and prepare, and that included everything, including keeping a close eye on Maduro's movements. Sources say U.S. troops took some fire and a handful were injured, but we're told none of those injuries are life-threatening. President Trump says the U.S. was able to actually shut off the lights in Caracas during that mission, but did not disclose how. For a closer look at what comes now, we're joined by retired General Wesley Clark, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. Always good to talk to you, General. When we look at where things stand, there's been a lot of talk today about, you break it, you buy it, whether the U.S. owns this. Is it your sense that the U.S. is prepared to own this?
I suspect there's been a lot going on behind the scenes that we don't see. I'm sure that there's a lot of conversations with the oil companies. There's probably a couple of people on standby to go in to work with the government. And I'm sure that there's pressure being applied to the residual Maduro government at this point to cooperate.
You mentioned oil. The president said that, he's fine with U.S. troops going in to secure the oil. If the U.S., though, owns this now, do you believe that the U.S. should be securing more than just the oil?
Well, I think it's going to be difficult to just hold on to the oil in a country that could turn hostile. In the past, countries haven't liked it if big powers come in just to steal resources, even though the president claims that these are American resources and America invested first and there was expropriation, et cetera, et cetera. But the point is that this is the aftermath of the brilliant military operation is still unclear. It's still taking form, and I'm sure there's many efforts underway to persuade the remaining Maduro government that it's in their interest to cooperate with the United States on this.
As you look at what we do know and what we don't know tonight, and there is frankly still a lot that we don't know in terms of what comes next, what is your number one question?
Oh, is there some hidden plan that the Venezuelan military has for resistance? Are they scattering people into the hills, distributing weapons, preparing improvised explosive devices and minefields on likely airfields and landing points or around the oil installations to hinder U.S. activities there? We can't tell. I can't tell. We're not getting any information on this. The other thing, of course, is what's the reaction of the people? Thus far, we haven't seen the kind of joyous reaction in Venezuela that we saw in South Florida this morning. Now, perhaps that's because the people in Venezuela are deterred from expressing their joy because of the presence of Maduro's forces, or because they're genuinely concerned about what happens next and what it means for them. So those are the two big issues that I see.
Yeah, certainly important points. We also heard, sort of not so thinly veiled remarks from the president when it comes to Colombia, when it comes to Cuba. Is it your sense that we are really starting to see a shift in terms of the foreign policy of this administration?
Yes. The president announced that we'll see what happens. That usually means he knows what's going to happen. And the national security strategy that was published a few weeks ago was very clear that we want to get out of Europe. We like peace in Ukraine. We're not so keen on NATO. We're worried about China, but basically the United States is going to focus on the Western Hemisphere. It's a new Monroe Doctrine. Unfortunately, there's been a lot happen since 1823 when that Monroe Doctrine was published. And there's 450 million people down there that may see things, in some cases, somewhat differently than the United States. So I think this is a real challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we appreciate, as always, you taking the time to offer your insight. General, thank you. Some new video for you. The White House Rapid Response social media account posting this video of the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, being perp walked a short time ago in New York. You see in the video, he's being led down a hallway in handcuffs. And then he seems to say Happy New Year. He was fingerprinted and processed at the Drug Enforcement Administration office in Manhattan. CNN senior legal analyst Eli Honig has more now on the charges that the Venezuelan leader is facing.
There's really 4 charges here. So one of them is conspiracy to commit narco-terrorism. That's an extremely serious charge. It means being part of an organization that engages in violence and traffics in drugs and sends them into the United States. Then there are multiple charges of importing mass quantities of cocaine into the United States. The indictment alleges that at times they would send 250 tons of cocaine into the United States per year. So that comes out to 500,000 pounds of cocaine per year, just enormous amounts. And then there are charges relating to use and distribution of, yes, firearms, machine guns, also incendiary devices and bombs. So the charges here are extraordinarily serious. Worth noting, if at a mandatory minimum of 30 years in federal prison. I should note that President Maduro is about 63 years old. And if they're convicted, the maximum sentence here would be life. So the stakes are going to be all or nothing for Nicolas Maduro, for his wife, and the other defendants in the case.
Well, in the wake of Saturday's military operation to capture Nicolas Maduro, congressional leaders are calling for a briefing on the intervention itself. A House Armed Services Committee aide telling CNN the panel is in the process of planning a briefing next week. Secretary of State Marco Rubio weighing in on the administration's decision today to not notify or seek approval from Congress. Take a listen.
We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days.
Joining me now, a member of the House Armed Services Committee, Democratic Congressman Gil Cisneros. Congressman, it's good to have you with us tonight. I should point out you're also a Navy veteran, former Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. When you hear from the Secretary of State that this is, quote, not the kind of mission that you can do a notification on, does that make you feel better about where things stand and and what Congress was not told?
No, Congress is not the problem. The House Armed Services problem is not the problem with leaks. Their own Secretary of Defense in the Trump administration is the one who has leaked information out to the public, who is told about operations that had happened in the past. That's where the leaks come from. They have a responsibility to notify Congress what is going to happen. And pretty much the Secretary of State lied to the House of Representatives when he came and told us that they would not seek military action without the approval of Congress, and that's exactly what they did.
And so what is the follow-on for that from your vantage point?
Well, they need to come to us. They need to tell us what the plans are. I'm very disturbed by the president's press conference where he did say in the fact that he is willing to put boots on the ground. He doesn't have the authorization from Congress to do that. He has not come to us to talk about his plan. He has said that now he is going to be running, Venezuela, and basically tried to gave Marco Rubio another job there. He's already Secretary of State. He's already the National Security Advisor, and I guess he's going to be running the puppet regime that Donald Trump wants to put in place in Venezuela. And so they need to come into Congress and explain what their intentions are, what their plan is, and really explain, how are they going to do this, right? It's very disturbing what they did, and they need to answer. So a lot of these questions, all this press conference did was just bring forth more questions, both from Congress and as well as the media, and they need to have answers for those.
So just 2 things to pick on, Bevan, there on what you're saying. You say you want them to come to Congress, you want them to brief Congress. What is your level of confidence that that is going to happen?
Oh, it's not. I don't have any level of confidence that it's going to happen. I think they will come in here. They will just tell us things that basically are already out there in the press, information they've already kind of put out there. They're going to try and spin this as it was a bringing somebody to justice, bringing them through the courts. But this is really about, at the heart of it, it is about regime change. It is about Donald Trump getting his hands on oil, the Venezuelan oil, and him, basically, it's my opinion, he wants to bring this oil into the United States so he can flood the market and bring down the price of gas.
So you say you believe this is all about oil. The president, as we just heard from him, said he doesn't have a problem with sending U.S. troops in to protect that oil. When we talk about, though, who is going to be leading the country, and that is a question that many of us have unanswered tonight, as you pointed out, and as our reporters have tried to get an answer from the president earlier today. My colleague Kylie Atwood just talking about this day after planning, that there were essentially parallel efforts happening. Based on comments that you just made to me, do you believe that the administration is actively working to put in some form of rulers, right? Some sort of administration or leaders, that is part of the effort here, part of what would be the U.S. running the country? And if so, who do you envision that is?
I do not have any idea who they are envisioning or what they're going to do or what their plan is. That is not something they have shared with us. But I believe the president wants to put in a puppet regime that is going to let him have access to the oil so that he can bring it into the United States. And as I said, bring down the price of gasoline. That's my belief. That's what this is all about. This is about regime change. It had nothing to do with narcotics or drugs, even though that was kind of what they did at the beginning. This is really about oil and trying to get somebody in there who will allow him to have access to that. And that's why I believe he's not really working with the opposition party and said that, she wouldn't be right. The opposition party and the opposition leader wouldn't be right to have them come in, because they're not going to allow him to have access to the oil. That oil, those oil reserves belong to the Venezuelan people. It is for them to decide what needs to be done with that, not for the United States.
Real quickly, sir, before I let you go, in your conversations, maybe even just your background conversations with your Republican colleagues in Washington, are they concerned, even privately? Do they share some of your concerns? We've heard a lot of public support today.
I think my Republican colleagues, it's like Jekyll and Hyde, right? In private, they say one thing. In public, it's something else. I haven't talked to any of my Republican colleagues today. I'm sure we'll have some conversations when we go back, but I'm sure they have concerns in private, but they're not going to make those concerns known in public.
Congressman Gil Cisnero, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just outside the White House, protests as Americans voice their frustration with what is happening in Venezuela and the prospect of war and bloodshed over oil. In New York, more demonstrations, some with the message "No war on Venezuela." These were people who were out in the streets just hours after President Trump announced the capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. There have also been protests reported in Boston, Minneapolis, and Atlanta. While there are concerns about what comes next, there is also plenty of celebration at the ousting of Maduro. Here you're seeing Venezuelans in South Florida celebrating the news of his capture. These images are from Doral, Florida, which is home to more Venezuelan immigrants than any other single place in the United States.
I can't think straight. I have a lot of mixed feelings. I'm very happy, very excited. It's very intense feelings. We've been waiting for this for 26 years, and it finally happened. I can't believe it. It's a overwhelmness of feelings, but I'm happy. I'm grateful to President Trump and Maria Corina and El Mundo.
So you hear from that woman there. She is grateful. She is hopeful. A number of folks hoping the Trump administration's actions will spark the change that they have been waiting and hoping decades to see in Venezuela. CNN's David Culver has a closer look now at some of that reaction.
Massive crowds building up throughout the morning and into the day in what folks affectionately refer to as Doral, outside of Miami. This is a place where you have a lot of Venezuelans, and gathering in this spot, you can certainly see that just by all the flags that folks are carrying, wearing around them. They have hats on. They have U.S. and Venezuelan flags. They were chanting just a short time ago, Libertad, liberty. And it's not just Venezuelans who are out here. We've seen Cubans, Nicaraguans, others hoping that perhaps what has happened today in Venezuela could happen in other countries. But you have a flood of emotion. Let me take you through the crowd here. Carlos, we can try to work through and get a sense of just how many folks have gathered and how many more are still coming. I mean, they have blocked off several different streets in this area, and folks are just making their way in. You can see Maria Corina. This is the individual who many believe should be the ruler of Venezuela. And obviously folks are all smiles, all celebration, horns are honking. There's a lot of noise, a lot of joyfulness and cheers. You can hear it. You can hear them.
Libertad, libertad. Todos los venezolanos.
She said this is the moment that the whole world has been waiting for and all of Venezuelans have been waiting for. And so clearly a lot of joy. And in this moment, what do you think is next? What's going to happen after this?
Bueno, nosotros estamos esperando.
She says they have to have patience in this moment. They're waiting for official word from, as she sees it, the rightful rulers, Maria Corina and then Edmundo Gonzalez as well, who would be the president. Okay, so you have there somebody who's a coordinator for Maria Corina, who's the Nobel Peace Prize winner, who's part of the group along with Edmundo Gonzalez, who folks believe should be the rulers of Venezuela. And then you have crowds of all different ages who are gathering here.
Earlier, I also spoke with my colleague, Juan Carlos Lopez from CNN en Español, about the reaction among the Venezuelan diaspora and whether it was similar to what we saw there with David Culver in Doral.
Doral is a city that has a high concentration of Venezuelans, although there's been people leaving after the immigration raids by the Trump administration. But the hope for many is that with Maduro gone, things will change. But everyone's holding their breath because Maduro is gone, but things haven't really changed.
There are questions, too. I mean, we're hours into this, but there are questions about not only who will be leading the country, right, but who can actually hold the country together. What is your sense tonight about the potential power struggle that we could be watching unfold?
Well, the first step is that we just saw the equivalent to the Venezuelan Supreme Court order Vice President Deli Rodriguez, who was very close to Maduro, to assume as president in charge. So she is the one holding power. Remember, President Trump this afternoon said they were in talks with her and that as long as she did what the U.S. wanted her to do, she would be in power. And then she came out with a statement saying that Maduro is the only president of Venezuela and allegedly, apparently, being very clear about her loyalty to him. So we don't know if there's something happening behind closed doors, but she did speak to Secretary of State Rubio. So right now, it's all very confusing.
It is very confusing. And, you know, our colleague Kylie Atwood laying out for us just a short time ago that there seem to be almost parallel efforts happening here when it comes to the day after. Efforts by the U.S., efforts by the opposition party there in Venezuela. The fact that this is not being coordinated, or at least not that we know of because we've been given so few answers. How is that being received in the broader region?
It's very confusing because President Trump himself, now you've probably heard of Maria Corina Machado, who recently received the Nobel Peace Prize, opposition leader. She was not a presidential candidate. She wasn't allowed. She was banned by the Maduro regime. But she supported Edmundo Gonzalez, who, according to all information available, won the election in 2024 only to have it stolen by Maduro. But President Trump today said that she did not have the respect of the country and she couldn't lead it. So that's also generating a very bizarre scenario where the person who many see would be the natural leader in the future of Venezuela is considered not able to lead by President Trump. And then President Trump and Secretary Rubio mentioned Deli Rodriguez, who is very close to Maduro. So Maduro's people are still running the government in Venezuela, even though the U.S. president said that the U.S. would be running the country. So far, it's an unpredictable scenario.
Yeah, it certainly is. So many questions and more questions than answers, but really appreciate you giving us at least a better understanding of the situation there. Juan Carlos Lopez, thank you.
What is being done to Venezuela is barbaric. Besieging and blockading the country is an atrocity that violates all mechanisms of the international human rights system.
That is Venezuela's Vice President Deli Rodriguez speaking after the U.S. had captured Nicolas Maduro. A Venezuelan court has now directed her to assume the powers and duties of acting president. Rodriguez called Maduro's detention a kidnapping. She also demanded his release, adding Maduro is the, quote, sole president of Venezuela. All of that appears to fly in the face of the initial statement we heard from President Trump, who said Rodriguez was ready to work with the U.S. For more now, Paula Newton joins us from Ottawa with a closer look at Deli Rodriguez and someone who has been around for a long time, Paula.
Yeah, 2 decades, in fact. And I have to say, listening to her again today, Erica, her rhetoric has not changed at all, whether she was with Hugo Chavez, who took over in 1999 in Venezuela, or with President Maduro. This is someone the regime has counted on to really be an effective enforcer. Just hours after the dramatic extraction of her president by U.S. forces, Venezuelan Vice President Deli Rodriguez was the picture of defiance. Surrounded by regime loyalists, she called the U.S. operation barbaric, declaring Nicolas Maduro is the only president of Venezuela. Known to many in the country simply as Deli, Rodriguez has been an influential and reliable regime enforcer for nearly 2 decades. She began in the government of Hugo Chavez, faithfully implementing the tenets of Chavismo, the nationalist populist movement that brought the Venezuelan economy to its knees. When Chavez died in 2013, she remained an assertive voice within President Maduro's government. Uncompromising in her rhetoric, she vilified the Venezuelan opposition and frequently warned the country about the threat of foreign intervention. Crucially, as energy minister, she also has been a steady hand in funneling Venezuela's dwindling energy revenues to the regime. Seen here last month with state workers, she says, "We have something to tell Mr. Trump. Venezuela doesn't owe the U.S. anything." And yet, Rodriguez has for many years been sanctioned by Canada, the EU, and the United States. CNN attempted to question her in 2016 after a CNN investigation uncovered a scheme to illegally sell Venezuelan passports out of the country's embassy in Iraq. Rodriguez, then the foreign minister, refused to comment to CNN on every occasion. In keeping with her political pedigree, Rodriguez has a less than subtle message for the Trump administration as she demanded Maduro's release. Her involvement in any future transition in Venezuela will be challenging. You know, Erica, keep in mind here that for Venezuelans sitting at home, whether they support Maduro or not, Maduro's gone, but his regime is still in place. And that's what they saw for hours and hours on television today, including all the rhetoric that we had heard for so many years about how the United States is imperialist and how Donald Trump is a fascist.
Well, in terms of Donald Trump, the fact that Deli Rodriguez is also the energy minister, and we've heard so much from President Trump today about the oil, how could that come into play?
You know, it's interesting. I was shocked when I heard in the news conference that Secretary of State Marco Rubio had been on the phone with Deli Rodriguez, and yet when you consider her pivotal position in Venezuela, she has always been key to this regime in terms of funneling any leftover revenues from what is a dwindling oil and gas industry in Venezuela, very deft in funneling a lot of that to the regime. But keep in mind, she also has to work with Chevron, the U.S. company that produces about a quarter, I believe, still of Venezuela's oil. And Deli Rodriguez herself has gone out of her way just in the last few weeks on social media to point out that saying, look, in Venezuela, we work with Chevron. We follow international law. We can get this done, and was highlighting even ships leaving Venezuela headed to the United States with Venezuelan oil. And for that reason, I would say even her statements today in that address, we don't know. It's incredibly opaque. No matter what she declared, no matter what she is saying, with that regime around her, what ends up happening in the next few days and weeks might actually end up being quite different.
Yeah. Paula, appreciate it as always. Thank you. Reaction among world leaders to President Trump's military action in Venezuela, swift and varied. Some Venezuelans living abroad celebrating the operation. Here's more from Polo Sandoval.
World leaders are swiftly reacting to the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer making it clear the UK had no part in it.
I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law.
But there is outrage among many Latin American leaders. Brazilian President Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva said the U.S. attack, quote, crossed an unacceptable line and was a serious affront to Venezuelan sovereignty. Condemnation also coming from the leaders of Colombia, Chile, Cuba, and Mexico. But Argentina's president, a Trump ally, appearing to welcome the capture of the Venezuelan leader, posting on social media that freedom advances. But the developments are being closely tracked around the world.
In today's times, such massive events as today's attacks by American forces have an impact on the entire world. So we shall be responding and preparing ourselves for this new situation.
Russia, a close ally of Venezuela, called the U.S. strikes an act of armed aggression. And China, whose envoy had met with Maduro just hours before his capture, says the U.S. violated international law. But apart from the sharp diplomatic fallout, reaction in many places where Venezuelans are living abroad has been jubilant. Libertad! Libertad! In Madrid, which is one of the largest populations of Venezuelan expats outside of Latin America and the U.S., many people waved Venezuelan flags and cheered Maduro's downfall. And in Florida, some people expressing relief that Maduro was in U.S. custody, saying it may make it possible for them to return home one day.
My reaction is I'm so happy because now Venezuela is free.
Polo Sandoval, CNN.
I want everyone to stay with us. We do have all of our experts and our analysis here as we are seeing the first video of Nicolas Maduro in U.S. custody as he is now being held at a detention facility here inside New York City.
The entrance of that motorcade into this facility, and so that's how they were able to bring him in. Again, one of the big concerns you can tell from just the way the police have been acting here today, with the arrival of the SWAT teams and so on, was to make sure that they could get him in here safely, securely, and they appear to have done that at this point. Caitlin, he is now inside the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn, and he begins the process being held in custody until he awaits trial. Of course, we expect that he might be in court for his first appearance or perhaps his arraignment as soon as Monday. Caitlin?
Evan, do we know if he's gotten a mugshot, been fingerprinted? Has that already happened, or is that what will happen now that he's inside this facility?
Yeah, we're told that some of that happened already at the DEA field office. That's one of the reasons why they brought him when he came in from the Air Force Base. They flew him to that heliport on the west side, which was the closest to the DEA field office, which is on the west side of Manhattan. And from there, they brought him back to the heliport and brought him to another helipad, which is at a park just right near this facility. Again, right on the Brooklyn waterfront. I think you saw those extraordinary pictures of the helicopter going by with the view of the Statue of Liberty, something that he would have been able to see as he flew over the New York waterfront. And now at this point, he is inside the detention center in Brooklyn, where he will await his trial.
So we don't expect to see him tomorrow?
No, we don't expect that he'll make any public appearances. Again, this is all up to the judge, but we don't expect that the judge will have any hearings at least until Monday. Again, it's all up to the judge, and at this point we have not yet seen anything on the docket to indicate this, but again, we're waiting to see that, and that is most likely when he will make his first court appearance, his first public appearance, and we'll see him hear for the first time the exact charges that he and his wife are facing.
Yeah, and I still think one huge question is who is going to represent him? And do we know if they would have the same attorney, Evan, or how does that Would they have different attorneys? How does that work?
No. Yeah, no, we have not yet seen that. We haven't seen any information of who might be representing him. We expect that we're going to see that perhaps tomorrow. We're going to get some information about that tomorrow. Obviously, as Ellie was pointing out, Nicolas Maduro, at least according to the U.S. government, has a lot of resources at his disposal. The U.S., of course, has put a lot of sanctions on those resources. But part of the process here in the United States is that the U.S. government is not allowed to essentially make you not able to afford a defense. And so that's one of the things that we expect to see argued in the coming days is how does he get to pay for a lawyer, for a legal defense for him and his wife. That's, again, obviously something that's going to unfold in the next few days.
Evan, is it safe to say he's now officially a prisoner of the U.S. government now that he's inside that facility?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he became a prisoner of the United States when the FBI agents who were part of that special operations force that went in to Caracas, that's the moment that he was placed under arrest. That process, of course, then they brought him to the Iwo Jima and then to Guantanamo, where they transferred him to a plane. And so it's been a series of different transports in the custody of the United States. So that process began several hours ago.
Yeah, Evan Perez, obviously we're going to continue to stay with you as we are watching this play out. And for those who are just joining us, we are watching a remarkable scene play out live before our very eyes here in New York City tonight, where Nicolas Maduro, the man who ruled Venezuela for more than a dozen years, is now a prisoner of the U.S. government, as the almost 34 million people who lived under his reign are left wondering who is running their country. The president says for the time being it is going to be the United States that is running Venezuela, he says, with a group. A lot of questions about the details of what that's going to look like. But we have been watching the former leader of Venezuela, the ousted leader, just outside New York City, helicoptered inside Manhattan tonight, then to the Brooklyn facility where he is going to be held for the foreseeable future. As you were seeing a heavy police presence that has been escorting him around this city, whether it's by motorcade, which is what took him to the Metropolitan Detention Center here, or by helicopter, as we saw earlier after he deplaned here in New York City. Ellie Honig, I mean, just this moment, something that, there have been real questions of what was going to happen. The president said earlier that he shouldn't have been surprised, Maduro or anyone else, because of the large U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean. And now we're seeing this moment where he is in U.S. custody and he'll be before a U.S. judge within a matter of days, if not hours from now.
Well, I think what's so unexpected, Caitlin, is that it would play out this way. Obviously, there was this military buildup happening around Venezuela, but that our government made the decision we're going to go in, we're going to seize Maduro by force and his wife, we're going to bring them to the United States and subject them to trial in our civilian criminal courts is really a remarkable decision made by the president. And I think there's debate around it politically. But one thing I think we've learned over the years is that our criminal courts are fully capable of handling a prosecution like this. Now, this will be different because we're talking about a former president of a sovereign nation, but we have seen trials in these federal courthouses in New York and the Southern District of the leaders of the most dangerous narco groups, terrorist groups, mafia groups, you name it. Our courts have shown that they're capable of this. And, just historically speaking, there was a heated debate in the early 2000s about whether some of the terrorists associated with the 9/11 attacks, associated with al-Qaeda, should be tried in our criminal courts. And ultimately, the decision was made not to try them in our civilian criminal courts, and they were left to languish for decades in military prisons to really unsatisfying endings. So this is a monumental decision that's been made by Donald Trump, by his administration. I think history will show that it's a correct decision in terms of the legal way this will play out to give these people their day in court, give them the rights that our criminal defendants are due, give them a trial by jury, and see what the outcome is.
Yeah, and as we're watching this play out, Evan reports that he is now inside that facility where you're watching this massive police presence. It's not far, just a couple of miles from where we are broadcasting right now. And Rahm Emanuel, as you're looking at this, and we're talking about the legal process and what plays out, and Ellie says the the U.S. courts are perfectly capable of handling this. You can see the massive crowd that has been gathered outside there that Evan was reporting on earlier. The other question is the U.S. military capable? Is the U.S. itself capable of running Venezuela, as the president has put it? I mean, what does that look like to you? Well, I mean, look, when you look at the heads of states, whether it's Gaddafi, Noriega, whether you look at Hussein, Hussein in Iraq, you look at all the people, heads of states that we've knocked off. We're pretty good at that, or taking them. We're not very good at nation building or nation administrating. And this, I mean, the complexity of Venezuela doesn't compare to Libya, doesn't compare to Iraq, doesn't compare to Panama. So the scorecard here is very uneven in that sense of what our reputation is and our capability. And Panama is just a tenth of the size of Venezuela, a much more complex Venezuela. And I also think that it's not just military, it's political, which, you know, why I think the President of the United States, having thrown the democratic-elected government basically under the bus, made a mistake. This is not a strong suit of the United States. It's not also what you want as a detour of our resources, given what we have to deal with in Ukraine with Russia's war, Gaza Strip, in that area, that now the same people are going to be running this. This is going to be a massive undertaking for a President of the United States that ran under the banner of America First and no nation building. Yeah, and Rob, it's going to be we saw that very testing. It's a huge test. I mean, I don't think anyone knows what the next 24 hours, 48 or year looks like on this. But I want to show you, because we saw that remarkable picture of Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima earlier. He was wearing the sweatsuit, the blinders, the noise insulating headphones. We now just have a video of Maduro inside U.S. custody. I want everyone to just stop and watch that for a moment.
Good night. Happy New Year.
I mean, Rahm Emanuel, as you're watching this video where Maduro is being transported through, you can see the DEA carpet that he's walking across, going very slowly. He seems to say something, it's not totally clear what. And a little bit of a smile almost at one point as he's walking. Rahm Emanuel, what do you see in this? Your guess, I got to be honest, Caitlin, your guess is as good as mine. I think this is an attempt by the United States to project, here's what we've done to this leader. I think what you're looking at is a guy who's basically being used in this moment to send a message to the American people, and also not only the American people, the worldwide, that if the United States wants to act, we can act, and we can literally go into a country, take somebody out in that effort. So I think it was basically, I mean, I think he's saying Happy New Year there at the end. When as I watch this, as he's walking through. Yeah. I mean, I gotta be honest, I can't tell what he's saying. I think the reason the United States wanted to film this and then put it out is for the very purpose to send a message around the world, as well as the domestic audience here. That is a political decision of why to communicate that is what he said. Your guess is as good as mine. I do think, you know, it's also a statement in that story of here you have this guy. This was a flawless exercise by the United States military, and a flawless exercise by the American intelligence. We're on the 4-year anniversary of the war with Russia, where it was supposed to be 4 weeks, showing that their military can't do what the United States just did. In China, they're firing their military heads and states for corruption charges, and they just looked at Air Force, Navy, Intel, and integrated operation. So a lot of these other countries around the world look at the United States and are taking note of what the United States military pulled off. Put aside the political ramifications, the legal ramifications, the reputational ramifications. A lot of people just saw the American military and intelligence operating at a flawless capability. That's what I think, when I look at that picture, that's a message around the world, just saying something to leaders that are now in their national security apparatuses, Caitlin, are stamping back and going, we got to take a score here of a measure of what the United States military pulled off. I do think the second part of that picture, and I'll be real quick on this, basically the pawns for Russia and China have been Syria, Venezuela, Cuba in this situation, and also Iran. And every one of those governments, either the head of state, the country itself, the government is on its back heels, a failed state, or have been deposed in both Syria and Venezuela. The pawns for Russia and China have just been
diminished. And that's a statement that the leaders of those big countries can't stand by you. I do think America's reputation took a massive hit here beyond the legal consequences and the other constitutional questions that hopefully Congress will finally step up and do its job. But the reputational damage to the United States about basically throwing a democratically elected government under the bus when we said the leader, she's out in Europe or in hiding, she won't be basically put in place. Second, just a month ago, the United States, the president commuted the sentence of the largest drug narco kingpin from Honduras, so the drug charges here don't stand up. And then third, we took an action that I think also saying we possess the oil, we're going to run this government, when the United States doesn't have a reputation or a capability of doing this. There's a lot of damage done reputationally, but not to the military and intelligence apparatus of the United States, separate from what our government did.
Well, and President Trump was asked about that premise by my colleague Kevin Liptak earlier. The United States' mixed history of when it comes to that. But hold on, Rob, because Beth Sander, you're here with me, and I just have got to play this video again. It is basically, I don't think this is a legal term, it's a perp walk that we're watching of Nicolas Maduro here inside the United States custody. The White House has just shared this photo where he appears to say Happy New Year. It sounded like to me, Beth, at the end of this video. As you watch that, what's your reaction to seeing that?
Well, to pick up on Ram's point, I actually think that a lot of this is about showing Venezuelans what is going on and showing this regime that appears they thought that they were going to cooperate, but now they're not. And we have to remember, Ellie can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the other leaders in place right now are also indicted. Cabello, Padrino, the Interior Minister, the Defense Minister, Rodriguez, the Vice President. I think they also have indictments against them. So, you know, this is your future if you don't cooperate. I think it shows a very strong message there. I also wanted to make a very quick point about evidence. If this is like the Osama bin Laden raid, the military probably picked up a lot of computers and cell phones and documents. I don't know if that happened. I don't know if they're admissible in court, but we could have gotten quite a bit of information out of this extraction.
Yeah, and clearly they had a lot of intelligence going into it. And law enforcement and intelligence analyst. John, can you just kind of tell us what you think, one that we're seeing right now, if he's about to be loaded or he's now back on this helicopter, and what's been happening behind the scenes? What's been happening with these DEA agents who are escorting him back and forth? John Miller, we'll check back in with you. He's working on reporting here and has been excellent at keeping us updated on what's been happening behind the scenes. Omar, there's 2 helicopters that we can see here from our vantage point. This is along the West Side Highway where, you know, if you live in New York City, typically helicopters are going in and out and landing in this spot. Not normally would someone, an ousted Venezuelan leader who is on board those helicopters before making his way over to where he's expected to be held shortly.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable as we're seeing the helicopter, at least one of them, take off right now. You know, when we were watching for these helicopters coming in earlier, what we were really trying to do was, as we saw the aerial feeds at the base north of New York City, we saw 3 helicopters take off, and based on the timing it would take to get from there to here, that's how we were sort of monitoring when these helicopters would land. And now we actually see them starting to take off. One took off already. Now a second one taking off here. Notably, as you're noticing on camera, if you're from a ground shot, traffic enforcement does feel that helicopter has taken off. It's unclear at this point which one he was on, at least from my vantage point. You may have a better one from the air there, Caitlin. And then now a third helicopter is taking off. Those are the 3 that we saw re-land here after leaving with that initial drop at this point. And after what was really hours of travel to get to this point from the Caribbean all the way to north of New York City by plane, and then here, then from north of New York City to here by helicopter, by vehicle, to then get processed, then back to this helicopter, and then to what we understand to be a Metro detention facility here in the New York City area. It's just a remarkable turn of events, as you mentioned, a remarkable change in just 24 hours in the lives of Maduro, but also for the country of Venezuela and the region as a whole, Caitlin.
Yeah, and to see him now flying over the Hudson River, as we believe these two helicopters that we are watching here are carrying Nicolas Maduro now that he's arrived in New York. John Miller is with me. John Miller, can we just talk about what's been happening behind the scenes? Obviously, we're seeing what Omar is saying and what we can see from these helicopters, this aerial view. What's been happening behind the scenes with the ousted Venezuelan leader?
Well, after being processed at the DEA's New York office, fingerprinted and booked, he and his wife presumably are on board these helicopters. They are headed to the Metropolitan Detention Center. What's been going on behind the scenes is to keep this coordinated, to try and keep these locations basically secured during each of the moves. And when he arrives where he's going to be landing in not a regular heliport. It's going to be kind of a non-public landing zone, which is not far from the Metropolitan Detention Center, where they have already pre-positioned all the security to receive him. And then he'll be coming around to where Evan Perez is. And that is where he is, where his wife is, going to be spending the night, where they're going to be likely spending all day Sunday before they make an initial appearance before either a U.S. magistrate or a federal judge in the Manhattan courthouse. Before that appearance, you'll see another high security move, much like this one, bringing him from that prison, that jail in Brooklyn, to the federal courthouse in Manhattan, where these charges have been brought.
John, earlier in that remarkable picture that Trump posted of Maduro on the USS Iwo Jima, he was wearing blinders, this insulated headset. He was handcuffed. Is that still the condition that he'd be in now? What would that look like as they're transporting him back and forth?
So after being processed, he's gone from being what we're looking at here, which is basically someone who is in the custody of the military, to someone who's in custody of law enforcement. That might be the case by this time, probably not. Now he's kind of merging into how they would handle a regular criminal defendant, not someone who's in the middle of a highly
But John, can I just stop you for a moment? This image right here,
sure.
We're seeing these three helicopters on the move, the Statue of Liberty on the right side of your screen, as Nicolas Maduro and his wife, we believe, are being transported from the West Side Highway, where that landing zone was that we were just at with Omar Jimenez, and now on the way to this facility in Brooklyn, where they are going to be held for the foreseeable future.
Quite an incredible image, passing the Statue of Liberty.
And can we talk about who is on that helicopter with him? We saw a bunch of DEA agents earlier. John, what would that look like?
So these are DEA agents from the New York office of the DEA. That's where this case was initiated. It became the subject of an indictment back in 2020. That's how long we're talking about. This is a case involving an alleged 25-year pattern of corruption by the leaders of Venezuela, including this leader allegedly, many of his appointees and cabinet members, his wife obviously, and this is the agents who are flying with him are basically a combination of the case agents, meaning one of them must be the arresting officer for him and maybe for his wife, and the security teams that are in charge of making sure that all that goes smoothly. What you saw there was the people with the heavy vests in this picture, the night vision goggles. Those are part of DEA's SWAT team, which have provided this ring of security around him.
I mean, and what does that look like in terms of security while he's here in New York? And also once he's inside this facility that has become, I mean, obviously well known to you, but has become well known to everyone over the last decade, given the high profile figures that have been held there. What will it look like? I mean, how do they accommodate holding a former world leader inside this facility?
Well, the way it'll start, Caitlin, is he will be held in one of the men's sections. His wife will be held in one of the women's sections. And they will likely be held in isolation for that first day. These are high-profile prisoners. They are high-security prisoners. So they will likely be held by themselves, alone in a cell, without a cellmate, probably under watch of the Bureau of Prisons constantly. At the arraignment, their lawyers will have the chance to discuss with the judge or the magistrate what their conditions will be for being held. Bail is very unlikely to be an issue here, in that there is no judge in the Southern District who's going to grant bail to someone who's charged with being behind this many resources or this high risk a defendant, or for that matter, his wife. But they may argue that they want him in general population. And then he may be mixing with the likes of P. Diddy and Luigi Mangione. But at least for the first day, it is entirely probable that they will be by themselves, but separate.
What's it like inside that facility, John?
So that is not the pride of the U.S. Bureau of Prisons. This is a building that has been in disrepair for some time, suffers from a lack of heat in the winter, which is right now, problems with plumbing and water, problems with medical care, particularly problems that have been the subject of complaints by female inmates who say there is not the health care, the medical facilities, the gynecology that's required for female prisoners. So it's a place that has a long history of substandard reports. It's a place that's been the subject of corruption investigations, other investigations. It is a facility that has had its problems through the years. And for an individual, two individuals, a husband and wife, who were at the pinnacle of power and dictatorship, who lived in a series of palaces and very opulent places, this is going to be a real shock to the system in terms of lifestyle changes.
I mean, that's a great point, just in terms of what this looks like, and what was happening 24 hours ago with Maduro and his wife. I just want to tell everyone who's maybe just tuning in, what we are watching are live images of helicopters believed to be carrying Maduro and his wife as they are making their way across the New York City skyline. You just saw a moment ago the Statue of Liberty in the background, as he is being transported to the Brooklyn jail, where he is expected to be held for this foreseeable future. John, can we talk about where they're landing? Because earlier it was the helipads on the West Side Highway. Obviously, we were just watching those images there as he's expected to be transported to where Evan Perez was just standing a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this is obviously all incredibly unusual.
Yes, this is definitely a one of a kind. We've been through things like this before, similar things with prisoners like El Chapo, but none of them have been this high profile, including that of the president of Honduras, who was similarly charged and tried and sentenced, but not moved under this level of security. So what you're seeing here is a landing in what appears to be Bush Terminal Park by a recreational facility. All of that is sealed off. The helicopter's landing. In the foreground, you see a truck from the NYPD's Emergency Service Unit, which is the equivalent of their SWAT team. And to the left of that, you see a motorcade lined up, ready to pull out. Vehicles will approach those helicopters from a closer distance. The prisoners will be transferred from the helicopters to those vehicles, and then they will move around to one of the entrances, either the front or the back, to where Evan Perez is stationed for us, and then they'll be processed into that jail.
Well, and as Evan noted, and we'll see what happens before the judge when they appear before him. Obviously, this is an indictment that has happened and been in place. It's now a superseding indictment, as what was rolled out by the Attorney General Pam Bondi today. It's an indictment that has existed for a long time. And, on the conspiracy to import cocaine, I mean, how much of a role, John, does Venezuela actually play in that when it comes to just the entire, what the DEA is dealing with on a daily basis?
Well, from a global sense, countries like Venezuela play an incredibly important role in that cocaine comes from places like Colombia. Cartels operate there, but places like Venezuela serve as a transshipment point. So it goes from Colombia by the ton to a place like Venezuela. Now we see these helicopters on the ground. From Venezuela, it can move to Mexico or into the United States, or it can move from Venezuela to offshore ships that take it to Europe. A good deal of Venezuela's cocaine goes to Europe. And I'm going to break here because I think we're going to be watching these prisoners, President Maduro and his wife, come out of these helicopters and move towards the next vehicle.
And John, they're being escorted very slowly, as we were seeing when he was just being walked across the helipad on the other, where they took off from to land here in Brooklyn, where they are now. I mean, what is this kind of operation like when you're doing this at night? I mean, as we were watching him get off the plane, he changed over planes at Guantanamo Bay after being on board the USS Iwo Jima, then made his way here to New York. We saw him being escorted slowly off the plane earlier by dozens of agents. And now, all of this is happening here as it's been dark for a couple hours in New York. Does that add any complicating factors to what these agents are carrying out?
Actually, the idea that it is a Saturday night in the middle of a holiday period, traffic is generally lighter. This occurred in the west side of Manhattan. Now we see that DEA team moving him across the field towards a vehicle. But these are special operators, these SWAT teams. They're used to working in darkness. In many ways, darkness can be their friend.
Yeah, in terms of how they're getting around. Ellie Honig, you're also here. Can you tell us, just legally speaking, what's about to happen with Maduro and his wife? I mean, we know obviously what happens when someone typically is indicted and arrested. What is going to play out over the next few hours for them?
Well, Caitlin, as unusual as the circumstances are with a president or former president and his wife being in the defendant's chair, largely this will be our criminal justice process the way that it always works. So as John and you have been discussing, he's on his way to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn right now, which houses federal inmates in New York City. Presumably on Monday, we don't know for sure, but usually you try to get the initial appearance done the first available business day. So as early as Monday, he will make an appearance in federal court. They'll take him across the river to the Southern District of New York. The courthouses there are at the southern tip of Manhattan. Now, this case has been assigned to a federal judge named Alvin K. Hellerstein. He's been a judge since 1998. I've appeared in front of him many times. Either Judge Hellerstein himself will hold the initial conference, or he will refer it to a magistrate judge, which is a different type of federal judge. And at that hearing, again, which could be on Monday, Caitlin, a few things will happen. First of all, Maduro and his wife will be advised of the charges against them. They will enter their initial pleas, probably almost assuredly not guilty at this point. They will make sure that both of these defendants have defense counsel, and if they don't, then the court will assign defense counsel, at least temporarily. And then, as John Miller said, the judge will consider the issue of bail, but there's no way either of these folks are getting bail. So that'll be the first appearance, and I look for that. I'd expect that to happen on Monday. We don't know for sure, but that's the most likely scenario.
And right now we're seeing these DEA agents around this black SUV. That is what it's a little difficult to see from the aerial footage, but that is what we're watching after they got off of these helicopters that we believe are transporting Maduro and his wife to go to this facility. You mentioned an attorney there, Ellie. I mean, what is it like to be a criminal defense attorney for someone like Nicolas Maduro?
Well, you know, it's incredibly difficult, but I will tell you, I've been in touch with a lot of prominent defense lawyers today who have told me that they are angling to get this case. And remember, criminal defense lawyers, they don't make judgments about whether their clients are good or bad or guilty or not guilty. The reason this is an attractive case for private criminal defense lawyers is, first of all, it's extremely high stakes. The top lawyers like to do, and also they're going to get paid. They know this is a very wealthy individual. They will be able to charge him whatever they believe they can charge. So there's a bit of a scramble happening right now from what I'm hearing from several prominent defense lawyers to land this representation, to represent Nicolas Maduro and his wife.
Did they tell you why? Why they want to, I mean, what drives interest like that?
Yeah. Yeah, well, number one, big-time criminal defense lawyers like to be involved in big-time cases. This is going to be a massively high-profile case. Number two, there are some novel legal issues that are going to be presented in this case that I think some of these defense lawyers would like a chance to argue. We've really seen very little like this. There will be novel constitutional and international law arguments raised. And third is just straight-up money. Criminal defense lawyers, not a knock on them, but they like to get paid. This is obviously a very wealthy individual who can pay top dollar for his defense team.
Evan Perez, you're outside the detention facility where he is expected to be held. His wife, as well, as John was talking about, them being isolated upon arrival there, and what that's going to look like. And can we also talk about the role that the DA has played in this and what that looks like, that collaboration going forward?
Yeah, no, Caitlin, this is a case, as John has laid out just a minute ago, this is a case 20 years in the making against Maduro himself, at least a decade, that DEA agents have been building a case against Maduro and more recently against his wife. If you look at the indictment that was unsealed today, you'll see some of the allegations of him allegedly, even when he was foreign minister, using, especially selling diplomatic passports and helping drug traffickers move their money to launder it, as well as to move drugs north from South America to the United States. What we're beginning to see, you might hear some of the sirens from the police. I'm trying to figure out whether this is the direction they're coming from. But there's a crowd of several hundred people who have now arrived here just to the right of me near the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn, on the Brooklyn waterfront. They're waving Venezuelan flags. It's a very celebratory atmosphere. I'm told that there's another crowd that is at the federal courthouse. I guess people thought that he might be going there. But we're very close to where the heliport, the other helipad is, that he would be brought. And now we're beginning to hear a little bit of the sirens. I can't tell whether the police are bringing him in this direction or whether they're coming from the opposite direction. Certainly you're going to hear the crowd reaction, but certainly for DEA agents who've been working this case, Caitlin, this is a big moment. You saw some of their presence in the photographs that were released from the White House today. You saw DEA agents playing a role in the celebratory moment there to his arrival in U.S. custody. And to bring a finer point to what John was talking about, this is a terrible place. This is the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn. It is not a very nice place. It is some of the people who've been held here say that it's infested with rats. It's as John pointed out, apparently it doesn't have very good heating for the temperatures that we're dealing with here today. By the way, I think you and I were texting earlier. It was about 75 degrees earlier today in Caracas when the Maduros were taken from their bedroom. It is well below freezing temperatures here in Brooklyn right now, and so we expect that obviously this is going to get. They're going to bring him in, and it's going to be done very, very quickly. We have seen some of the SWAT teams from the DEA and from the FBI here trying to prepare for the securing of these two prisoners who are arriving. And again, there seems to be excitement building every time a police car goes by. You hear a roar from the crowd here in Brooklyn. Caitlin?
Yeah, and just to reemphasize, the scene that we are watching play out right now, to Evan's point about what a change the last 24 hours have brought for Nicolas Maduro. He was in his palace in Caracas 24 hours ago. Now he is being transported in multiple different motorcades, helicopters, planes on the USS Iwo Jima earlier today, before ultimately being brought here to the end of this journey for him for the foreseeable future of what this is going to look like. Evan, you talked about the MDC. I was texting with a criminal defense attorney earlier, maybe one of those that Ellie was talking about who's vying to represent Maduro, who said that place is a dungeon and was just describing, what it looks like on the inside. And I do think there's a question of whether or not special accommodations are made for him or, how they prepare for the arrival of someone this high profile any moment now.
Well, one of the big concerns, obviously, is his security, because obviously you want to make sure that no harm comes to him while he's in custody, while he awaits trial. That is the whole purpose of what they're concerned about here. It's not necessarily about his comfort, it's more about his security. Now, it is also true that as a foreign leader, as a former foreign leader, although one that the United States, if you read the statements from the U.S. government today, they do not recognize that Maduro is actually the leader of Venezuela, or was the leader of Venezuela. So there's going to be some legal arguments that are going to be made in the next few months as to whether he deserves to be treated with any kind of special care. One of the things that we saw, more than 30 years ago, when Manuel Noriega was brought to the United States to face charges in Miami, he successfully argued that he should be treated as a prisoner of war. That allowed him to wear his military uniform when he went to trial. It also got him some better prison conditions when he was brought to the United States. All of those things are probably going to be in play now by the former Venezuelan leader, but it's certainly, if you listen to some of the federal officials who've been involved in this case. I talked to someone who was running special operations for the DEA over the last few decades and oversaw some of these cases that were building against people in government in Venezuela. This moment is a very important one, because they say over the years Venezuela has essentially become the command and control of drug trafficking from South America. There's connections between the Venezuelan regime and Hezbollah over the number of years. The DEA has cataloged some of those connections, as well as connections with the FARC and the ELN. These are the two rebel militant organizations in Colombia. So, for this moment, for the United States, for the Justice Department, this has been something in the making for more than 20 years. And so now we'll see how these charges stand up in federal court in the coming months, because again, bringing an indictment is one thing, but trying to prove that Nicolas Maduro was indeed personally involved in all of this, certainly I talked to people who say they believe it's a strong case. We'll see how that works once this case goes to trial.
Yeah, and Ellie, Evan, we're watching this motorcade play out. It looks like it's heading exactly where you are, so we're going to be watching this. There's a white van surrounded with police lights. The back door appears to be open as it is slowly making its way through the streets here of New York with that police motorcade, a massive presence. I can hear the Venezuelan, a lot of those Venezuelan nationals that you said are behind you cheering. And you mentioned Noriega, Evan, and I think that's a good point, because we've been talking about the parallels of that case, 36 years after he was captured by U.S. forces in Panama. And you're right, he did get special accommodations. He had, they nicknamed it the presidential suite where he was held. It is not what anyone else would, liken to a presidential suite, but he did get special accommodations in those pretrial proceedings.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think you're going to see play out in the next few months is perhaps his lawyers arguing that he deserves to be treated differently from some of the other prisoners. It's certainly not what for example, the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, was entitled to, certainly while he was here. But again, this case is so different, right? We've not, when the former Honduran president came here, you didn't have this crowd show up to cheer his arrival here. It kind of he was just another criminal defendant. Maduro is absolutely different. And so one of the things that they're going to be concerned about is making sure he's secure, that he is, that no harm comes to him or his wife. They did, in the last few years, add some additional facilities inside this building. They have built a special unit for some of the high-profile prisoners that have been held here, including, of course, Diddy, the former rapper who was put on trial in federal court here in New York. So there's a number of high-profile people who have been brought here and have been held at this prison, and they had to make sure that those people were secure. And because of the reputation of this place, I think there was a lot of concern by the Bureau of Prisons to try to at least improve those conditions to make sure those people were secure. But again, the big concern is the security. It's not so much their comfort. Maduro is in for a very rude awakening once he enters these gates behind me.
Yeah, and Beth Sanner is here with us, our CNN national security analyst. She's the former deputy director of national intelligence. And I think, Beth, hearing the stunning level of detail that went into this would best be described as audacious raid, a successful one where they captured Maduro and his wife. As President Trump said, he watched it live and said at one point that they were trying to get to this steel door that they had installed to close it, didn't make it there in time. To think about what has happened to the Maduros in the last 24 hours, what that experience has looked like, and now as they're in this slow motorcade making their way to this facility where he's going to be detained, the level of intelligence in terms of having someone in Maduro's inner circle or having the intelligence of his movements. As General Dan Kane, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, was saying earlier, they knew what he was eating. They knew what he was wearing. They knew the names of his pets. I mean, they spent extensive amounts of time to prepare for what led to this moment right here.
It's incredible, Caitlin. I mean, whether you agree or disagree with the operation, the CIA and the intelligence community, NSA and NGA, were also involved. Their ability to do this, but they do this at the request and orders of the president, just like the U.S. military. So, but it is incredible. And as I was reading about this and listening to the president talk about it, I couldn't help but think about, my experience. I had the honor of being a part of the Osama bin Laden raid and watching that unfold on a video feed, just like the president did, and how just heart-stopping that experience is. And it is incredible. And I really feel that CIA here, this is what Director Radcliffe has talked about, trying to return CIA to its roots, its capabilities to do these sorts of things. I'm not sure that ever went away completely, but certainly Director Radcliffe is embracing this and really showing CIA's worth for this administration.
Do you see parallels, Beth, in between this moment that's playing out right now? And I should note, it looks like they're arriving there at the facility. We're seeing multiple agents exit that white van that we've been watching so closely. I mean, you could just see the massive police presence here. So Evan Perez, if you see something, jump in with us as well. But I mean, watching this play out, Beth, and the parallels between this and Noriega in terms of the last time the United States deposed a strong man.
Right.
What do you see?
Well, I think that, Caitlin, I was just thinking about this. There are three things that are really different about what happened in Panama and what is happening now in Venezuela. The first one is that, we had troops on the ground. We had 13,000 troops. We were part of the fabric of Panama. We had a real presence there. Noriega was actually a CIA operative at one point. The second thing was that there was actually a legitimate government that had been elected, just like in Venezuela. But as the United States was coming in, that leader was sworn in by the judiciary. And at that point, there was a legitimate alternative government that was put in power. And then the third thing is that Panama, it's just a totally different scale. Venezuela is 12 times bigger than Panama. It's twice as big as Iraq. It has jungles like Vietnam. It has, plains. It has mountains. It is an incredibly big and complex place that has any number of armed groups operating lawlessly in many parts of the country. So this is a scale that is just completely different. But Noriega and Maduro, nonetheless, are experiencing the very same kind of thing coming into America and experiencing American justice.
And Ellie, we've heard some criticism from unsurprising figures, people like Congressman Thomas Massie, a Republican of Kentucky. He wrote earlier and said, If this action were constitutionally sound, the Attorney General wouldn't be tweeting that they've arrested the president of a sovereign country and his wife for possessing guns in violation of a 1934 U.S. firearm law. Ellie, what do you make of the charges, not just facing Maduro, but also his wife and the role that she's played? Because what we're watching right now, this transport, she's also included in all of this.
Yeah, the charges are much more serious than that tweet suggests. So there's really 4 charges here. So one of them is conspiracy to commit narco-terrorism. That's an extremely serious charge. It means being part of an organization that engages in violence and traffics in drugs and sends them into the United States. Then there are multiple charges of importing mass quantities of cocaine into the United States. The indictment alleges that at times they would send 250 tons of cocaine into the United States per year. So that comes out to 500,000 pounds of cocaine per year, just enormous amounts. And then there are charges relating to use and distribution of, yes, firearms, machine guns, also incendiary devices and bombs. So the charges here are extraordinarily serious. Caitlin, worth noting, if any of these defendants are convicted, they are looking at a mandatory minimum of 30 years in federal prison. I should note that President Maduro is about 63 years old. And if they're convicted, the maximum sentence here would be life. So the stakes are going to be all or nothing for Nicolas Maduro, for his wife, and the other defendants in the case.
Ellie, do you see a contradiction, just as an attorney, in the arrest and shocking capture of Maduro and Trump's recent pardon of Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was indicted and convicted of pretty similar charges?
Oh, sure. I mean, there's some obvious tension in those 2 actions. That'll be a political question that needs to play out. And to your earlier question, Caitlin, and this one as well, about the unusual, extraordinarily unusual nature of arresting the head of another sovereign state, there will be, I promise you, that Maduro's defense lawyers will argue that this arrest violated international law, therefore should be void, therefore he cannot be prosecuted in U.S. civilian criminal courts. Now, people may have heard throughout the day reference to this 1989 opinion memo drafted by the Justice Department, a group of lawyers called OLC, the Office of Legal Counsel. In fact, the person who drafted the memo was William Barr, who would then go on to become Attorney General. That's right, yeah. two different times. And Bill Barr, the future Attorney General, concluded that even if an arrest violates tenets and principles of international law, that does not mean that a person is immune from being prosecuted in the United States. Now, that's never been tested in courts. I think it's very likely, near certain, that it will be raised here in this case. I think it's fairly unlikely that a U.S. federal district court judge is going to say, I take issue with the way this arrest happened, and therefore I dismiss the charges against Nicolas Maduro. But it's one of those things we're going to have to wait and see.
If you're his criminal defense attorney, Ellie, and we're watching all this scene play out, and I should just note for anyone who's just tuning in, we are waiting to see Maduro being escorted into the Metro Detention Center where he's expected to be held. That is what this giant motorcade and police presence is after he was transported on a helicopter. You know, Ellie, we heard from the Secretary of Defense earlier, Pete Hegseth. I've heard from other administration officials who keep, posting these videos with music to the background of comments Maduro made, comments the president made, saying F.A., F.O., F around, find out, basically to Maduro. Right. Is that something a criminal defense attorney would use? Does that matter at all in this?
Oh, for sure. I mean, there will be a slew of pretrial motions, and one of them, Caitlin, will be that commentary made by the president, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, have prejudiced him, have slanted any potential jury pool against him, have been inflammatory. And the legal argument there will be that it infringes on his presumption of innocence. Now, it's really difficult to succeed on that kind of argument, but I certainly look for that to be among the many pretrial arguments that we see. Another point, Caitlin, to watch as we head into the court proceedings here, having looked at this indictment, it looks fairly strong to me, but it's hard to tell because it's always difficult, it's always tricky to tie in the leader of a large organization like this, whether it's an international narcotics group, whether it's a terrorist group, whether it's a mob group, because a lot of times they're insulated, they're careful about who they talk to. And so one of the main questions that I'm watching for is, do they have a cooperator? Do they have someone from the inside who's helping them? Now, we don't know for sure, but one of the original co-defendants who was indicted back in 2020 on this case pled guilty over this past summer of 2025, and there's no sentencing date. So here we are 6-7 months later, and there's no sentencing date for that individual, which I'm not going to say for sure means they're cooperating, but it's consistent with the notion of somebody who is cooperating from the inside.
What do you mean by that? Go on.
So ordinarily, if somebody is cooperating, the first thing they do is they admit everything they know to prosecutors. If prosecutors are satisfied, then you will take a guilty plea. But what you will not do is set the sentencing date, because ideally, if you're a prosecutor, you want your cooperator to not be sentenced until he is done testifying. So I had cooperators who would plead guilty and not be sentenced for 4, 5, 6 years down the line. So the fact that there's not a sentencing date, ordinarily you'd be sentenced in a federal system 3 months or so after your guilty plea. So this guilty plea happened in the summer, June or July of 2025. Ordinarily he would have been sentenced by now. However, the fact that we are 7 months down the road, there's not been a sentencing, there's not even a sentencing date. Again, I don't want to draw any hard conclusions there, but I will tell you that's absolutely consistent with somebody who's cooperating with prosecutors.
Well, and Ellie, you talked about how you'd appeared before the judge here. Can we talk about what that's going to look like? I mean, he's very familiar with this case, that in terms of, you know, how long this indictment was, the superseding indictment today was built on criminal charges related to Venezuela and the cocaine trafficking from 2011, I believe, and they've built on that. Right. The judge who's going to be doing this, he's overseen this case for more than a decade now. I mean, what does it mean now that Maduro is actually in U.S. custody?
Yeah, so this is Judge Alvin K. Hellerstein. He took the federal bench in 1998. He's an appointee of President Bill Clinton. I appeared in front of Judge Hellerstein more times than I could ever count. I tried 3 cases in front of him all the way to jury verdict, including a big one with 5 defendants at once. He is a good judge. He is wise. He's been on the bench a very long time. He's had a hand in many high-profile cases. In fact, at this very moment, Judge Hellerstein has a small piece of Donald Trump's appeal of his hush money conviction. Donald Trump is trying to move that case over to federal court, and that piece of the case is actually with Judge Hellerstein. It is worth mentioning, Judge Hellerstein took senior status, meaning he has a reduced caseload, some years ago, and he's currently 92 years old. Now, I had a small case in front of him 3-4 years ago. He is sharp, he is with it, but 92 years old, this is a major trial. It'll be up to him whether he wants to keep it. Sometimes when you have a judge who's on senior status like Judge Hellerstein, they will decide voluntarily, this is not for me, I need to move this to somebody else, I'm on a reduced caseload. So we'll see if Judge Hellerstein keeps this case or not, but if he does, he is a very experienced jurist. He knows how to control his courtroom, he knows how to try a complex case.
And I should note for everyone watching, this is the view above the Metro Detention Facility where he is going to be held. This is from just a few moments ago as we were watching this play out. Rahm Emanuel is also here with me. He's CNN's senior political and global affairs commentator, also the former ambassador to Japan under President Biden. And Rahm, when I'm looking at this, and Maduro's in U.S. custody, and he's about to be in front of a judge, as Ellie noted, in about 36 hours, potentially as soon as then from now. Maduro's in Brooklyn. Is it clear to you who is running Venezuela as of this moment?
No, I mean, one of the things that was all of us woke up to, the President of the United States, and this is going to be reputational damage for the United States, through the democratically elected government that we stood by, who she won the Nobel Peace Prize, just threw her on the bus and say, we're working now with the Vice President, and the Secretary of State been on the phone with her. This is, I mean, that's what's, you know, you look at this and it's reputational damage for the United States. We talking and we're charging a person for drugs. We just commuted the sentence for the former president of Honduras, who's the largest drug kingpin, and we took control of their oil at the very same time that Russia's claiming that they own Ukraine's nuclear facility. So there's a lot of questions that have to be answered both in this particular case and the ramifications, Caitlin, beyond this case to what's happening geostrategically around the globe.
Well, I think you make a good point on Machado, because the president was saying earlier that it would be very tough, that was his quote, for her to lead Venezuela, for her to, it wasn't clear, what he meant when he said she doesn't have support inside the country. I mean, she did win the most recent opposition primaries by a big margin. I think that raises the question of who picks the new leader of Venezuela.
No, it's an open question. I mean, I think there's also, she not only won the biggest election, she won a Nobel Peace Prize that the president, covets in big numbers. I don't know. Right now, you saw the pictures and stories coming out of Caracas is basically calm uncertainty. What you don't want is a lot of violence, and you don't want a country that implodes and explodes all the problems throughout the region. There's other implications to this case, not only who you're going to deal with there, but what are the geostrategic implications around the globe for an action that the United States just took. In this case, I would add, I mean, look at this. You have basically Iran is on its back heel. Venezuela, we took in control of the oil, looks like, and we're basically deposed a head of state. Cuba is a failed state in this area.
Rob Emanuel,
Syria,
Russia. I want to go back to Evan Perez. I want to come back to you, but Evan Perez is outside the facility. Evan, what are you seeing out there?
Well, we had been expecting that perhaps they would bring Maduro, the motorcade would bring him in through this entrance, but there's another entrance on the other side. I just talked to some of the NYPD here, and they told me he's already inside, that the motorcade brought him in through that side, which, again, if you see where we are here on the Brooklyn waterfront, a large crowd, several hundred people are over by the expressway, and every few minutes you hear them you hear a roar erupt from there. Again, they were assuming, I think, that they would get to see the former leader of Venezuela come in that way. But clearly what the motorcade did and what the security here is they took him through another entrance, which is on the other side of the building. We have news choppers who may have caught the entrance of that motorcade into this facility, and so that's how they were able to bring him in. Again, one of the big concerns you can tell from just the way the police have been acting here today, with the arrival of the SWAT teams and so on, was to make sure that they could get him in here safely, securely, and they appear to have done that at this point. Caitlin, he is now inside the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn, and he begins the process being held in custody until he awaits trial. Of course, we expect that he might be in court for his first appearance, or perhaps his arraignment, as soon as Monday. Caitlin?
Evan, do we know if he's gotten a mugshot, been fingerprinted? Has that already happened, or is that what will happen now that he's inside this facility?
Yeah, we're told that some of that happened already at the DEA field office. That's one of the reasons why they brought him when he came in from the Air Force Base. They flew him to that heliport on the west side, which was the closest to the DEA field office, which is on the west side of Manhattan. And from there, they brought him back to the heliport and brought him to another helipad, which is at a park just right near this facility, again, right on the Brooklyn waterfront. I think you saw those extraordinary pictures of the helicopter going by with the view of the Statue of Liberty, something that he would have been able to see as he flew over the New York waterfront. And now at this point, he is inside the detention center in Brooklyn, where he will await his trial.
So we don't expect to see him tomorrow?
No, we don't expect that he'll make any public appearances. Again, this is all up to the judge, but we don't expect that the judge will have any hearings at least until Monday. Again, it's all up to the judge, and at this point we have not yet seen anything on the docket to indicate this, but again, we're waiting to see that, and that is most likely when he will make his first court appearance, his first public appearance, and we'll see him hear for the first time the exact charges that he and his wife are facing.
Yeah, and I still think one huge question is who is going to represent him? And do we know if they would have the same attorney, Evan, or how does that, would they have different attorneys? How does that work?
No. Yeah, no, we have not yet seen that. We haven't seen any information of who might be representing him. We expect that we're going to see that perhaps tomorrow. We're going to get some information about that tomorrow. Obviously, as Ellie was pointing out, Nicolas Maduro, at least according to the U.S. government, has a lot of resources at his disposal. The U.S., of course, has put a lot of sanctions on those resources. But part of the process here in the United States is that the U.S. government is not allowed to essentially make you not able to afford a defense. And so that's one of the things that we expect to see argued in the coming days is how does he get to pay for a lawyer, for a legal defense for him and his wife. That's, again, obviously something that's going to unfold in the next few days.
Evan, is it safe to say he's now officially a prisoner of the U.S. government now that he's inside that facility?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he became a prisoner of the United States when the FBI agents who were part of that special operations force that went in to Caracas, that's the moment that he was placed under arrest. That process, of course, then they brought him to the Iwo Jima and then to Guantanamo, where they transferred him to a plane. And so it's been a series of different transports in the custody of the United States. So that process began several hours ago.
Yeah, Evan Perez, obviously we're going to continue to stay with you as we are watching this play out. And for those who are just joining us, we are watching a remarkable scene play out live before our very eyes here in New York City tonight, where Nicolas Maduro, the man who ruled Venezuela for more than a dozen years, is now a prisoner of the U.S. government, as the almost 34 million people who lived under his reign are left wondering who is running their country. The president says for the time being it is going to be the United States that is running Venezuela, he says, with a group. A lot of questions about the details of what that's going to look like. But we have been watching the former leader of Venezuela, the ousted leader, just outside New York City, helicoptered inside Manhattan tonight, then to the Brooklyn facility where he is going to be held for the foreseeable future. As you were seeing a heavy police presence that has been escorting him around this city, whether it's by motorcade, which is what took him to the Metropolitan Detention Center here, or by helicopter, as we saw earlier after he deplaned here in New York City. Ellie Honig, I mean, just this moment, something that, there have been real questions of what was going to happen. The president said earlier that he shouldn't have been surprised, Maduro or anyone else, because of the large U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean. And now we're seeing this moment where he is in U.S. custody and he'll be before a U.S. judge within a matter of days, if not hours from now.
Well, I think what's so unexpected, Caitlin, is that it would play out this way. Obviously, there was this military buildup happening around Venezuela, but that our government made the decision: we're going to go in, we're going to seize Maduro by force and his wife, we're going to bring them to the United States and subject them to trial in our civilian criminal courts, is really a remarkable decision made by the president. And I think there's debate around it politically. But one thing I think we've learned over the years is that our criminal courts are fully capable of handling a prosecution like this. Now, this will be different because we're talking about a former president of a sovereign nation, but we have seen trials in these federal courthouses in New York and the Southern District of the leaders of the most dangerous narco groups, terrorist groups, mafia groups, you name it. Our courts have shown that they're capable of this. And
this is CNN's breaking news coverage, because as we come on the air tonight, the ousted Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife are currently in U.S. custody here in New York. President Trump declared that his administration will now run Venezuela without offering many details or a timeline for how long the United States will be in charge of a Latin American country with nearly 34 million people. U.S. forces captured Maduro in an overnight operation that lit up the skies of Caracas. That ultimately led to this remarkable scene this evening that has just played out in the streets of New York. Maduro being escorted through New York City in U.S. police custody. This is all coming, I should note, less than 2 months after CNN reported that members of the Trump administration had told Congress they didn't have the legal justification to strike Venezuela, as we are now tonight monitoring reaction from lawmakers in both parties. Two sources tell CNN that Maduro, pictured here in U.S. custody aboard the USS Iwo Jima, and his wife were dragged from their bedroom in the middle of the night as President Trump and his national security team monitored the mission from his Mar-a-Lago club in South Florida. For more than a decade, of course, the president has wanted Maduro removed from power. And now, as early as Monday, the former Venezuelan leader and his wife could face a U.S. judge on drug and weapons charges here in New York. President Trump, whose political rise was built on promises to avoid regime change and end the practice of nation building that he criticized his predecessors for, laid out this plan for Venezuela earlier today.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about.
There are major questions about what's next for the U.S. policy here. But first, on what's happening with Maduro right now, CNN's senior justice correspondent, Evan Perez, is joining me from the Metropolitan Detention Center in New York, where he's expected to be held. And Evan, I think that's the question, is where is Maduro right now? And what do we expect this process to look like over the next few hours?
Well, right now, Caitlin, he is still being processed in Manhattan. We know that the DEA was working to do that. Now, there's he landed, as you saw earlier, just in the past hour, you saw he landed at the heliport there on the west side of Manhattan. There was a process that they were going to take essentially his mugshot and get him processed in, to begin the process for him to face these charges that have been unsealed today against him and his wife. There's a total of 5 people who are named on this indictment that the Justice Department made public today, including, of course, Nicolas Maduro's wife, and along with a current and a former interior minister, as well as the head of the Trinidad gang, all of whom, according to prosecutors, are involved in drug trafficking. The charges that right now Nicolas Maduro is facing include narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns. Again, this is gun trafficking, essentially. Those are among the charges that he's facing. And this is a process now that will begin here. We expect that he's going to arrive here at the Metropolitan Detention Facility in Brooklyn in perhaps the next hour or so. Already what we've begun seeing just to the right of me where I'm standing here in the Brooklyn waterfront, members of the Venezuelan community here in New York have started gathering. You can hear from time to time them shouting and yelling. They have Venezuelan flags that they're showing. There are people who are passing by, beeping their horns on their cars. We've also seen DEA and FBI arrive here to begin the process to secure his arrival. So again, all of that we expect to unfold here in the coming hours. And then, of course, we expect that he's going to make his first court appearance in federal court in Manhattan on Monday morning, or as soon as Monday morning, that is. And then the process will begin, and we'll see how those charges stand up. Now, he is the leader of a foreign country, so one of the things we expect he's going to do is he's going to argue that he should be treated differently. He's going to argue that these charges are not legitimate, that he deserves immunity. All of those things are going to take months for them to be worked out. But in the meantime, he will be held here at this facility. One of the things that I think is notable, Caitlin, something that you've been covering over the last few weeks, is that Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, this is the facility where he was held. He was serving 45 years in prison for pretty much the same charges that Nicolas Maduro is now facing. Of course, the president gave him a pardon several weeks ago, and so now this is where Maduro will be taking his place in this facility, Caitlin.
Yeah, and he was spotted in the streets of New York just a couple of days ago. Evan Perez, keep us updated on what you're seeing. Obviously, those Venezuelan nationals who are also there as well. We'll check back in with you throughout the hour as there's a lot of updates happening and changes. Also, our correspondent Omar Jimenez is with us now. And Omar, you were there earlier as the helicopters transporting Maduro had landed on the West Side Highway. What have you been seeing since that?
Well, right now, after that motorcade initially left here and went for processing, we are now watching a lot of rebuilding up of law enforcement presence. We just had 3 helicopters land back at this heliport, which is significant because when Maduro and his wife first arrived here, they were transported by helicopter. When that motorcade left, we then saw helicopters take back off again. These helicopters are now back here. The roads on the West Side Highway here in Manhattan are now closed off once again. So it appears that they're preparing for another leg of transport here, presumably to what would be a detention center here in the New York City area. But what we saw earlier was really a very gradual buildup of law enforcement presence. We've been here since really the early afternoon at this point, and it started with just a few law enforcement officers. We could tell that when we were hearing that maybe this might be the place, there was just enough law enforcement to make us think, okay, we feel okay. Now this seems to be at least one bit of a motorcade coming through here. There's an armored vehicle. Previously, Maduro was in a white van, we believe to be, and you see that white van just behind this armored vehicle as they're making their way down up the West Side Highway here, northbound, back towards this heliport area. We're looking to see if we can see anything inside the windows. No, just federal agents, it appears, as they take this white van back toward this heliport area. Now, earlier, they had this white van backed up right against the gate that allows you to actually get to the helipad itself. So you see it sort of stopped at this intersection here. It'll be interesting to see if they back it in, to see if they use that same method. It really blocked our ability to get visual
qualifications and outcomes, but to some degree, with the exception of Iraq, this is one of the more ambitious U.S. regime change efforts in recent memory.
Yeah, and we saw what happened in Iraq. I mean, there are just so many questions, and a lot of the members of Congress are asking those questions at this hour, wondering why they were not alerted to this happening, especially since the president himself is saying that the U.S. will now take over in Venezuela for a time as they work out who will then lead that country. Jim Sciutto, please stick with us. I want to go, though, to Evan Perez, who is stationed outside the detention center in Brooklyn, which is about 70 miles from Newburgh. And we understand that from the plane that you saw Maduro being taken off of in that remarkable moment, he's gone inside of that building, but we understand he will be taking a helicopter. He will be flown by helicopter to this facility eventually tonight. Evan, what are you learning where you are?
That's right, Sarah. We anticipate that eventually this evening we're going to see Nicolas Maduro arrive here at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. This is the secure federal facility where the feds hold people who are about to be tried. This is the only secure federal facility in this area right now. And what we anticipate is happening right now, you saw Maduro was met there with a team from the Drug Enforcement Administration. These are agents who have been working on this case. They've been after Maduro, investigating Maduro for more than a decade. There's a number of other people, including a former Venezuelan intelligence chief, who have pleaded guilty over the years as part of this larger case, a case that essentially has been built on over the years with information. You can see certainly in this indictment that was unsealed today, you can see some of the information that they've been developing over the years, including examples, what they say, what prosecutors say was Maduro essentially using the diplomatic protection of the Venezuelan government to protect drug traffickers and to help them not only move drugs to the United States, but also to move some of their to launder some of their money in Venezuela. That is what marks the basis for this case, and so we're going to hear a lot more about this in the coming days. We expect, Sarah, that the DEA is going to play a role in processing him again in the coming hours, and then eventually he'll be here, and we expect that he'll be in court as soon as tomorrow. Again, we're waiting for the judge who is overseeing this case to let us know when to expect him, but then the case will start playing out. There's a lot of legal wrangling that we anticipate will be happening, including, of course, Maduro, when when he has a lawyer, I'm sure will make the case that we heard from Manuel Noriega, back in 1990, that he is a leader of a foreign country, and so he should be treated as a prisoner of war. He's not just a common criminal. All of those arguments we expect to unfold here in New York in the coming weeks and months. Sarah.
Thank you so much, Evan. I know we'll be checking back in with you as you follow this case and as the president of Venezuela ends up at that facility where you are. I want to go back now to Ellie Honig. We also have our Jim Sciutto and Cedric Layton, who have stuck with us throughout the hour watching these just remarkable historic moments in Newburgh, New York, of the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, being taken out of a plane onto American soil, handcuffed and flanked by federal agents. He is charged with multiple things. I do want to talk to you, Ellie, about why New York? Why is it that, as someone who's worked in this office yourself, why is it that this case is being, initially, is going to take place out of the Southern District of New York, your former office?
Well, Sarah, I think the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York is uniquely situated to handle this type of case. This is what that office has done for decades. This is the office that has handled the highest stakes, the highest pressure, the highest intensity criminal cases in this nation's history. From the major Wall Street cases of the 1980s, the office has handled the largest international and domestic terrorism cases, the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, the attack on the West Side Highway of Manhattan a few years ago. This is an office that specializes in prosecuting international narcotics trafficking. This is the office that has prosecuted leaders of the FARC, of various international drug trafficking groups. They have the expertise, they have the know-how, they have the personnel, they have the relationships, importantly, with the FBI, with the DEA, to handle a case like this. I should also say that that courthouse, the Southern District of New York courthouse, is also uniquely equipped to handle this type of trial. There have been all manner of historic trials in that courthouse. This will be different from those. But again, that courthouse is situated in a way, there's a history there. There are personnel there that know how to handle a case like this. And so it's completely consistent with the history of the SDNY that the Justice Department would have made the decision back in 2020 to originally indict this case there, and now in 2026 to keep the case there as they supersede, as they add a new indictment. So there will be a criminal trial in all likelihood of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, perhaps together, perhaps separately, but in that same district at some point this year or in the near future.
Just curious, Ellie, how it works when it comes to Maduro is obviously going to be given a lawyer. This is the U.S. justice system that he is facing charges in. How does that work? How is that person chosen? What happens in that realm?
So there's two ways this could go, Sarah. He could, of course, hire his own private lawyer. It needs to be a person who is licensed to practice in federal court in the Southern District of New York. However, if he, let's say, gets a lawyer who's not licensed to practice in that district, you can get what's called waived in, meaning you can get permission for that lawyer to come in for purposes of a given case. So certainly Nicolas Maduro, I don't think, is going to have any financial inability to hire a lawyer. So he can choose to hire a lawyer, whoever he would like, whoever's willing to take the case. If for some reason any criminal defendant, I can't imagine how this would be the case with Nicolas Maduro, but if any criminal defendant cannot afford counsel, then one will be appointed for them. At times that can be the federal public defender, or other times there's something called the CJA panel, the Criminal Justice Act panel, which is a panel of experienced New York-based criminal defense lawyers who will take the case at no charge to the individual. So I think it's very likely that Maduro and his wife and the other defendants in this case will each have their own private paid-for defense lawyers, but that's something that they will work out and solidify at the first court appearance, which likely, we don't know for sure, but likely will be Monday.
Yeah, I mean, this is just extraordinary. And I just want to recap here what you are seeing right now. This is from moments ago. That is the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, on the ground in the United States, in the dark there, flanked by dozens of federal agents on his way to, as the president put it, face justice in the United States. I want to go now back to Jim Sciutto. You have been on the phone, working those phones as you always do. What are you learning?
I've been speaking to the Venezuelan opposition about their reaction to this, and I'm told that the opposition leader, Machado, has been in touch with governments across the world following this operation. That includes the government of France, President Emmanuel Macron, but also, and this is crucial, governments in Latin America, Argentina, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay, who I'm told have shared with the Venezuelan opposition their shared desire in, quote, restoring the will of the people. I think this is important, Sarah, because here is the opposition saying that they are getting support from other countries for the opposition's role in the future of Venezuela post-Maduro. And that's, of course, crucial, Sarah, because, as you and I were speaking earlier, President Trump, in his comments from Florida earlier today, seemed to leave that question open, right? He said the U.S. will be running the country. He raised some questions about the degree of support that Machado has in the country of Venezuela, which is crucial given that it is the wide view of observers of the most recent election that Machado actually won and not Maduro. That would give, presumably, and certainly in the eyes of many countries in the region and around the world, legitimacy to her claims to leadership in any sort of post-Maduro government. But the opposition saying here that they are in touch with governments around the world and getting that kind of support, right, as I said there, for restoring the will of the people in the country of Venezuela. But at this point, remains very much an open question as to what the process will be to decide who leads the country next and where the U.S. will be in that process. Who will it support, right? And does that include the opposition?
Yeah, really great reporting from you. I just want to recap that you said you were speaking to the opposition there in Venezuela, who says, look, we are getting support from other countries for their role in the future of Venezuela after, post the Maduro regime, but they have not yet heard from the U.S. I just want to make sure we have that correct.
Well, I'm telling you exactly what they said, is that they've been in touch with France, Argentina, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay. Notable that list does not include the U.S. That doesn't mean that they haven't been in touch with the U.S., but at least in terms of what they're saying now, where they're getting those words of support, that's the list as I have it.
That's the list as you have it right now. Thank you so much for your great reporting. We have now with us Congressman Adam Smith, Democrat from Washington. He is at the House Armed Services Committee. Thank you so much for joining us. We were talking just yesterday about what was happening in Venezuela and what the Trump administration was saying about Iran, talking about locked and loaded. And now you see these remarkable moments happening. Just moments ago, we're seeing the president right now, as we sit here talking to you, of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, on U.S. soil, flanked by many different federal agents, mostly from the DEA, because we can see their jackets. I just want to get your reaction to what has happened over the past several hours.
Yeah, well, it's deeply concerning on a number of levels. Number one, what comes next, as your reporters have done a great job of commenting on. Okay, Maduro's gone. Who's leading Venezuela? And we don't seem to know. And when President Trump says that the U.S. is going to be running Venezuela in the short term and seems to have no idea what that means or how to achieve that's concerning. Because if Venezuela descends into further chaos, that's not in the U.S. interest, and we don't seem to have a plan to fix that. And what U.S. interest is being advanced here exactly? It doesn't seem to have a lot to do with stopping drugs from coming into the U.S. And again, we don't know what the future is. And the president basically has decided that the U.S. has the right to simply remove another country's president by force when we feel like it. That has enormous implications, certainly for the Western Hemisphere and Trump's vision of us in the U.S. being able to dominate it, but also for Russia and China. You know, what do we say to Putin if he says, well, I'm going to go in and remove Zelensky? So President Trump is taking us in what I think is a very dangerous direction broadly in terms of policy, and then specifically in Venezuela. Where is this going? We don't know, and that could lead to all manner of different dangerous outcomes.
I'm curious to get your response. We just heard from Jim Sciutto with some great reporting. He's talking to the opposition in Venezuela, who says, look, we have gotten express support from several other countries, France, Argentina, Panama, Paraguay. but he did not mention the United States in that. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, again, it goes back to what is Trump's goal here. And I think the easiest way to sum up Trump's goal is he wants the oil. He wants U.S. oil companies to have greater control over Venezuelan oil. Now, there's all manner of problems with that. To begin with, what's the infrastructure like to even get after that? And also, what's the legality of the U.S. asserting that level of control? But he hasn't seemed to give much thought to what comes next. The stated purpose behind this for a lot of people was that Maduro was not legitimately elected. He lost the election to Machado. And she should be the legitimate president of Venezuela. But if that's the case, we've removed Maduro. And now, as I understand it, the vice president, who's no more legitimate than Maduro, has now taken over the presidency. Well, what are we going to do about that? Who should lead Venezuela? And what's the process for getting there? So as I said, there's a lot of very troubling unanswered questions about where this policy goes past okay, we snatched Maduro. Great job. But where does that leave us? And what is the policy behind it?
Are you pleased with the way that this was executed? Not obviously, you are not pleased that this happened, but do you give the administration credit for how it happened? No deaths, and the president managed to do what he had planned on doing.
Well, from a technical standpoint, yeah, we got a great military. They perform tasks incredibly well. They have for decades now. And yes, that is very impressive. But this is what sort of has gotten us into trouble. And remember, this was part of Trump's argument for getting elected president. He was going to stop us stumbling into these conflicts. He was going to stop us using our military to try to solve all the world's problems. Look, Saddam Hussein, terrible guy. Muammar Gaddafi, terrible guy. Our military did a very effective job of removing both of them from power. It didn't end well. That's the problem. The military is really good at doing what it is assigned to do, but it's not in the nation building business, as we learned. They can take people out, they can kill people, they can do it all very well. And it's good that we have that capability, but relying on that capability and thinking that that's a substitute for policy and a substitute for the far messier business of figuring out, well, who is going to lead the country and how is that going to work? That's what got us in trouble over the course of the last 30 years. It wasn't bad intentions. It was thinking that we could accomplish more than we actually could just with military might and precision. So yeah, from a military operations standpoint, kudos, well run. But the implications of where that goes is the far bigger problem that we now have.
Representative Adam Smith, we do appreciate you taking your time in this remarkable moment to walk us through your thoughts on what has happened between the United States and Venezuela, the Venezuelan president on U.S. soil, soon to be taken to federal detention center in Brooklyn from Newburgh, where he landed just a few minutes ago. We do appreciate you walking us through that. The Venezuelan president has been taken, landing in New York, taken from an airplane, flanked by dozens of federal agents wearing DEA on their backs as we watch. This is from moments ago in Newburgh, New York. It is very dark. It is hard to see, but eventually you will start to see a man in a somewhat lighter attire than those agents who were in all black, and that is Nicolas Maduro, a remarkable moment in history for the United States and for Venezuela, as they have gone in, the U.S. military, and snatched the leader of a nation and his wife, charging them with a myriad of charges, everything from drug trafficking to gun running. There is so much more that people want to know as to what happens next. The President of the United States saying that for a time, it will be the U.S. that will run Venezuela as the president of Venezuela goes through the U.S. justice system. There are many, many things that people want to know the answers to, but at this hour, these remarkable images of the president of Venezuela in handcuffs. He may also be, he's walking very gingerly, very slowly, flanked by all of those agents to try to get him to the federal facility that's about 60 to 70 miles away in Brooklyn. We have a lot of folks who have been watching this and stayed with us throughout this coverage. Joining me now is CNN senior political commentator Adam Kinzinger. Adam, first, can you just give me a sense of what you are seeing and what you are feeling and analyzing as you look at these remarkable moments of a leader of a sovereign nation in handcuffs on U.S. soil after being snatched from his bed?
Yeah, look, I think we have to acknowledge a couple of things. Number one, Nicolas Maduro is a terrible man. And also, he is not the rightful president of Venezuela. My Democratic friends are getting kind of sucked into this trap of saying we just deposed the president of Venezuela, or, you know, your prior guest compared it to Zelensky. It's very different. Zelensky was rightfully elected. Zelensky is president of Venezuela. This guy was not. So I think that's important. At the same time, Donald Trump's press conference frightened me.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. But on the other hand, Donald Trump's press conference made me very worried because he talked about oil. He said, we were in charge. I have no idea how we're in charge right now of Venezuela. And he also said the rightful president of Venezuela, Maria Corina, I think that's how you say her name, that she doesn't have all this support. She just won a presidential election. So that's concerning.
Yeah, Maria Corina Machado, you got that right. And we have heard from our Jim Sciutto that he's been talking to the opposition, who says that they have gotten support, explicit support from several countries, including France, Argentina, Panama, and Paraguay. But they did not mention the United States so far. And so that was potentially concerning, certainly to the opposition and to some Venezuelans as this goes forward. I do want to ask you about something that you just picked up on that cannot be ignored. The President of the United States saying plainly and clearly that the U.S. will now run Venezuela for a time. What does that mean, you think?
I mean, that's what I don't know, and that's what's confusing everybody. I guess my assumption from that is that we are in conversations with the military or the fake vice president who's acting as president now, and that somehow there's going to be some kind of conglomeration. But the reality is this: you can't be in charge of a country if you don't have troops on the ground, and I mean, it's just physically not possible. So I don't know, unless there's something behind the scene happening that we haven't seen. But I think it's just, again, the thing that really shocked me, though, is it would be one thing if the president said, look, Maduro is gone. We are going to support the rightful president of Venezuela who actually won the election. But for the president to say, no, we're in charge, there's going to be a group running Venezuela. And by the way, oil, oil, oil. People are rightfully concerned about that. I am celebrating Maduro's capture. I am celebrating the amazing actions by the U.S. military. I am very concerned that there is no after plan right here from this administration.
This is an interesting political change, if you will. The President of the United States, throughout his campaign and throughout his presidencies, his first and second, has said over and over again that he wants to be the president of peace, that he wants to end all wars, that he does not believe the United States should be the police of the world, the world's police officer, if you will. And now we are seeing this. Do you see this as a complete change in the idea of what the Trump administration calls America First?
Yes. I mean, there's a couple things here. First off, I think if there ends up being a peaceful, which we all pray for, a peaceful transition to the rightful president of Venezuela, and this is all that had to do, this will come down as history as probably a good move for president, particularly politically. If this ends up being chaotic in Venezuela, there's not going to be suicide bombers, car bombs, stuff like we saw in Iraq. It's just a very different country than that. But there could be competitions within the military, within different gangs for power. And that would require the president to either then walk away or to put boots on the ground. And yes, that is a violation. But what you've seen in Trump's foreign policy is like getting super engaged in our hemisphere and ignoring the real challenges, Russia invading Ukraine, China. So, you know, I don't know what Trump's foreign policy is. I think this is certainly concerning what it leads to, But I don't think anybody knows really what the future of this conflict or the future of Venezuela is. We just have to pray that it's good, and we should all root for democracy to succeed in Venezuela as well as in the United States.
Last question here. There were some clues that something was going to happen. The president went on social media, as he does, and said after he struck one portion of Venezuela, a port, that there would be more to come, and that possibly more strikes to come. So ultimately, when you hear that and then you see the result of him actually doing so, he has said that the United States has guns locked and loaded when it comes to Iran. Do you think that we are headed down that path with Iran? Is that a warning that will come to fruition?
I personally think not, but you make a good point. I mean, I don't think not with 100% certainty, because that's a reality. He did say it. He has made the similar threats to Venezuela, and we see that he took action. That's dangerous. Look, I am all for a free Iran. I am cheering for a free Iran. But if there is regime change in Iran, it has to come from Iranians, not from the United States, because if the United States would engage militarily. Now, I reserve and say if this turns into a Syria situation, that's different. But where it is now, if the United States engages, you just create an enemy that unites everybody. What we need to do is show the Iranian people that we support them. We want them to have freedom, and we are behind their right to change their government as they see fit, but it can't come from us.
Adam Kinzinger, thank you for joining me on this historic day. I'm Sarah Seidner. Jessica Dean will pick up our special breaking news coverage of the U.S. military operation in Venezuela on the other side.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And welcome to a special breaking news edition of CNN Newsroom. Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Dean here in New York. We have been following this all day. Just moments ago, this is the latest. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro arriving on U.S. soil at a military base here in the state of New York. Dozens of federal agents seen escorting him off that plane. And as soon as Monday, he could be inside a U.S. federal court. Now, all of this taking place just hours after the Trump administration launched that large-scale strike on Caracas overnight, seizing Maduro during a raid that President Trump says killed many Cubans who he says were protecting Maduro. This is according to an interview with the New York Post. A source briefed on the operation telling CNN no U.S. service members died during Maduro's capture, but a handful of troops sustained bullet and shrapnel wounds. None are life-threatening. Now, there is major uncertainty over how the Trump administration plans to run Venezuela. The president saying that the U.S. will run it now, and what this means for U.S. troops. Could there be boots on the ground? The president saying the U.S. would take control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves, adding U.S. troops would be on the ground to help secure oil. There are a lot of parts to this. A lot of it is happening in real time, and we have our team of experts and reporters standing by. And we start first with our White House reporter, Elena Treen, who has been covering this all day. Elena, bring us up to speed with the very latest here.
Yeah, look, obviously stunning news today and really remarkable comments that we heard from the president and some of his top national security officials who surrounded him at that press conference this morning. One of the things that was most stunning to me was the photo, actually. You showed, Maduro deplaning in New York, but the president also shared a close-up of him being captured as he was on the USS Iwo Jima, which was the ship that transferred him before he got on a flight to fly to New York. You could see Maduro. I'm not sure if we have the photo, but see him in, a gray hoodie with blackout glasses on, handcuffed. Just remarkable to see that. But some of the other things, of course, are the big questions, really, of what is next and what are the next steps. And the president answered some of this during the press conference, but left a lot very much unclear. One is who is going to actually fill the power vacuum that Maduro has left. We know that the vice president, Deli Deli Rodriguez was sworn in. And we actually heard the president argue that the Trump administration has been in contact with her and that she has been talking with Secretary of State Marco Rubio about next steps for the future of Venezuela. And the other thing that was very striking to me was actually his comments about Maria Corina Machado, someone who, one of the biggest opposition leaders in Venezuela, someone the Trump administration has been in close contact with for weeks now. They said that they have not been in contact with her. And this is very much surprising because a lot of people at the top levels of the White House, Jessica, had long thought that she would be very crucial to setting up a new transitional government in Venezuela should Maduro be ousted from power. I want you to listen to exactly, or I'm not sure if we had the sound, but I'll read some of it for you, actually. So essentially, he said that he had not talked to Machado. He said that, she's not very much respected in the country, so he's not sure if that she would actually be the one to be stood up instead of Maduro. And then he went on to talk about Deli Rodriguez. All to say, a lot of big questions there. Another big question, though, still kind of unanswered, is what will the military presence look like? This was a massive regime change. And in order to really make sure that it doesn't, it was an operation in vain, those are the words that the president used, you would need boots on the ground. And the president said he's not afraid of boots on the ground, but he didn't really go as far to say that there will be a heavy military presence in Venezuela moving forward as they work out this transitional government. Instead, he said that military presence will be used to try and remake Venezuela's energy infrastructure. Notable, of course, because Venezuela has one of the largest, if not the largest, oil reserves in the entire world. So a lot of implications there as well as we look ahead to where this is actually going to lead.
Certainly. All right, Elena, with the latest from the White House and the administration, I want to go to Jim Sciutto now, who has some breaking news that he can share with us. Jim?
Well, first to highlight one of Elena's points regarding Trump's comments about the opposition, including the Nobel Prize winner Machado, having just spoken with the Venezuelan opposition, they say that they have been in touch since Nicolas Maduro's arrest with governments across the world, including France, as well as governments in Latin America, Argentina, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay, all of whom, according to opposition sources, tell me support, quote, restoring the will of the people in Venezuela. Notably not on that list, Jessica, is the United States of America, which just, of course, carried out this